150 years of key tempering stage, 200 years of foundation establishment, 500 years of golden elixir, 1,000 years of spirit nucleation stage, and then gifting. Nevertheless, it was worth it to make a breakthrough on the day of the upper limit. Zhu Fan, a modern man whose soul has been transmigrated into a dying beggar, is now an outer disciple of the Celestial Throne sect, striving to become a wielding life sage. He has become hostage to the system that gave him all the qualities to be on top of the world, but instead the guy has to languish his existence in the shadows. Perhaps all of this is done so that a home cultivator can appear in this world for the first time. However, Zhu Fan knew that there was an unusual world outside that he would love to see. Still, it was dangerous because in 6 years, the guy had reached the 4th step. This was the pace of the most mediocre disciple. Nevertheless, he believed that after countless years, he would surely reach the peak. After all, the most important thing in this business is stability, and the one who survives wins. He touched the wall with his hand. At the same moment, the barrier in front of his face slid open. The boy entered a short, dark hallway. In the room on the other side, there was a huge model of the city. Zhu Fan was confident that he would soon be able to return home again, and if it succeeded, it wouldn't matter how long the wait lasted. He walked closer and put the makeshift car on the road. Looking at the tall models of skyscrapers, the guy sighed heavily and thought that so far there was no use of these dreams. Still, he was calm because he had an older brother who could take care of his parents. So now he had to take care of himself. The protagonist stepped into the courtyard of his house. His humble plot was located in the Feiyu world within the Heavenly Throne sect. Stepping outside the fence, Zhu Fan shuffled his foot, dispersing the air currents. Then he took a big leap. This time it was time for him to sign up for some classes. The disciple learned a little bit of everything to stretch his progress. All this was done so as not to accidentally make a premature breakthrough. Flying over the dense forest, the boy suddenly heard someone calling his name. It was Wang Yulong. Being at the 4th stage of key tempering, he had slain a rank 6 beast with a punch, making him immediately considered talented. Zhu Fan stopped and landed. Wang Yulong ran up to the guy and asked when he would teach him the mid-level body relief technique. The disciple claimed that if one developed this ability to the highest level, one would be able to fly even faster than with the Skyrider technique. But the protagonist told his interlocutor that if he wanted to move faster, he should train less on attacking techniques, and then he would have time to develop body relief. Wang Yulong disagreed, saying that in that case, he would be left defenseless if he met a wild beast in the forest. However, Zhu Fan replied that in such a case, one could simply not go into the forest to avoid facing dangers. Wang Yulong continued to not understand why such a talented disciple would always favor the path of cowardice. 3 months ago, a terrible situation occurred not far from here. Untamed beasts ran out of the creature control room. They were huge dogs whose entire body was engulfed in fire. That day, Wang Yulong realized that he wouldn't be able to handle everyone. Leaning on the rubble, the guy held onto his injured arm and was already ready to meet his death. The monster opened its jaws and began the final roll. But at that moment, 3 bright flames erupted in the shadows nearby. The boy had no time to realize what had happened, but in the same second, all the monsters struck by the unknown fell to the ground. Wang Yulong stared straight in front of him in horror, still unable to believe that he was still alive. Suddenly, a human voice asked him if he was okay. It was Zhu Fan. He held out his hand to the boy and asked if he could stand up. Thinking back to this situation, Wang Yulong asked his interlocutor if he could teach him his deadly techniques. Still, attack class magic spells were very difficult to master. However, Zhu Fan combined the 3 spells quite easily and released them with a single wave of his hand. Suddenly, the buddies heard 2 people on the sidelines discussing Master Zuo's lectures. They claimed that from this teacher, students could solve all their attack problems. Hearing that Mr. Zuo's ability was at an incredible level, Zhu Fan suddenly said that there was no point in attacking techniques anyway, after all, if one could defend oneself. Wang Yulong disagreed, however. The guy interrupted him and would suggest that his friend go to the relevant classes. After that, the students dispersed in different directions. Approaching the bulletin board, the protagonist began to look at the available classes on the schedule. However, in most cases, he either learned the technique or it wasn't interesting to him. But suddenly, something that Zhu Fan had never even thought of trying to do before came to Zhu Fang's eyes. It was a class called Using Healing Plants in Alchemy. The boy decided that this time he would go there. The protagonist approached the registrar's office and, after saying hello, said he wanted to sign up for a course. Explained that this program lasts 3 days and includes 10 lectures. There were only 3 places left, so the cost of the course was 50 spiritual stones. Hearing this last sentence, Zhu Fan felt very dejected. He hadn't even earned 100 stones in a year of doing the sex tasks, so he would have to give up most of his annual income. Seeing that the client hesitated, the girl explained that if one wanted to study alchemy, it was better not to even try without their course. And yet, despite the fact that the basics would be learned in the course of the program, the tutor would not reveal the individual properties of healing plants. These words once again renewed the internal contradictions in Shufang's mind. He hesitated for a long time, but then he put the crystals on the table and shouted that he was ready to pay. After the registration was over, the protagonist turned around and walked back. He still couldn't get it out of his head that he had spent 50 stones. Meanwhile, the girl twirled the crystal in her hands and laughed that they had once again easily ripped off money from naive outside students who dreamed of achieving something. Only a few people knew that going into alchemy without money was a waste of time. The sun was gradually setting over the horizon, and further events unfolded in the evening market. Walking through the barely lit neighborhoods, Zhu Fan was very nervous. Now more than ever, he hoped that his investment would pay off. Suddenly, a man shouted from behind the guy. It was Uncle Zhang. He recognized his buddy and asked if he had decided to visit little Yun. The guy waved at his acquaintance and said that he could not hide anything from him as usual. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang seriously asked when the guy was going to give the bride price. He claimed that Yun was roaring every day and asking to be released to Fang. The protagonist recalled a joking conversation with the girl. At that time, she had said that she wanted to be his wife. In turn, Zhu Fan joked that as soon as he collected the money to buy her back, they would immediately get married. However, it's been a long time since that conversation, and these people still take the joke seriously. Deciding that this conversation couldn't go any further, the protagonist waved his hand and reminded his buddy that cultivators shouldn't be among the lady for long. He wanted to ask Mr. Zhang not to talk about his coming Yun. However, the man smiled and said that he had already done so. Immediately after these words, the stomping of children's feet was heard from behind. The boy turned around and realized that he was in trouble. A girl named Yun jumped on him from behind, who shouted joyfully that her husband had finally returned. She clutched onto Shufang and shouted that she had been waiting for this for a long time. The girl's arms tightly wrapped around the boy's waist. He almost cried and asked Yun to loosen her grip. The protagonist once again tried to correct this misunderstanding, saying that he was only joking. However, the girl threateningly said that a real man does not give up his words. Yun then added that according to the traditions of their village, if the bride and groom exchange gifts as a sign of engagement, they are destined to be husband and wife until death. Immediately after saying that, she held out a bracelet to the protagonist, reminding him that it was his gift. Zhu Fan tried to explain that it was a very ordinary gift he had given to the girl to distract her. However, Yun was not going to agree to this. She hugged the guy's bodies even tighter and said that she was still his wife. Zhu Fan could barely hold back his tears at what was happening. He was already stuck here because of the stupid system, and now he had to reckon with the local strange traditions. Night was approaching as the boy headed home again. As he flew, he noticed something strange, not far from his house. Wang Yuelong stood on the ground and quickly waved his hand. He said that the guy should urgently see what he had obtained. On landing, the protagonist saw that his friend was holding one of the spiritual sheep specially bred by the sect. He asked his friend if he was sure that he was not being followed by the police, to which he replied that there was nothing to worry about, because he had paid for 1 spiritual stone. Realizing that there was nothing to worry about, Zhu Fan said that in that case, they could go in. The protagonist waved 2 fingers, and his house appeared right in front of him. Wang Yuelong stared in amazement at what had happened. The boy said that it had been a long time since he had seen semi-automatic light techniques. The student also said that Brother Su surprised him more and more every time he met him. Wang Yuelong couldn't calm down, because his friend's position in society didn't match his mastery of attack, defense, and other techniques at all. He tried to assure Xuefeng that if he hadn't shut him up, he would surely have become one of the sect leaders by now. However, the protagonist immediately ordered his interlocutor to stop and reminded him that he was going to stay quieter than water and lower than grass. The boy himself knew that he could already occupy one of the prominent positions in the sect. However, in this world, there is another principle. He who stays alive wins. So he intends to continue to lead a fated existence and not to get involved in risky stories. After passing through the gate, Fan told his friend to carry the sheep here. Wang Yuelong was surprised that they were going to roast the creature whole. It took a little more time before the victim was on the spit. Now all that was left to do was to wait for the cooking. When the sheep was ready, Wang Yuelong inhaled the smell of meat with his nose and came to a frenzied delight. The flavor and brilliance of the crispy crust was top-notch. When Wang Yuelong saw the result, he almost fainted from admiration. The food was prepared with a top-level secret technique called roast lamb. After many compliments, the student reached for his bag and began fumbling through it greedily. After a few seconds, he took out a bottle of liquid. Wang Yuelong reminded him that roast lamb without wine was like throwing away spiritual stones for nothing. The protagonist grinned, surprised that his buddy owned an all-posting pouch. He noted that one of the mentors must have liked the guy. Wang Yuelong smiled and said that this wine was worth 10 times the price of a sheep. But suddenly, Zhu Fan abruptly changed his tone and turned serious to his interlocutor. He demanded that his friend tell him what had happened, because they were unlikely to spend such sums of money on an unremarkable day. The disciple smiled and realized that he would no longer hide anything from his friend. Wang Yuelong had decided to join the combat division, and the mentor who had noticed him was from there. He said that he wouldn't be able to come here again soon, so he decided to have one last feast. He then bowed his head sadly and said that he just remembered how Shu Fan had saved his life. Pouring the wine over the rim of the glass, Wang Yuelong said that the missions of the combat branch were very dangerous. He was afraid that he would be left with only bones, or he would be wiped out, and then they would never see each other again. Grabbing the glass, the protagonist said that you can't transfer wine for such dramatic effect. After a few more minutes of discussion, the buddies sat down and tasted the lamb. After a while, only bones were left on the plate. Wang Yuelong patted his stomach and said contentedly that if he had the chance to eat food from Shu Feng, then he had not lived his life in vain. Almost immediately, the lad left the house and ran toward town, shouting that he could not be seen off and would find his own way. But suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed brightly in the sky and flew straight at Wang Yuelong. The disciple turned around and saw 2 jade spellboards in his hand. Realizing that he had been given such a useful thing, the boy glistened with happiness. He immediately bowed to his buddy, saying he would never forget it. In response, the protagonist reminded him that the one who stays alive wins. After Wang Yuelong left, Zhu Fan's face once again became sad. He hardly had any friends here. That was why it wasn't so easy for the guy to let go of the one he was most comfortable socializing with. He sincerely hoped he wouldn't lose this tomboy. After gathering his thoughts, Shu Fan went to the garden to water the flowers. Tired, the protagonist summoned the spiritual rain technique and lay down on the chaise lounge. With Wang Yuelong gone, he could once again continue his reclusive life. He had long ago bribed the assignment officer, so he would not be in danger of traveling outside the sect's territory in the coming years. Zhu Fan planned to cultivate alchemy and cultivate spiritual rice. With this, he planned to save up money and go to lectures to learn forging. After summoning streams of refreshing air thanks to the special spring wind technique, the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that with alchemy and forging skills, he could live happily ever after. He didn't have any more plans. However, there was still another way out of this boring life. This plan was much more appealing, but practically impossible to implement. The universe he found himself in was simply vast. Even the classical texts of the Celestial Throne sect said that there were at least several realms of celestials. They are most likely to be located in the Great Heliocosm. In that case, it could be argued that Zhu Fan was currently in the Middle Heliocosm. Here, ordinary people coexisted with those who aspired to enter the realm of celestials. There were thousands of such worlds in total. Besides, in the history of the Heavenly Throne sect, there had already been mentors who had managed to enter the celestial realm for the first time. But there was one big problem in all of this. Fang would definitely not be able to do that anytime soon. It was all the fault of this half-dead system. There was no rebirth waiting for him if he died before the day of the upper limit. So now he had to live like a mouse to grass. All the while the protagonist was pondering, he was playing with a tame spirit. At some point, he got bored with the creature and used the spell bird slaying. There was a powerful explosion behind him, but he didn't even look at it. Right now, he had created a new spell out of nothing. However, it was of no use. Zhu Fan was certain that if he exposed himself, someone would definitely kill him out of jealousy. If a guy crossed someone at the foundation stage, let alone at a higher degree of development, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. In such a state, he would have to last a few more tens or even hundreds of years. But suddenly, an incredible idea struck Zhu Fan. He was able to develop his own disciples and pass on his own spells to them. He would have people under his command for whom the teacher's protection would be the highest value. With strong disciples, Zhu Fan would finally be able to stop worrying about his safety. But first, he had to reach the 12th stage of key tempering. Suddenly, the system sent an emergency alert that a scanning attempt had been detected near the area, which was successfully blocked. It was one of the few pluses of the available system. When an outsider tries to find out something about the protagonist, a false image is projected in front of him. Thanks to this, the seeker doesn't notice anything unusual. After taking out the jade slabs, Zhu Fan decided to invent another spell out of boredom. He thought of 3 abilities and decided that it would be a good idea to synthesize them into a spell called Beast Summoning. The protagonist jumped high and grabbed a sparrow flying in a flock. He needed a vessel for the long-term storage of the seized soul's activity. Any bird would do the trick. Lowering himself to the ground, Zhu Fan began preparations to invent a hybrid spell. Before the final stage, he received a sparrow that resembled clay in consistency. After the bird soul back into the body, Zhu Fan used incantations to impart hardness to the new shell and changed its composition. He ended up with a bird made entirely of ceramic. The sparrow took off and circled above its creator for a while. The result looked good. It remained to be seen whether such a trick would work on a werewolf. But suddenly the bird tried to swoop down on the protagonist, and not calculating the weight, crashed on his forehead. Zhu Fan thought that this was a dead end. He decided to accept failure and thought that when alchemy started to bring in money, he would try to buy a normal vessel. In this world of spiritless stones, one can't even take a step. Meanwhile, Wang Yuelong was on a mission in the forest outside the sect's territory. He looked fearfully in front of him, unable to believe the result. Then the guy raised his head and laughed loudly. He had once again managed to defeat his opponent with just one blow. This time, Brother Zhu had given him an even cooler spell. It wasn't even clear what level this ability was. Meanwhile, not far from this place, the mentor was walking with his prey in his hand. He hoped that their newcomer would not be eaten by any beast, or else all responsibility would fall back on him. Reaching the meeting place, the former fighter could not believe his eyes. In front of him, a dead lynx lay on the ground with a long glowing rod sticking out of its forehead. The newcomer stood beside it with a nonchalant look. The old hunter dropped his prey in surprise. He asked in bewilderment, wondering if the boy had finished him off with one move. He wondered if the boy had killed him with one move. This is what the rank system looked like in this organization. A combat unit divides fighters into 4 ranks, A, B, C, D. The lowest ranked fighters are not fit for anything. C rank holders are treated as cannon fodder. Category B soldiers are the main fighting force, and only A rank holders are the elite of the entire organization. Mentors are personally involved in their development. These people are given the best of everything. Wang Yuelong stared at his mentor intently and then asked what was wrong with his face. The former fighter said that he was fine, but still a little shocked. It was surprising that a rookie was able to straighten out a beast at the 6th stage of key tempering. Normally, such qualities were of rank B and above, but even to obtain the best category, one had to prove themselves some more. To do so, one had to kill 10 beasts at the 7th key tempering stage. The mentor assured the newcomer that he would have more than one more chance to prove himself. However, the boy's face showed that he was disappointed. The mentor then said that he hoped Wang Yuelong wouldn't forget about him when he became a rank A fighter. The disciple thanked the attendant for recommending him and said that his memory was fine. After a while, Wang Yuelong finally saw Zhu Fan. The protagonist asked what was so strange about killing a 6th step beast with a single blow. He gave his friend the Fire Peak spell. The peculiarity of this skill is that it slows down your heartbeat just before you throw it. This was what helped it hit the target accurately. Therefore, it would be strange if Wang Yuelong didn't kill the opponent with a single strike. The apprentice admired his friend's insight and again suggested that he join the combat squad. He explained that with Fang's skills, he would be immediately assigned to a rank A squad. He would become a favorite of his mentors, and that was a direct path to greatness. But the protagonist once again refused, adding this time that he does not like to kill. In addition, the risks of dying himself would be greatly increased. And even the high rank did not cancel the fact that the position of fighters in society is lower than that of masters, alchemy, and forging. Zhu Fan thought that if he were to reach the peak of the key tempering stage, he would not be able to break through to the next stage until the designated time. At best, he would be considered a hopeful person, until at some point he would be despised for staying in the same place for so long. Wang Yulong asked, wasn't the ability to instill terror in the hearts of others a dream for any man? He was confident that Brother Zhu, with his talents, would eventually be able to ascend to the celestial realm and become the 39th honorable ancestor of the Heavenly Throne sect. That being said, it was clear that Wang Yuelong also wanted to ascend there as a disciple. According to the rules of this world, if an almighty cultivator could endure the heavenly test, he would be allowed to take 2 disciples with him. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment and asked why he wanted to go to the realm of the Celestials. He was sure that life there was much worse than here. Wang Yuelong objected, saying that getting to the realm of the Celestials was the dream of any cultivator. Shu Fan looked at his interlocutor indifferently and said that it was only a goal for him. The guy prepared to use the ability and thought that he probably wouldn't want to live in the higher realm and die of boredom either. In the next second, he cut the meat carcass in half with one easy movement, which once again surprised his friend very much. Shu Fan told Wang Yuelong to eat more meat, because it was very beneficial for the 6th stage of tempering. Suddenly, the boy asked his strong friend if he wanted to take him on as an apprentice. However, the protagonist was not impressed by this prospect. He asked his interlocutor whether he had gone completely crazy and animal fat had clogged his brains. Swallowing another piece of meat, Wang Yuelong said that he came from a lineage of small-grade cultivators. Right now, one member of their family was at the golden elixir stage. However, he then added that one of his ancestors had even reached the spirit birth stage. The protagonist asked in bewilderment what all these stories were about. The guy replied that their clan was now in decline, but thanks to the travel notes left behind by those ancestors, the family members traditionally had a broad outlook. Feiyu belonged to the middle Chiliocosm, and the realm of the Celestials belonged to the Great Realm. Suddenly, Wang Yuelong's face darkened, and he admitted that his friend was right, and the realm of the Celestials was indeed a cruel place. Their sect territory is located in one of the poorest regions of the world, and the central continent is considered the promised land for every cultivator. That is where hundreds of the strongest sects are located with disciples at the spirit birth stage and above. However, as was usually the case, even among the strongest, there were the best. The Heavenly Arrow sect is one of them. It is said to be the strongest organization in the world. Fan pretended to lazily sip his wine, but this information surprised him. He really didn't expect that his friend could have such serious knowledge in this area. Wang Yuelong added that the cultivators of the central continent had studied all the techniques and spells to their essence, and were now in the business of combining old techniques and creating new ones. Such people are called spellcasters. In terms of their status in society, they stand far above any masters. Wang Yuelong added that his ancestor had personally visited the Heavenly Arrow sect's guests. Therefore, based on his records, it could be said that Brother Shu had all the data to become a spellcaster. Wang Yuelong fell to his knees once again and started begging for his friend to take him on as a disciple. The guy claimed that there was surely no one in their sect capable of creating attack spells that could strike a beast 2 steps higher. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the protagonist's hand. He lifted his interlocutor into the air with a light wind. However, Wang Yuelong was not frightened, and on the contrary, he was even more delighted. Fan said to his friend not to even dream of becoming his disciple. The guy is already over 18 and his time has passed for that. But in fact, an interesting thought did creep into the main character's mind. What if he really did become a spellcaster? Surely his talent would be enough for that. Seeing 2 fingers pointed straight at his forehead, Wang Yuelong was truly frightened for the first time. For a moment, he thought that his buddy had decided to kill him as an unnecessary witness. After that, The hand slowly reached up to touch the guy's forehead. Wang Yuelong cried and shouted that he promised to keep his friend's potential a secret, and then asked him not to kill him. Fortunately, his friend said that he would not kill anyone because he did not want to make a fuss about the unknown disappearance of a cult disciple. All this problem can be solved legally. Zhu Fan took his fingers away from his buddy's head, and then the memory editing ability was applied to his brain. The boy's gaze immediately faded, and he asked his friend where he stood. The protagonist replied that Wang Yuelong was talking about how he wanted to become a rank A fighter. The disciple said that was exactly what he meant, and then asked his interlocutor to teach him a few more interesting techniques. Fan smiled and said that he would be happy to help his friend. A little more time passed, and the buddies fell asleep outside, having had enough meat and drunk wine. The next day, Fan rushed to write down everything he remembered. This world was much more complicated than he had imagined. It turned out that his sect wasn't even close to being among the strongest. In addition, he had also learned about the spellcasters, although it was logical that skills couldn't appear on their own, and someone created them. The only thing that remained unclear was how far the central continent was from its current location, and what dangers could be encountered on the way there. But more than anything else, the boy wondered about something else. He couldn't figure out if he needed all of this. For now, Fong didn't see the point of going there. After thinking about it, he decided to take a day off and not train. Lying on the bench and chewing on a blade of grass, Fong frustratingly thought that if he had a computer with internet access here, being a lifelong sage wouldn't be so boring. In all this time, which seemed to last endlessly, he was already tired of clearing his mind and taming his desires. Suddenly, the boy heard an incredible rumble in the sky. When he looked out from under the canopy, he saw a ship of incredible size flying over his plot. It was a sailing vessel about 500 meters long. It was escorted on all sides by about 100 sentries at the Golden Elixir stage. Each of them flew on their own Firebird. In addition, there were smaller ships on the sides, about 300 meters each. The expedition was of an incredible scale, so it was logical to assume that they were heading for resource extraction. Xue Fan smiled and thought that when he learned forging, he would have his own ship. Suddenly, the system alerted about an intruder in the territory. The protagonist snapped his fingers, hoping that it was Wang Yuelong who had come again. His settlement returned to a state of visibility, and nearby, Fong actually saw his friend. He asked the guy what he was doing here, and shouldn't he be on a mission. However, Wang Yuelong did not answer the questions. He only limped and walked into the property. Only then did the protagonist notice that his leg was bloody. The newly minted fighter replied that he was injured while on a mission, so he had to take a few days off to recover, and he only came here because he wants to spend all this time with his friend. Fan angrily said as he gave Wang Yuelong the body relief spell. However, the protagonist quickly realized that his buddy had once again decided to go rogue. The boy scratched the back of his head and bashfully said that that beast had a strong defense, and only with strong spells could it be broken through. So he decided to go head-on again. Fang looked sternly at his talentless arc and said that his skills were irredeemably lousy. He once again began to teach his interlocutor that when fighting a stronger opponent, one should step back, take a stance, and use a long-range spell. Fang then asked if the guy had also forgotten about defense techniques. Wang Yuelong replied that in the heat of battle, he decided not to use them. He then affectionately asked his friend what to do with a beast that had strong defense and fast speed. The protagonist seriously replied that the boy should not seek answers to this question from a person who is a homebody and does not go out. After that, a tense silence hung in the air. Fan realized that it was impossible to get his martial prowess into someone's head. Wang Yuelong wanted his friend to stop pretending and finally realized that no mentor would teach him the same thing. The guy said that Brother Shu should stop pretending to know nothing. It was clear to Wang Yuelong that the protagonist was hiding his talents from others for some reason. But he knew what his friend was capable of. At some point, Fang gave up and said that he would tell him how to deal with such beasts. But in return, Wang Yuelong had to tell him all about the flying ships that had recently passed by. The boy said that he liked this exchange. The protagonist rose from his seat and muttered that in that case they had better start with his part of the agreement. He immediately swiftly swung his hand, and both boys were transported into empty subspace. Wang Yuelong stared at the strange illusion in a daze, unable to believe that this was only possible using a charm technique. Surely creating such a subspace would require the spiritual energy of all the disciples of the sect. Zhu Fan said that a friend would do a training battle right now. He also added that his spiritual energy would not be enough to maintain the illusion for a long time, so one should start now. Trailing off, Fan snapped his fingers, adding that Wang Yuelong would now face a fast beast with good defense. A second later, a stone mantis that had a 7th stage key tempering appeared in front of the newly minted warrior. The monster immediately pounced on his opponent, and the protagonist shouted that his friend had 15 minutes, after which they would analyze the flaws in his tactics. The boy fearfully dodged the first blow, complaining that he hadn't even been warned about the start of the fight. He immediately decided to counterattack using the feather lightness and fire peak skills. However, the mantis dodged the daggers flying at it without any difficulty. Such speed amazed the disciple. He didn't expect this monster to be so fast. That's when the protagonist said that the friend moves at a good speed, but releases the spades very slowly. The very next second after that, the mantis was right behind the fighter's back. Fong sighed and said that this was kindergarten level. The monster grabbed the man with its claws and tossed him far aside. The guy struggled to get to his feet, shaking his whole body. The protagonist asked his friend what he was constantly distracted by. However, Wang Yuelong did not answer, and the fight continued. After 15 minutes, there were more cuts on the student's body. He looked down at his feet, not knowing what to say about it. Shu Fan said that Wang Yuelong had lost the bout with almost no chance. The boy completely lacked the ability to observe his opponent, notice his habits, and predict his movements. Abruptly putting 2 fingers to his friend's head, Fang said that every creature has its own habits, regardless of whether it was a human or a monster. That's why you need to understand one simple truth during combat. To defeat a fast beast, you must use a spell that seals its movements. You can only do this if you understand how your opponent is moving. If the fighter is at least a little attentive, he will understand exactly where to hit. Only if the boy could analyze the enemy's actions, the mantis wouldn't have been able to dodge those peaks. After the miss, Wang Yuelong's movements became jittery and frantic. Already at this moment, he had already lost. During the fight, the beast managed to dodge 4 attacks, but even that wasn't enough for the boy to understand the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Wang Yuelong marveled that his friend's illusion skill was so excellent that he could still feel the pain from the blows he had received in the fight with the mantis. He could not understand how Fang managed to hold the illusion and watch the fight at the same time. The guy rushed to his interlocutor and said that he realized that it wasn't all of his faults. However, the protagonist said that they were, but for now, they needed to focus on fixing what had already been pointed out. At the end, he added that if he had time in the future, he was willing to teach his friend something else. Zuifan smiled and thought that he had wanted to say this phrase at the right moment for a long time. After that, the protagonist made himself comfortable on the bench. He reminded him that it was now Wang Yuelong's turn to fulfill his part of the bargain and tell him about those flying ships. The student suggested moving to a more relaxing place. Then both boys sat down on the chaise lounges. After that, Wang Yuelong said that it was worth listening more carefully because the history of this ship was very ancient. 500 years ago, the Supreme Preceptor gathered all of the sect's possessions and traveled to the central continent to order the construction of a ship. For the sake of this moment, their organization had not accepted any new members for 50 years because it was struggling to feed itself. Some members of the sect went mad at the sight of the spiritual stones. The life of the organization began to get better only after the built ship arrived at the site. From that moment on, the sect was considered a serious force. The protagonist asked if the organization had been preparing for war all this time. Wang Yuelong replied that it was all for the sake of resources. Half of the area of this world is covered by the so-called Great Sea. It is believed that the amount of resources there is as vast as the sea itself. In addition, it is believed that there are valuable treasures hidden in the depths, which in principle are not found on land. But at the same time, the Great Sea is extremely dangerous. It cannot be explored with only sturdy warriors. Therefore, a flying ship is needed to be able to search for resources. This is due to the fact that from the depths sometimes rise monsters of incredible size. Only by having a flying ship, there is a chance to fend off their attacks. If the civilization relied only on the resources available on land, the development of most students would end at the stage of the golden elixir. In addition, some enthusiasts say that on a flying ship, you can not only sail through the sea or air, but even go beyond the celestial horizon. Shufan looked closely at the sun and thought that his interlocutor was talking about space. The boy said that rumor has it that only the highest level sects do this sort of thing. Their organization is content to travel the great sea. The protagonist nodded his head meaningfully. The thought immediately came to him that possessing such a ship in this world was akin to possessing a nuclear weapon. It was these mysterious devices that determined the sect's position in the world and were the powerhouses of the sect. Suddenly, Shufan asked his friend if there was any option to get on the ship and inspect it. Wang Yulong confirmed this, but then added that only 4 types of people are allowed on board. First and foremost, they are experts in research spells. They determine the ship's route. Then, there are the guards of the combat section. As a rule, they are fighters of rank A. Following them are masters of alchemy and forging. During the expedition, they are responsible for the primary processing of the extracted raw materials. The last type is the commander of a ship in the Void Mastery stage, who is well versed in all areas of martial and scientific arts. Therefore, from Wang Yuelong's words, it is not difficult for Fang to enter the ship. All he needs to do is to become a rank A fighter after reaching the Golden Elixir stage and get into the guard squad. It would be much harder to get into other positions, unless one became an alchemy or forging master of the 3rd grade or higher. The protagonist sighed heavily. For the Golden Elixir stage, he would have to live for another few hundred years without dying. And it took an incredible amount of money to become a master of alchemy or forging. At this moment, Wang Yuelong once again asked Brother Shu to go with him to the battle station. The protagonist said he wasn't interested, and added that he wanted to learn how to build his own ship. Wang Yuelong was surprised that his friend had decided to take a swing at such purchases. He reminded him that even if he sold all the rice he had grown, he wouldn't be able to pay for his introductory forging course. Shufan said that in that case, he would have to stop feeding his buddy. The very next day, the protagonist came to the alchemy study halls. He thought for the first time that if he had studied as much in his previous life, his parents would have died of happiness. Fan looked resolutely at the front door. All he had wanted for the past few years was to find a way to go back. As he got closer, the guy said hello to the girl and introduced himself. Then the main character said that he wanted to enroll in a course called Pill-Making Techniques. The receptionist replied that this program costs 500 spirit stones and 100 merit points. At the same time, the cost of the 2nd year is paid in the same way. The student will have 2 days off per month. Upon graduation, there is an opportunity to join the alchemy department. Zhu Fan gave the 1st year's fee with a pain in his heart. Judging from the rates, it was a brazen and shameless robbery. After accepting the payment, the girl asked the newcomer to follow her. After passing through the main gate, Fan admiringly looked around the large open space. Now he could see where all the money paid by the trainees was going. Looking at all of this, the girl realized that people like him never even made it out of their village. She sincerely didn't understand why people like that would go into alchemy. After that, the girl disdainfully handed the newcomer a token and not sincerely wished him to become a master. However, Fan decided to ignore this attitude and thanked the receptionist. A large number of people turned out in the classrooms. Suddenly, the guy smelled a pleasant aroma coming from somewhere in the depths of the room. At the same moment, a beautiful girl approached him. She said hello and asked him if this was the first lesson for the boy. At the sight of her, Fang instantly blushed. He had heard legends about this girl. The protagonist gathered himself and introduced himself, asking for the name of his interlocutor. The girl carefully fixed her hair and said that her name was Sha Yan. She also explained that she only teaches here when her father can't show up for class. Fan mumbled something inaudible, and Yan asked him if something had happened. The guy scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said it was fine. It was just that now he was wondering how he could catch up with those who had been practicing for a long time. Shayan laughed and said that her students had already managed to learn some basics. She then took out a jade tablet with the past materials and offered the new student a one-on-one study session after lunch. After that, the girl said that it was already time to start the lesson. She smiled and asked the boy to listen to her especially attentively. After Sha Yan left, Zhu Fan grabbed his heart. He thought that the plot was developing at a risky pace. In addition, the main character thought that he had seen a movie somewhere that started the same way. Evening came, and the boy went to the place where they had agreed to meet his teacher. The girl sat down in front of him and asked if he was ready to start practicing. However, the protagonist kept his eyes on her, not understanding how one could concentrate on alchemy in such a situation. One single look from her killed any desire to learn in him. Shachin smiled and said that they would go through the methods of the initial processing of the spirit plants, as it was a very important part of knowledge in alchemy. It was what would determine the quality of the pills created. Zhu Fan stared at her like a mesmerized man and listened to every word. This was how he had embarked on the path of learning alchemy. Besides, with such a teacher, learning would not be boring. A month had already passed since that very first day. As it turned out, alchemy is a very tricky business. It was only now that the protagonists began to make their first test potions. Putting the ingredients into the vat, he used fire control and energy control to heat up the fire. After the bowl got hotter, Fan piled the remaining ingredients into it and closed the lid. After a while, he looked inside to see what was going on. Beautiful blue and green bubbles were rising up from the bowl. Slamming the lid shut, he thought, this is an easy one after all. But in the next second, the vat exploded, showering the protagonist's face with fumes. As an excuse, Zhu Fan thought that even geniuses sometimes had their cauldrons explode. Immediately, the guy looked fearfully at the bowl that was worth a lot of money. At that moment, he wished more than anything that such an incident would not happen again. Zhu Fan carefully inspected the cauldron from different sides for damage. However, all the walls were in normal condition. On one of the bevels, he did find a large crack. The protagonist immediately remembered what he had been told about it. This type of bowl could withstand a maximum of 10 explosions, so it had to be used with care. He also knew that it took about 20 cauldrons to make the first pill, 50 to develop his own, 100 to become an alchemist, and 1,000 to become a mentor. It is not without reason that they say it is not for the poor. But immediately, Zhu Fan thought that geniuses like him shouldn't be subject to such rules. He unrestrainedly began experimenting with various substances. However, the situation only worsened. A couple minutes later, the boiler exploded for the third time. Thus, there were about 7 attempts left before a new purchase. This time, however, he finally got something. After a few experiments, the protagonist figured out how to work with it. If the next batch was also successful, after deducting the costs, it would bring him 17.5 spirit stones, which was about 600% profit. This was an order of magnitude more profitable than completing sect assignments. This was how he realized that he was on the right path. Zhu Fan clenched his fists and decided that if he was going to do this, he should keep working. The next day, the protagonist came to the study halls. A professor named Sha Jintian, who was a core course instructor, recalled that yesterday he had assigned students to prepare a nutritional pill. He then asked who had done well in this task. As it turned out, no one was able to do it. The professor laughed and said that it was obvious from the faces of the newcomers that they had blown up more than one cauldron and had not prepared the pills. Still, he calmed the students and said that everything has its time. The newbies immediately started talking about how they almost killed themselves yesterday, and someone even blew up 2 whole woks. However, of all the listeners, it was Fan who caught the professor's attention. The boy became nervous, not understanding why Sha Jintian was staring at him so intently. Suddenly, the professor formed a noise screen and asked his daughter if she knew the student named Shufan well. Yan replied that he was the most ordinary-looking student who kept himself modest and didn't stand out in any way. Sha Jintian explained that this young man was not as simple as he wanted to appear. He asked his daughter to pay more attention to this student from now on. Upon entering the classroom, the professor immediately sensed that this boy had the scent of a ready-made pill coming from him. The girl asked what it was for. Covering up his true thoughts, the professor said that he thought this student had great potential. Sha Jintian also added that if his suspicions were confirmed, he would take the young man for personal study. Later that day, Zhu Fan was experimenting with pills at home. His cauldron still had 6 explosions to endure, so he had to try not to ruin it until he had money for a new one. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the protagonist saw a house appear out of nowhere on a mountain not far from him. He went outside and looked around. It wasn't clear why anyone would move to such a remote area and settle on a mountain. Suddenly, the guy saw something approaching him at high speed from the side of the house. When the object was right next to his face, Zhu Fan couldn't believe his eyes. It was Wei Yun who had ended up here for some unknown reason. She flew into the protagonist at high speed, knocking out all of his organs. Zhu Fan lifted the girl up with trembling hands and asked what she was doing here. Yun added that she just wanted to check on her husband and added that she had already reached the 4th stage of key tempering. To demonstrate this, she jumped up again and smoothly flew into the air. Zhu Fan looked at it skeptically, not understanding whether she was showing off her cultivation or flaunting her skirt. Yun hugged the guy again, saying that the mentor had come upon a rare spirituality in her. He wanted to take her on as an apprentice, but she refused. The protagonist laughed and praised her. Suddenly, the girl said that she had flown here at the request of her father, who was still continuing to ransom her. Zhu Fan frowned and said that it was good news. The guy said it was late and Yun probably hadn't eaten in a while. He said he could cook something and the girl agreed. After that, the protagonist started making different dishes in hopes that Yun would get full and leave. Some time passed and the table was filled with various delicious food. But the main place was occupied by a large plate of spiritual rice. In the process, Zhu Fan said that he had wanted to talk about the topic of marriage jokes for a long time. He explained to the girl that she was like a little sister to him. The main character said that choosing a fiancé is the most important decision in any girl's life. However, he is hardly suitable for this role. After saying those words, Yun paused for a few seconds before bringing her wand to her mouth. Suddenly, her hands trembled. Immediately afterward, tears began to drip from her eyes into the rice bowl. Yun started crying and screaming that her husband didn't need her anymore. Such an effective mixture of female and child manipulation Zhu Fan had not expected at all. After that, long hours of trying to calm the girl down dragged on. The protagonist was still trying to bring the girl to her senses and talk to her like an adult. However, she only screamed that her husband was leaving her. On the 3rd hour of futile persuasion, the guy yelled out that no one was going to give up on her. Yun finally calmed down a bit. Sobbing, she asked if Zhu Fan was really still her husband. The protagonist again tried to clarify this point, but the child did not let him say a word and burst into tears again. Tired of this endless shouting, Zhu Fan said that he would pay this ransom. Hearing this, Yun instantly calmed down and abruptly reached for her wands. She immediately continued eating as if nothing had happened, saying she would remember those words, and adding that the food had already gotten a little cold. The boy stared indignantly at the cunning child and asked who had taught her such manipulation. Yun said that she did not know what it was about. After saying this, Zhu Fan started screaming and tearing his hair. The girl embarrassedly mouthed that she really wanted them to be husband and wife. She then looked meaningfully at the protagonist, waiting for his reaction. Zhu Fan realized that this was another manipulation. However, this time he simply decided to accept it and sighed heavily. He immediately stroked Yun's head, deciding to let things be as they were. Several days passed like this. Yun continued to live with him. From time to time, the girl also cooked something on her own. She was very fond of treating her fiancé. However, the latter still continued to treat it as a formality. Suddenly, there was a bright blue flash on the horizon. In a second, a huge blue bird appeared right above the main character's house. A beautiful girl in a gray dress sat on it. The protagonist looked greedily at the visitor, hoping she had arrived just for him. In the same second, her gaze fell on Zhu Fan, and he finally understood everything. Zhu Fan thought that the system had finally decided to give him a gift, out of pity for him. A beautiful female mentor at home would never be out of place. Suddenly, another voice greeted the Honorable and asked what she needed in these lands. The mentor explained that she wanted to take someone with her. The voice asked if her target was in the Heavenly Throne sex territory, and the girl confirmed it. The next second, a huge blue flower rose up at Yun, who nonchalantly continued to chew on the watermelon. The mentor asked if the girl wanted to become her mentee. Suddenly, a voice asked if the Venerable had come here to take their man from these lands. It was the sex border guardian. He claimed that although the girl was a heavenly spirit bearer, she was not worth the attention of other organizations. But suddenly, the woman looked angrily at the guard and said that their fates were linked, and she would take this child anyway. After that, the mentor turned to Yun, saying that she was willing to accept the girl as her personal disciple. The woman explained that she was skilled in training methods for the development of celestial spirit bearers and would take her subordinate all the way to the celestial realm. The child honestly said that she didn't even know if she wanted it or not. Hearing this, Zhu Fan was furious because the girl was missing an opportunity that might not come again. Suddenly, Yun turned to the protagonist and asked him how she should proceed. The guy was immediately stared at with suspicious looks. At the same moment, everyone present started using the divine consciousness ability to check him. It was a serious technique they could use to reveal his intentions. At the same time, there was a pleasant odor coming from the mentor, and the guard was trying to do something incomprehensible. In the end, Zhu Fan gathered his thoughts and exhaled heavily. He turned to Yun and said that this was a great chance that was surely worth taking. Under this kind of observation, he couldn't say anything else. On the other hand, it was a great chance to quietly dump his little wife. Lastly, the girl asked if she could visit her husband. She confirmed this and said that her methods did not involve taking a vow of celibacy and that she was not in the habit of prying into her students' private lives. In addition, she claimed that if a heavenly spirit bearer chose someone, then that person was also special. Yun said that in that case, she would do as her husband told her to do. The guard said he accepted the decision and congratulated them. The woman then put the girl on the bird with a slight wave of her hand and said she was taking her right away. The huge creature and the guard immediately scattered in different directions. Zuefan exhaled, happy that he was finally alone. There were a large number of pumped-up masters in this world. The protagonist noticed that he was constantly getting visitors who were stronger than him. After lying on the ground for a while, he decided that although he was stuck at the key tempering stage, it was no reason to lie around. For example, it was possible to pump the techniques of the 5 elements. The book of the same name was on trend, which meant that the guy had bought it for a reason. But suddenly the system alerted again about the trespasser of the site. A tall, pumped-up man with swarthy skin entered the property. Shu Fan was startled, but he soon recognized this man as Wang Yuelong. He asked his friend if he had spent a month in the primeval forest. The apprentice grinned and explained that he had gone hunting in a very distant forest, where he only killed beasts of a level higher than himself. In the end, he managed to finish off as many as 8 of them. According to the sex assignment, he still had 2 more specific beasts to kill, but this task was too difficult for him. The protagonist realized that his friend had been through quite a lot in the past month. Wang Yulong said that every day he was on the verge of life and death. The 2 friends lay down on the chaise lounges again. The young fighter wanted to ask his friend for advice on how to finish off the remaining 2 beasts. When asked if he had met them, the lad replied that he had already managed to enter the fray, but had almost died there. The protagonist said he wanted a full description of these beasts. With a yawn, Wang Yulong narrated that the first was an earthbender. This monster had an unusual defense technique. When it realized that danger was approaching, it would immediately burrow underground. If one didn't finish off this creature within a couple of moments, there would be no more chances. The second was a blood cat. This monster was so fast that its habits were impossible to see. From the first throw, it almost gave Wang Yuelong a fatal wound. The guy asked his friend how he would do if he were in his shoes. Xu Fan got angry at his interlocutor because instead of progress, he just comes to nag for an answer. And then the protagonist decided to teach the careless fighter a lesson. He said that he has a technique that allows him to kill any creature with a single blow. Moreover, this skill was quite simple and consisted of just one move. Wang Yulong's eyes lit up, and he asked to urgently teach it to him. Xu Fan narrated that this technique was invented by a great thinker and master, and he only obtained it by luck. He then said he was readily available to show how it worked. The protagonist transported the 2 guys into subspace. He explained that he would now create 2 mantises containing the qualities described by Wang Yuelong. A second later, one of the monsters attacked Fang from the rear. However, he didn't even turn around and said that he would demonstrate how to use this technique to kill without looking. Before Wang Yuelong knew it, the protagonist swung his hand sharply and made a huge hole in the mantis's chest. While the young martial artist was stunned at what had happened, Zuefan said that no defense would save him from this ability. Wang Yulong's facial expression did not have time to change, but at the same instant, another mantis ran up to him from behind. At a great speed, it brought its claws to the guy's neck, preparing to cut it. However, the young fighter didn't even have time to realize anything before a green slurry suddenly poured down on him. When he looked back, he saw Xu Fan standing in front of him. The protagonist quickly covered the distance and destroyed the second praying mantis with a single blow. Waving his head toward his defeated foe, he said he only needed a couple moments to straighten out his target. Wang Yuelong started begging his friend to share this technique with him. Fan said that he would love to help, but it takes a lot of time and battles to learn this skill well. Expectedly, the guy asked if there was another way to learn it faster. The protagonist coughed and said that the ancient sage who invented the technique had indeed spoken of there being such a way. Making a serious face and struggling to contain his laughter, Fan mouthed the need to shave his head. He explained that that master had claimed that the day after, it would be easier for the disciple to apply the skill. This all sounded very strange, and Wang Yulong expectedly started to hesitate. However, the protagonist said that he wasn't going to insist. He was going to give the skill to his friend. This ability allowed you to hit the enemy's weakest point precisely, ahead of them by several moments. However, it was logical that such knowledge could not be free. After a while, Wang Yulong abruptly jumped to his feet and shouted through his tears that he agreed. The protagonist paused for a moment, making the young fighter tense. He was only laughing at the fact that he was about to see something amazing. For a few minutes, Wang Yulong's head was completely clear of hair. The smooth, light bald spot shone brightly in the sun. Barely containing his laughter, the protagonist told his friend that he was finally one step closer to becoming stronger. But judging by the boy's face, he wasn't very happy about it. Suddenly, he asked why Brother Zhu was so strong, yet his hair was still in place. Fang hesitated, however, then said that he simply did not seek to become even stronger. To avoid even more unnecessary questions, the protagonist sent his friend home to practice and refine his technique. Walking out of the house, Wang Yulong thought for a moment that this was really how it should be. Zhu Fan didn't think that his buddy would fall for it so easily. However, there was no time for jokes now. Thanks to alchemy, the protagonist planned to accumulate enough money to learn forging. 3 whole months had already passed since that day. Further events took place somewhere far away in some sacred place. Mary Yun saddled the bird and ordered it to fly forward. However, the creature immediately stopped when it heard the voice of its mistress. She asked her apprentice if she was already tempted to fly away. At this point, the girl had still not mastered the Heaven's Mandate techniques, and her skills still left much to be desired. The woman explained that she was not going to let Yun go at this stage. In addition, she had also ended up here as a heavenly spirit bearer back in the day. Still, in spite of all the strictness, the mentor realized that looking back over her years, she must be pleased with her students' progress. Their training would have been at a much more measured pace if it weren't for that scary dream. It had been a long time, and the warrior still couldn't forget it. She was sure that it was a warning from a heavenly spirit, a warning of impending danger. Stroking her disciple's head, the woman thought that she was really asking too much of her. However, Yun was the one who could stop the coming disaster. But the girl said she wanted to take a little walk, for the training had taken all her strength away. It would be even more wonderful if she could see her husband. The mentor was sure that the heavenly spirit would not allow the chosen girl to choose the most ordinary man. And if she was so attached to him, it meant that he had a great future ahead of him. The woman allowed a walk, but she had to refrain from traveling to her husband's house for the time being. She promised that when the student had mastered the techniques of the celestial mandate to an intermediate level, they could talk about a date. Parallel events were developing in the forging training rooms. Upon entering the classroom, the protagonist was literally blinded by the bright glow emanating from the classroom. Looking around, he found that almost all of the students had shaved heads. It was also there that Shu Fan caught one of the guys talking to his buddies. The disciple said that he had been told about this method by a friend from the martial arts department. From the description of this person, the protagonist realized that he was talking about Wang Yulong. He'd seen people like this in the alchemy halls before, and now the fashion had reached forging classes. Amazingly, this dumbass had managed to get almost all the students of the Outer Lands hooked on this cheap prank. Indeed, after a short time, most of the disciples of the Heavenly Throne sect shaved their heads. This phenomenon went down in the history of the organization as bald madness. Meanwhile, Shu Fan was diligently familiarizing himself with a beginner's self-tutorial on the basics of forging. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the threshold of entry into this art was much higher than that of alchemy. The protagonist spent 10,000 spiritual stones, and in the end, he had to study everything himself. While returning home, Shu Fan suddenly saw a man named Pang Fu. The boy asked the acquaintance what he was doing in his neighborhood. A sect disciple, who only needed to know that his parents were very rich, immediately recognized Brother Shui. The guy explained that he had heard rumors about the main character's success in alchemy. Fu decided to congratulate his friend on this and give him some spirit stones. However, Fang tried to refuse, saying that he didn't have to gift anything. However, the fatty stood his ground, saying that outer disciples were still like lonely wanderers with no one to take care of them, so there was no need to refuse the rare gifts of fate. The protagonist studied with this boy until he reached the key tempering stage. With his sudden appearance, Fu reminded him that there weren't many people in this world that he could call buddies. However, the question remained as to why the boy had decided to be so generous. After asking what actually happened, the sect disciple decided to get straight to the point. Fu said that the fact is that the outer disciples have nothing to rely on in the sect because no one cares about them. Therefore, their destiny is to get pennies for doing the tasks of the organization. That's why the fat man wanted the outer disciples to unite. Pan Fu explained that they could share resources and information with each other and solve complex problems together. He argued that the emergence of such an association would make their lives much easier. The protagonist grinned, ironically saying that the fat man among them had the hardest life. Very easy to say to someone who comes from a rich merchant family that is cooler than any of the great warrior houses. Fu was surprised and asked how the guy knew about it. In reality, the protagonist once received a handout from a fat man. That's when he noticed the characteristic family ring on his index finger. Nevertheless, Xu Fan replied that he had caught a glimpse of the entourage that Fu came with when he joined the sect. He then asked if the interlocutor wanted to form a semblance of an alliance. Noticing that his colleague was living quite well since he had spiritual tea, the fat man said that he wanted to gather 1,000 outer disciples at the same stage who could help each other. The protagonist said that he was interested, however, he wanted to know his benefit. Fu explained that first of all, the guy would get first-hand news of the sect. Secondly, he will gain useful connections. Among the outer disciples, there are many who would like to try their hand at alchemy, but they don't have the money to study, so they've been serving masters for years. Since the fame of Xu Fang's success has been around for a long time, he would be able to help the more backward disciples develop. In addition, they already had 40 candidates to join the battle squad, 2 promising alchemists and 1 apprentice forging master. Fu assured that they only needed to persuade Xu Fang to start blossoming. Realizing that this conversation would not just end, the protagonist agreed to help. The fat man smiled and said that he didn't expect any other answer. He then placed a blue ball in front of his interlocutor. Fan asked what it was, to which Fu replied that it was some sort of communication device. They were made by the same apprentice of the forging master. With this ball, the protagonist will receive the latest news of the alliance. Fu then handed the jade plaques to his ally and said that they would also be useful in the future. After that, the fat man said goodbye to his friend and said that they would see each other very soon. But no sooner had Xu Fan turned around than he suddenly felt that there was someone behind him. Suddenly, a female voice asked the guy if he had just received guests. The protagonist turned around frightened and saw Sha Yan in front of him. He said that he had only recently had a buddy visit him. The girl asked the disciple why he got nervous in such a case. After the recent conversation, the guy realized that the last person he wanted to meet at this moment was Sha Yan. At the same time, he was annoyed that he could only see girls like this on the internet before, but now he had to avoid them. The teacher asked the student if she could come in. A short while later, they were both sitting at a table in the courtyard, while Fang poured tea into mugs. During this time, the girl had been having intrusive thoughts. It had been going on ever since her father had ordered her to pay more attention to this student. Now it seemed to her that the simple observation was beginning to grow into something more. Turning around, Sha Yan slapped her cheeks and thought that she shouldn't get distracted and forget the purpose of her visit. Then she slapped her hand sharply on the table, which startled the protagonist a bit. The girl leaned toward Fang, who was at a loss for words at the same moment. The teacher asked her student in a gentle voice why he had suddenly decided to leave the alchemy department. The guy didn't answer anything, and there was silence in the air. Realizing that she had phrased the question wrongly, Sha Yan decided to ask in a different way. She asked Xu Fan why he didn't want to become her father's disciple. At some point, Sha Jintian became convinced of the young apprentice's talent and decided to take him on as an apprentice. However, as a result, the boy unexpectedly refused. None of them knew that in fact the protagonist studied alchemy only to make pills for sale. all this was done in order to earn the tuition to learn forging. This was doubly insulting to alchemists, as masters of these two arts look up to each other. Realizing this, Fan explained that he loved freedom and alchemy was only a source of income for him. Sha Yan began to insist that the student had a gift for alchemy, and if he was guided by an experienced mentor, there was a chance that he would be able to unleash his talent. Besides, this science is a vast sea of knowledge that can help one ascend to the heavens. Under the teacher's endless onslaught, the protagonist sighed and realized that it looked like he was going to have to tell at least some of the truth to get them off his back. Unexpectedly to the girl, he asked if she had been on a flying ship belonging to the sect. Sha Yan replied that she had once managed to be on board. Shu Fan explained that as soon as he saw this great invention, he immediately vowed that one day he would build one for himself. For the protagonist, alchemy was just one step in a bigger plan. That's why he didn't want to become Mr. Sha's apprentice, because then they would both be wasting time. Upon hearing this story, the young teacher's face changed dramatically. She remembered the day that had greatly affected their family. Back then, her older brother had left to learn forging and become the best master in the Heavenly Throne sect. The girl sighed heavily and wished the young apprentice to do his best to become a good blacksmith. She didn't say another word after that. Sha Yan opened the gate and headed back to the school. The protagonist looked sadly after her. He seemed to have succeeded in convincing the girl that freedom was priceless. Besides, Shu Fang needed to find an interesting activity that would bring joy in the next 150 years of the key tempering stage. Suddenly, the guy felt something begin to vibrate in his pocket. It was a magic ball handed to him by Pan Fu. The protagonist took out the communication tool and saw that he had 6 unread news items. He sat down on a stool and began to read the messages. They told of a portal opening for the first time in 50 years, a political visit from the allied sect's mentor, and the fact that the flying ship would return early with rich booty. But what amused Fang the most was the news that the sect's most beautiful female disciple had engaged in pair cultivation with a representative of a rank A martial practitioner. The protagonist thought that it was Wang Yuelong we're talking about. At the same moment, the system alerted to the trespassing of the area. The guy heard a girl's voice wondering if this Su Fan was really that cool. She was led under the arm by Wang Yuelong. He said that without this person, he wouldn't have achieved everything he has now. In addition, the guy asked Qiang Qiang to be more courteous when meeting, because for this person, it is not difficult to solve any problem at the snap of a finger. The girl smiled and said that she understood everything perfectly. There was that Mujun Qiang Qiang, who was the first beauty among all the outer disciples. As he approached the gate, Wang Yuelong called out to his friend and asked if he was home. Seeing his acquaintance, the protagonist immediately appreciated his partner. In his opinion, Sha Yan was more beautiful, as this young female disciple was still immature. Wang Yuelong said hello to his friend and asked how his progress in learning forging was. At the sight of Fanya, Qiang Qiang bowed and said hello. The protagonist asked the girl if she was really engaged in pair cultivation with his buddy. This insight surprised the young student, because not many people actually knew about this news. Wang Yulong laughed and said that there was nothing to hide from Brother Shu. The protagonist winked at him and said that not everyone would be able to pick up the first beauty of the sect. This kind of news will definitely not go away. He laughed and said that the first thing he did was to bring in his girlfriend to meet Fan. The protagonist invited the guest to come inside. Inside the room, Wang Yuelong demonstrated one of his new abilities for the first time. Using the ring on his finger, he materialized a large amount of food on the table. The astonished Fan recalled that he had previously had to cook a beast carcass brought by a friend in exchange for techniques. He then asked the guys what had happened. Wang Yuelong explained that they had recently met a 9th stage key tempering soul eater. Qiang Qiang had picked up some kind of contagion while fleeing and was now sleeping very badly. In her dream, the evil force told her to go to the soul eater. No sooner had the guy finished talking about the problem than the protagonist immediately summoned some kind of blue orb that headed towards Qian Qian. After realizing the problem, Zhu Fan used an ability called aura cleansing. A few seconds later, there was a small flash above the surprised guests. Immediately afterward, an unknown entity of sinister appearance burst out of the girl's body. With a second shot, the protagonist had no problem dispelling the curse. He also called it a disgrace that Wang Yuelong, who was at the 5th stage of key tempering, had escaped from some soul eater and allowed his girlfriend to be infected. Qian immediately felt an improvement in her health and thanked her savior. The girl was surprised that some strange guy possessed a high-ranked purification technique. The protagonist explained that he started practicing this skill from idleness and eventually smashed it to the perfect stage. The girl admiringly told her boyfriend that this Shufan was indeed incredibly strong. She offered to take him with her to open the portal. Wang Yulong liked the idea because it was unlikely that with his friend's power, they would leave there empty-handed. Before the boy knew it, a bone immediately flew into his head. Zhu Fan was surprised that this oaf was now looking for a bodyguard while including his girlfriend in the persuasion. He explained that it would be dangerous there and advised them all to stay at home to stay alive. Wang Yuelong asked Brother Shu again, did he really not want to go there? According to the talk of many people, the legacy of great masters could be found there. The young fighter added that during the last time the portals had been opened, someone had found the notes of a great master forger that contained descriptions of many lost runes. At this point, the protagonist became incredibly interested. He needed the knowledge of many runes to become an outstanding forging master. Wang Yuelong added that his friend's safety would be guaranteed as there would be beasts at the peak of Qing, tempering at most. These words made Zhu Fan wary. He asked his buddy if he was sure that there would really only be monsters of this rank. Wang Yuelong replied that he had no doubt about it. Sighing, the protagonist asked how to get involved. Yuelong explained that the cost of entry was only 1,000 spirit stones, and the entrance to the portal would open in 10 days at Tianyi Mountain. Realizing that there was still time, Fong decided to delve deeper into the study of forging. Perhaps he could forge something that would increase his chances of survival on the other side of the portal. When the guests left, the protagonist began to continue his introductory course in forging. Unfolding the self-study book, he penetrated the memory of the manual's compiler. A few moments later, Zui Fan found himself in a very strange subspace. Forging was the art of extracting essence from all things and forming new things. Raw materials, runes, and moldings were the basic elements of this craft. At the stage of key hardening, the spiritual fire available is not enough to harden the materials. It required finding a place with abundant spiritual fire and using the benefits of such a place to quench the ore. This was the most basic method of processing raw materials. Even if the materials have undergone initial processing, once received, they need to be hardened again with a hammer. Once this stage is complete, the shaping stage begins. The most important step is to fuse the runes into the item that is not yet cooled. This must be done before the weapon takes its final form. To create the most basic items, you need to use at least 3 runes, of which there are a huge number in the world, so repetition on the same weapon is not allowed. The life of a master forger is a constant search for new runes, because it is their uniqueness and quantity that will determine the final result. In the self-study was presented a list of 1,000 of the most common types of spiritual ore and their features. Finishing the lesson, the protagonist exhaled. Reading this chapter encouraged him once again. Forging was much more interesting than alchemy, after all. But before he could think about it, the orb in his back pocket vibrated again. Taking it out, Zhu Fan saw a message from Pang Fu. In it, the fatty admired the fact that the protagonist was now studying not only alchemy, but also forging. In addition, the informant explained that he had learned something interesting about dual cultivation. His information was related to the joint study of alchemy and forging. Zhu Fan smiled, for such a coincidence was very surprising. A short while later, he headed for the forge halls. Placing some spirit stones in front of the secretary, the guy explained that he wanted to rent a room. A couple minutes later, the protagonist found himself in a room with a natural source of spiritual fire. Now, he was finally ready to try his hand at real forging. To begin with, Zhu Fan decided to put on ice protection so that he wouldn't get burned in case of anything. First, he decided to try something he had only recently studied. To do this, scarlet steel and iron ore concentrate had to be combined. At this moment, he remembered how Pang Fu had arrived at his house to share information about dual cultivation. According to him, when one reached a high level in one of the crafts, a guiding light would descend from the heavens to help one climb to the very top. If one wanted to take the path of dual cultivation, combining forging and alchemy, it would be seen by the heavens as rejecting their help. In such a case, one could only break through with one's own strength. In Xu Fang's understanding, this indicated that even the heavens viewed a person who excelled in two crafts at the same time as a threat. This was even to the protagonist's advantage, as the system itself encourages him to control his breakthroughs on his own. After combining the two materials, the spirit hammers began to process the resulting raw materials. While processing, Xu Fan noticed that this action proved to be very spiritually costly. If he didn't have a huge spiritual resource, even obtaining a sword would prove to be a problem. The guy looked around at the resulting result and realized he was already at the finish line. Now it was up to him to solder the runes into the blade. To do so, he decided to use amplifications on rock hardness, feather lightness, silence, and destruction. But at the same second, there was a massive explosion in the room. When the smoke cleared, Xu Fan saw the billet in front of him shattered into pieces. The guy realized that he had messed up big time, and the raw materials worth 400 spirit stones were irretrievably lost. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then a man came in, asking what was going on. The old man called himself the manager of the forge halls. He saw the frustrated apprentice in front of him and realized that this was his first time. Realizing that he was facing a professional who understood a lot about this matter, Xu Fan said that he wouldn't let the old man go until he succeeded. After this conversation, the long hours of trying to obtain the first sword dragged on. After a while, Wang Yuelong and his girlfriend were flying in the Tianyi Mountains, heading towards the secret portal. Suddenly, something whizzed past them very quickly. Looking closer, Wang Yuelong saw a very familiar figure flying nearby. It was Xu Fan flying on the sword. The main character didn't understand why these two were torturing the poor crane. Although, on the other hand, it looked a bit romantic. After landing, Wang Yuelong looked at Brother Shui in astonishment. The boy was delighted that his friend had flown here on a sword he had forged himself. He didn't understand how the protagonist had made such progress after only beginning to learn blacksmithing. In addition, Fang flew faster than anyone in the groundwork stage. The protagonist grinned, his friend acting as if he knew him for the first day. The boy said ironically that he could already be called a master forger. A while later, the guardian explained that the portal would be opening soon. He explained that this trial was suitable for disciples at the key tempering stage. After entering the portal, it was forbidden to kill anyone. He also added that the trial is only available to those who have paid the fee. Also, participants will be automatically thrown out after 1 month. Wang Yuelong looked at his friend excitedly and asked if he was coming with them. However, the boy firmly replied that he would act on his own. Instead, he handed the crystal to his buddy. Xu Fan explained that in case of an emergency, spiritual energy should be injected here. This would create high-frequency vibrations that he would sense and come to the rescue. Wang Yuelong didn't have time to thank his friend before he immediately rushed into the portal. After all, Sui Fan had been faster than lightning lately. Meanwhile, the main character appeared on the other side of the portal. This space had a very pure spiritual energy that took one's breath away. In addition, the entrance was surrounded by a forest that had grown in a very fertile environment. Having landed on the ground, the guy realized that the next month would fly by unnoticed. However, he could not do without a stronghold. It wasn't long before Xu Fan built a small hut. This sword was very versatile, which pleased its creator immensely. Commanding his weapon, the protagonist didn't immediately notice a pack of wolves creeping up behind him. Looking back, he glared angrily at the attacking monsters. By the mere sight of the enemy, the wolves realized they had run into the wrong guy. They immediately frantically bowed to Xu Fan. The guy assessed the situation and realized that these were beasts at the 4th stage of key tempering. Deciding that the pack could be useful to him as assistants, the protagonist ordered the wolves to bring everything that could be valuable and useful here. Now that the starting shelter had been built, Xu Fan could go in search of the runes left here by the forging masters. Wandering through the endless forest, he came across a lake. Surely something useful could be found here. Suddenly, there was a huge splash in the water, causing the protagonist to cover himself with his hands. Just like that, a foot stepped on the surface of the lake. A human voice urged the boy not to panic. The unidentified man explained that he had recently subdued a flying sword. Xu Fan remembered that he was not alone here, and someone from the sect had already gotten here earlier. He congratulated the man across from him, however, then took a closer look at him. The sect disciple introduced himself, calling himself Ye Xiao Yao. He had a soft and casual voice and had just subdued one of the artifacts. Zhu Fan couldn't find a place for himself from what he saw. This handsome man looked so attractive that he looked more like the protagonist than the protagonist himself. Nevertheless, the guy held back his emotions and, bowing, introduced himself. After that, he once again took a closer look at the random person he met. Xiao Yao seemed to be favored by the heavens, as the portal had just opened and he had already obtained a large booty. The sword looked very valuable, perhaps even a divine weapon. Xiao Yao said that he was glad to meet him and headed towards Shufeng. The protagonist thought it was a bit strange, but he stayed where he was. Suddenly, Xiao Yao held out a pearl to his interlocutor and said that he wanted to share in honor of the acquaintance. Zhu Fan understood that the meaning of this gift was that he was taking the pearl and pledging to keep his mouth shut, not telling anyone about the rest of the loot. But then the boy had a seemingly crazy thought, and it had to be tested immediately. He started pelting the counterpart with questions related to his dimension. For example, whether Xiao Yao had watched the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, whether he had heard the phrase, "all rivers flow eastward," and whether he had learned some poems from Korean literature. However, the outer student who didn't understand anything asked if his buddy didn't like his gift. Zhu Fan smiled and said that he understood what this was all about. Immediately after that, he deftly snatched the pearl out of his interlocutor's hands as well. Xiao Yao explained that he was very happy that his gift had been accepted. Meanwhile, Shu Fan thought that from now on, he should stay as far away from this character as possible, because protagonists were not always lucky and sometimes got into dangerous situations. Xiao Yao deftly jumped up on his sword and waved his hand, saying that perhaps their paths would cross again. In the next second, he was speeding away at an incredible speed. Zhu Fan exhaled and hoped that this was their last encounter. He also remembered that main characters usually lost a few minor character buddies along the way, and he didn't need that. After that, the guy turned towards the lake and sighed heavily, realizing that he was unlikely to be left with anything there anymore. Night came and Shu Fan returned to his hut. The terrifying eyeless monster opened its mouth and growled menacingly at the guy. Hearing the turtle squeak nastily, Sui Fan tossed it aside, realizing that this Ye Xiao Yao was definitely the protagonist. There was no other way to explain the fact that this type had cleaned the entire bottom of the lake, even poking out the eyes of the poor turtles even though they cost pennies. But even so, the guy liked it here a lot more than he did in the main world. There was a lot more value in this dimension. Suddenly he heard strange rustles and creaks outside the door. As he approached the entrance, the protagonist saw dozens of brightly glowing eyes staring directly at him point blank. He screamed exhaustedly, realizing it was probably a ghost. But at the same moment, dog-like monsters ran into his house, looking at Fang with kind eyes. The pouch that one of the creatures brought contained a small amount of useful resources. The protagonist was surprised that the monsters he had accidentally tamed could work so efficiently. They brought red copper, rootless flowers, unicorn grass, and even spirit stones that were so abundant that there was probably a mine somewhere nearby. However, the dogs gestured that they had collected the loot from the corpses. It was not surprising, for someone must have died after the portal had been opened. This was another reminder not to neglect safety measures. After hiding his house from prying eyes thanks to the spell, Zhu Fan decided to go to bed early so that he could do a better job tomorrow. Getting up early in the morning, the boy prepared a drink and drank it. It was still dark outside, and he thought he shouldn't have woken up before the sun. At this moment, he felt the presence of a foreign aura not far from him. It was a wonder who the Dash had also come here this early. Hearing a distinctive sound from behind, Zhu Fan, that same type, flew here again on his sword. Ye Xiao Yao saw his buddy and said hello to him with a smile. Shu Fan annoyedly thought that this type is definitely the protagonist. Stepping closer, Ye Xiao Yao coughed and looked at the cauldron thoughtfully. There was silence in the air. After a few seconds, Zhu Fan invited the traveler to join him in his meal. After that, the cauldron emptied even more. After tasting the delicious warm soup, Ye Xiao Yao couldn't contain his admiration. The protagonist asked the person he was talking to tell him more about himself. The guy assumed that this type was a rank A fighter. However, Ye Xiao Yao refuted this and said that he was just a candidate to join the swordsmen. However, he had a mentor named Yuan Hui. Shu Fan said that he had heard of this trainer who came from a great swordsman family and was a great master of his craft. At the same time, he thought that the protagonist should naturally have an exceptional mentor. After all, it was a cliché. Fan also noted Ye Xiaoyao's exceptional data, and coupled with the huge production, his growth should be even more rapid. However, the guy thought it was a taunt and said he was used to it by now. He said that he had been an inner disciple at the foundation stage a few months ago, but for some reason, his cultivation had started to degrade. Right now, Xiaoyao was already at the 9th key tempering stage and didn't know when this decline would end. At the moment, he was trying to accumulate as much wealth as possible so that he could live a poverty-free life if he became an ordinary layman. Xu Fang was increasingly repulsed by these words, especially after he looked at his interlocutor's left hand. With a satisfied face, he said that he had no doubt that Xiao Yao would be able to recover his cultivation and return to his rightful place. In turn, the guy appreciated the image of his interlocutor and now had no doubt that this type of person was the protagonist of this story and was worth staying away from. But suddenly, the poor fellow grabbed Xu Fang's hands, causing him to be very puzzled. He was glad that his interlocutor was trying to comfort him. Ye Xiao Yao explained that when others heard about this story, they just laughed, and some even started to look at him with contempt. His eyes shone, and the boy said that he really wanted to be friends with Brother Shui. The protagonist absolutely did not want this, and even such a thought made his body shake. A short while later, the strange interlocutor flew away again. Xu Fan was sure that if this type of person rolled to the 3rd step, some wise mentor would suddenly appear from the ring. The boy went in search of something interesting, and after an hour he came upon a large tree. He was happy, because it was perfect for building his own ship. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound was heard from behind, followed by the noise of birds flying in different directions. Xu Fan lazily turned around, realizing that something was about to happen. Soon the ground shook already not far from the protagonist. Then he saw a huge paw come down to the ground right next to him. It was a huge-sized beast that looked like a bear. According to the information, this monster was at the 8th stage of hardening, which allowed the guy to try out the made sword on it. With this thought, Xu Fan pointed his blade at his opponent. This sword was silent and very fast, and also acted as an excellent means of transportation. The bear didn't even try to fight back, and the blade easily slid into its body. After that, the monster's head began to stonewall. His paw, which was already near the protagonist's head, suddenly began to stop. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out of the monster's eyes. After that, the bear cried out loudly, and faintly visible needles flew towards Hui Fan. These small objects, 36 in number, which were elusive to the eye, struck the target with a cold light. The boy grinned and hoped that no one else would distract him from building the ship. Half a day of laborious work passed, and the protagonist finally got his ship. He quoted one of the verses admiringly that if heaven had not given him life, mankind would be living in darkness. Suddenly, the stone that had been lying calmly in his pocket before began to vibrate. This only spoke to the fact that Wang Yuelong was in some kind of trouble. The protagonist confidently jumped aboard his ship and shouted to it to fly forward. The vessel then sped away at high speed. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Wang Yuelong and Mujun Changchang were fleeing. A whole swarm of huge wasps rushed right behind them. At some point, the guy grabbed the girl, who was starting to fall behind. The monsters were getting bigger by the minute, and the pace of their movement didn't slow down. Chiang Chiang asked her boyfriend if he was confident that Xue Fan would be able to save them in time. She explained that in a critical situation, she would be able to use the secret technique of igniting her own spirit and blood, in which case they would be able to break away. Suddenly, the adventurers sensed that the monsters were about to launch some sort of attack. The ground beneath the people's feet began to shake, and then Wang Yuelong decided that it was no longer possible to procrastinate. The very next instant, it rushed forward with renewed speed, and huge stingers began to fall on them from behind. But the guy successfully maneuvered, and they managed to evade the attack. At that time, he also offered to wait a little longer, as his faith in Brother Shu was unshakable. With this thought, Wang Yuelong swallowed another acceleration pill. It was not for nothing that his friend had taught him the technique of fleeing the battlefield. However, this ability consumed a lot of spiritual energy. All of this was being watched closely by the protagonist from above. At that time, Chiang Chiang clarified that acceleration pills were not the answer and asked to be allowed to turn to spirit and blood burning. Looking at these idiots with the eagle eye technique, Xu Fan thought that these two must have brain thrombosis by now. After all, otherwise, there was no way he could explain why they had gone to the deadly bees, whose habitats even the golden elixir stage wars would have avoided. At that moment, the lovers felt a spiritual energy coming from the sky. When they saw the flash, they realized that Brother Zhu had come to their rescue after all. But at the same second, a wasp sting flew past Wang Yulong. Looking around, the travelers found that they were completely surrounded by a swarm of monsters. At the same time, the monster spotted the flying ship underneath and also headed towards it. Seeing this, Wang Yulong apologized to Brother Shui for having to involve him in this. Suddenly, a terrifying scream came from the ship. Zhu Fan used an ability called Annihilating Soundwave to deal massive damage to a huge area. From the power of this skill, the monsters began to be blown away. All the creatures practically died of fright in the first second. The rescued looked up and saw a huge swarm of monsters falling to the ground. A little while passed, and a hook that descended from the ship hooked Wang Yulong by the scruff of the neck. From fright, the guy screamed, and soon he lost consciousness together with his girlfriend. A few seconds later, Shu Fan was already sitting on the lakeside and roasting his prey. He didn't think that using this technique would wear out his body so much. It felt like it would take several days to recover spiritual energy. The protagonist couldn't imagine the losses he would incur because of such nonsense. Zhu Fan came to the conclusion that spells that required spiritual energy would have to be abandoned for the time being. However, skills that utilized mental power were still available. Around this moment, Wang Yulong gradually began to come to his senses. The boy shouted out in fright that he had really gone to the underworld after all. Shu Fang replied that he had set up his friend because of his stupidity, and he would have to go through all the circles of hell. However, this would not happen today. After waking up, Wang Yulong tearfully realized that he was still alive and Brother Shu had saved him again. After that, the guy rushed to his lover and started breaking her, trying to bring her to her senses. The protagonist tossed a bottle of mixture to his friend, saying it was something to drink. Fang explained that after the concussion and the sound wave, their brain function was impaired. Although it was actually a first-rate sedative elixir, each vial was worth 600 spirit stones. Wang Yulong pounced on his friend who had once again saved his life with tears and gratitude. In response, the protagonist shouted angrily that the boy would pay for everything. He added that the life-saving service was worth 20,000 spirit stones, and the vial of elixir was worth 2,000. Wang Yulong quietly replied that he would have to be a debtor for now, but later, once he got rich, he could give 1,000,000 at once. At that moment, the guy was pinched really hard from behind. He screamed and jumped up in pain. At this moment, Qiang woke up and asked the guy if he felt anything. The lovers immediately rushed to each other and began to cry. This time, the girl turned to their savior and thanked him heartily for what he had done. Taking a bite of the cooked meat, Zhu Fan asked which one of them had the idea to climb into the dwelling of the dangerous bees. Wang Yuelong admitted that the original plan was flawless. But at some point, things went wrong and the monsters discovered them. He then tried to use the battlefield escape technique, but he overestimated his capabilities. Xu Fan irritably asked why they were going there. The guy explained that it was all about the honey from these bees, which had unique healing properties up to and including life extension. Wang Yulong explained that Qiangqiang's mom had once participated in the war, where I acquired a chronic disease. Deliver the honey, he hoped he could help his girlfriend's mom cure the ailment and finally ask for Qiangqiang's hand in marriage. Zhu Fan immediately realized that it was most likely a matter of ransom. He asked his friend if his image from a potential A-rank fighter wasn't enough in his mother-in-law's eyes for a wedding. Wang Yuelong explained that he was already so satisfied that the ransom amount was reduced from 2,000,000 spirit stones to 1,000,000. The protagonist grinned and jokingly called his friend's mother-in-law a saintly woman, since it would only take 10 years to save up for such a thing. Wang Yulong agreed and explained that he wanted to make such a gift so that Mrs. Mumuyun would drop another 500,000. Zhu Fan looked at the enthusiastic guy and remembered how in his past life he had also been extorted a large ransom from him. With this thought, the protagonist threw a piece of meat to his friend. He asked if the boys had managed to get honey. Wang Yulong replied that they had only managed to get half of what they had planned. However, he hoped that even that amount would be enough. The protagonist, meanwhile, stared at the jar of liquid. This honey must be worth a lot of money if it was so hard to get. Besides, forging had nearly bankrupted him lately. He asked his friends how much the substance cost. Qiang replied that in big cities, they give about 2,000 spirit stones per liter for it. Hearing this, Zhu Fan started begging for details from his acquaintances about the place where they had gotten it. The guy decided he wouldn't be stopped by some insects when there was such a great opportunity to make good money. A short while later, Zhu Fan was already riding a deer and galloping through the flower fields towards the bamboo grove of deadly bees. At some point, the animal stopped and the field ended. Ahead began the territory of bees. Putting his fingers on the deer's head, he ordered her to hide somewhere far away. The animal galloped away, and the protagonist rushed into the thicket. 3 days had passed. At the border of a bamboo grove and a flower field, the main character's butt shone in the sun. After finding a large number of opponents, he would diligently bend over in front of them and imitate the flight of a bee by waving his arms. The monsters didn't realize what was going on for a while and stared at the strange movements in bewilderment. However, after hours of convincing them that it was merely their not-yet-faced brother, the bees mistook the strange creature for one of their own. A large number of creatures were flocking to the place where the unknown man had appeared. Everyone wanted to see the protagonist, who was walking confidently into the grove. A while later, he finally found the place he had been looking for so long. In front of the guy were huge mountains of honey that were supposed to enrich him. Zhu Fan calculated that 100 liters would bring him 200,000 spirit stones. In that case, selling even 10,000 liters could bring him eternal financial independence. At the same second, a bee-mate appeared in front of the protagonist, which due to its stable psyche did not succumb to the enchantment technique. Realizing that this monster would not be easy to deal with, he decided to use the skill consciousness paralysis. However, the blue ball he released hit the protective barrier. At the same moment, the system notified the disciple that the bees and their honey were the property of the Heavenly Throne sect. So those who reached here were allowed to take the honey as a reward, but in quantities not exceeding 1,000 liters. Zhu Fan thought frustratedly that all of his plans to instantly enrich himself had been dashed. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Islands of the Heavenly Throne sect, the situation in the portal was being closely monitored. One of the elders who saw this situation was surprised that a disciple at the key tempering stage was able to trick the Death Bee stage and almost paralyze the uterus. Surely this fellow was worth more attention. Zhu Fan was gaining one jar of honey after another as a voice from above suddenly asked him to stop. He glanced around and looked at the light coming from the sky, thinking that this guy was just a cheapskate. The protagonist loaded large 100-meter cans onto a sword and sent them to the ship. When he returned to his ship after the loot, he estimated that he had only managed to collect 500 liters. But even that would be enough for a new cauldron, better forging tools, and more spellboards. But before he knew it, a familiar bright violet ray swept directly over his head toward the grove. Zhu Fan grinned, realizing that Ye Xiaoyao had already somehow found out about the gold mine and had found a way around the danger. He only wondered how much honey this guy would be allowed to take with him. At the same time in the Heavenly Islands, the elder who was watching the portals was furious. He didn't believe that now every brat at the key tempering stage could reach the honey. Ye Xiaoyao prepared a jug and began to pour honey into it. The guy was pleasantly surprised that even at the key tempering stage, he could move quite a bit faster. After that, Ye Xiaoyao calculated that if he collected 10,000 liters, he could ask his mentor to find a sage at the awakening stage who could determine what was happening to him. Suddenly, a bright light poured down from the sky onto the mountain of honey. When the bright flash passed, the boy found that all the loot was simply gone. He looked around, not realizing what had happened. Ye Xiaoyao then saw a protective dome over the place, on which it was written that the Deadly Bee Bamboo Grove was closed to the public for the next 150 years. The guy annoyed at the sigh and called these elders cheapskates. Suddenly, a threatening voice asked if the brat wanted to conflict with them. Ye Xiaoyao remained silent, and the old man said that if he were him, he would be satisfied with what he had. At the same time, the protagonist arranged a kind of cruise on a flying ship. Almost until the portal closed, he traveled the dimension, finding new mountains, streams, and deserts. On the last day of the journey, the system notified that Zhu Fan had reached the Grand Master's manor. From the name, it was clear that a man who artificially mastered alchemy once lived here. However, the protagonist was still furious as well. This time, he was looking for the forging master's manor and came across the exact opposite. Nevertheless, there was only an hour left before the portal was closed. The situation was like the old saying, "I tried to plant flowers, but they didn't bloom." In the meantime, I stuck a willow branch in the ground, and it grew into a shady tree. After failing to stumble upon the legacy of the forging masters, Zhu Fan still looked inside the building. Inside was a library with a bunch of valuable spells. Overall, this sortie could be called a success. At least now, he had something to occupy himself during the long evenings. Among the finds was also an all-purpose bag. Now you didn't have to save up to buy a storage ring. The spells Killing Moon and Perfect Intelligence also received special attention. Suddenly, a loud voice spoke out that a month had passed and the portal was closing. Immediately after saying those words, Zuifan found himself high in the air. He looked down and saw directly below him the vast abyss into which he was now about to fall. However, the timely application of body lightning techniques helped to avoid an unfortunate fall. As he was going downstairs, Shufan saw Wang Yuelong and Mujun Qiangqiang flying on a bird. His friend waved at him and said that he could treat him to something at the inn. The boy felt that he owed a debt of gratitude to his savior. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately grabbed one of the tablets he had found and silently read it. It was a digestive spell that would speed up the digestion of food, allowing the nutrients and spiritual energy it contained to be better absorbed and strengthen the body and spirit. After that, he turned to his friend and said that in that case, he was ready for something to eat. In reality, Zhu Fang's plan was to eat as much food as possible, which Wang Yuelong had promised to pay for. A few days passed after the portal was closed. By then, the honey of the deadly bees had already been sold at a good price. The medicinal ingredients would be enough to make several cauldrons of first-class pills. After that, the protagonist planned to get some auxiliary raw materials from Pangfu to try forging something serious. Making a paper crane with a list of things he needed, Zhu Fan threw it into the air, and the message flew instead of the Alliance's location. A short while later, Pangfu sent a messenger bird with 10 full bags of ingredients. In response, the protagonist sent a payment of 300,000 spirit stones. Holding the invoice in his hands, he still couldn't believe that he could find such an amount to pay. After that, Xu Fan took a large piece of crushed copper and examined it. It looked like it was a very high-grade ore. Now the guy was ready to go into a long recluse and do forging until he was blue in the face. A full 3 years had passed since that day. Xu Fan once again rented a room in the blacksmithing halls. However, this time he also failed. He had thought that, given his talents, he would be able to forge anything he wanted with his eyes closed in 3 years. But it turned out that forging was a very complicated science. During his experiments, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the runes of energy control and spirit amplification were rejecting each other. However, he could not find the reason for this. After another explosion, Zuifan's head hit the ground, and a brilliant thought came to him. As he jumped to his feet, he thought that perhaps he needed an intermediary rune to succeed. After that, Zhu Fan almost immediately made another attempt. This time there was an explosion again, however, now it looked very different. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist suddenly saw a solid glowing sword. He immediately decided to name the new weapon Thousand Man. Although the guy realized that he had only spent 6 attempts, it was also quite a lot. In these 3 years, he had spent a large amount of spirit stones and materials. After that, Zhu Fan decided to read the latest information from Pangfu. Among the interesting things was that the flying ship had been damaged by the collision with the giant sea beast. The guy hoped that he would be allowed to repair the aircraft. But what drew the main character's attention even more was that Ye Xiaoyao killed the sect traitor at the Golden Erection stage, even though he himself was only at the Foundation stage. Not long ago, this type had degenerated, and now he was killing much stronger people. However, the protagonist was not discouraged this time. He himself had evolved to the 8th stage of ki tempering. Much of this growth was due to the digestive spell. In addition, Xu Weifan had internalized all the ancient recipes from the great alchemist's manor. The protagonist assumed that he himself could destroy the enemy at the Golden Elixir stage when he broke through to the Foundation stage. The Summon Beast spell he found has become one of his favorites. It can summon the spirit of a water dragon, which has combat power at the level of the Foundation stage. In addition, if you find to make a suitable vessel for the spirit of this monster, you can bring its combat power to its peak. In this case, you can fight back enemies a couple of stages higher. With these thoughts, Zui Fan was already at his home. Relaxing, he sat down on the chaise lounge, realizing that he would now be able to rest properly. But before the protagonist could think about it, Wang Yuelong and Mujun Qiangqiang immediately appeared in front of him. Realizing that he couldn't get away from this sweet couple, Zuifan asked why they were so happy. He wondered if Yulong's mother-in-law had finally given in to his pressure. Pressing his lips together, the boy muttered that he did. He then embarrassingly held out the invitation to his friend, shouting that on the 15th of next month, the most momentous event of their lives would take place, and Brother Shu had no right to miss it. After that, Yulong and Qianqiang quickly set the table, arranging many different dishes. They asked if the main character liked the food. Shuifan replied that it was delicious. He looked around at the couple in love and wondered. Even though the two of them looked very cute, the guy didn't feel envious. He was destined to live until he became a great sage. Besides, there was hardly a woman in this world worthy of his attention. After that, the protagonist, having nibbled the last chicken leg, threw the bone on the plate and got up from his seat. He turned around and beckoned the guests to follow him. The boys looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Walking into the next room, Yulong and Qianqiang were at a loss for words at what they saw. It was a huge annex filled with high-quality weapons. Yulong now understood why Brother Shu hadn't shown them this place before. Qianqiang admiringly called Fong the most talented disciple of the sect. The guy grinned and said he didn't have a wedding gift for the newlyweds, so they could each pick one of any item. Seeing that the lovers had already started to examine the strange items, Su Fan asked them not to touch the warhead and grenade launcher. After all, they weren't working anyway. After a while, two weapons caught Qianqian's eye. They were swords of insight. The pink blade was responsible for illusions and enchanting the enemy, while the white blade was responsible for speed and armor penetration. In turn, Yulong liked the thousand-man sword. This sword can split into pieces and take arbitrary shapes during battle, which greatly reduces the effectiveness of the opponent's defense. Shu Fan kept his word. So soon the loving couple was contentedly going to their home with their new weapons. Being very sad at heart, the guy waved them off with a smile. He had spent a huge amount of effort and raw materials to craft these blades. However, Zuifan decided that since he had accustomed these people to his tutelage, he would have to bear the burden steadfastly. On the 15th of next month, the wedding was to take place. It was the first time the protagonist had traveled far outside the sect in 3 years, so he had to be prepared. A month later, a group of people saw a strange man near the city gates. Under the weight of the weight being carried, this guy was barely able to stay on his feet. It was Shu Fan, who was carrying a huge bag of belongings. The wedding was to be held in a city called Dayton. It was 6,000 kilometers in a straight line from the capital of their sect. However, this news didn't matter to Shufang because he had his own personal ship. With the vessel directly in front of him, the protagonist felt a painfully familiar aura behind him. Zhu Fan turned around, hoping that he had imagined it. However, his fears were then confirmed. It was indeed Ye Xiao Yao. It was strange that this type of person had so unexpectedly appeared here at this very moment. The guy could only hope that his acquaintance would have a completely different direction of travel. Ye Xiao Yao saw his friend and greeted him with a smile, reminding him that they hadn't seen each other in 3 years. The guy explained that today's meeting once again proved that their destinies were connected. Forcing out a feigned smile, Suifan greeted the acquaintance, saying that he had heard that Ye Xiao Yao was now so a true hero was respected. The interlocutor then asked the protagonist if it was really his ship. Fan explained that it was indeed. Ye Xiao Yao started looking at the deck with interest. He then asked why this aero pressure was made. Fan explained that it made the ship faster. The protagonist asked his acquaintance not to waste his time on him, as they are both busy people. However, Ye Xiao Yao suddenly said that he was going to a friend's wedding. After that, he asked his friend where he was going. Realizing that things were much worse than he thought, Fan asked if this friend's name was Wang Yuelong. Hearing this, Ye Xiao Yao laughed and replied that he was exactly what he meant. The guy was glad that they could have a great conversation all the way to the wedding venue. However, Ye Xiao Yao then suggested to Brother Shu to fly together on his ship because it would be much faster. Fang didn't say anything back because it was humiliating. However, the travelers boarded a faster ship. The speed of the ship almost sent the protagonist overboard. Seeing this, Ye Xiao Yao slowed down the aircraft and apologized to his friend, for he had forgotten that he was only at the key tempering stage. When lunchtime approached, Fang stared in surprise at the table littered with food. The guy asked his interlocutor not to get any more food, but he insisted on eating more. The protagonist thought that this type of demonstrative friendliness was getting out of hand. Suddenly, the travelers sensed something amiss approaching the ship. Ye Xiaoyao immediately snatched one of his blades and rushed towards the bow of the ship, shouting that he would only leave Brother Shu for a few moments as he needed to get rid of a couple of bastards. Immediately afterward, the guy pulled out all his 5 swords and readied them for battle. Looking at the fire burning brightly ahead, he wondered if these idiots had completely lost their fear. The travelers had no sooner flown away from the Heavenly Throne sect than they were already ambushed. The hero was greatly surprised that this guy had 5 swords of different elements. It was already like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Meanwhile, right in front of the ship, there were 5 people sitting on a huge dark cloud. Looking at them, Zuefan thought that he had originally assumed that this would not be an easy walk. Right now, the main character wanted to go back to that day more than anything else, and then he would definitely find a way to scare off that intrusive boy. At this moment, Ye Xiaoyao apologized to his friend for involving him in this. He said that he would distract those scumbags at the Golden Elixir stage to himself, and then send the ship with the protagonist to its destination. The guy assured that these people came after him, so they were unlikely to chase after Suefan. The protagonist immediately thought that if he flew alone, they might catch up and finish him off. At that very second, all 5 bandits pounced on the ship at the same time. Ye Xiaoyao raised his hand and prepared his blades for battle. The guy had already killed one scumbag at the Golden Elixir stage not too long ago, so he was confident that he would succeed now as well. With that thought, he created a huge rune in the sky, which immediately began to emit a bright light. The bandits asked the poor guy if he had decided to scare them with this cheap trick, but in the next second, Ye Xiaoyao faintly waved his hand, and his ship rushed away from this place with tremendous speed. The leader of the raiders ordered a subordinate named Lei Shi to catch up to this puppy at the key tempering stage, finish him off quickly, and return. He tried to stop the fleeing scum by shouting that he couldn't escape a fair fight. But at the same moment, a ringing blow rang out from the blade of one of his swords. The remaining opponents told the brat not to even hope to try to save his buddy in any way. Ye Xiaoyao realized that the situation had now become completely stalemate. However, the guy tried to calm himself down. He had to keep his emotions in check and concentrate on the course of the fight, leaving aside his worries about his friend's fate. That's what his coach had taught him in his time. After that, Ye Xiaoyao gave his opponents a serious look and said that none of them would leave here alive today. Meanwhile, the protagonist, sitting aboard the ship, was contentedly sniffing aroma sticks and praying that the heavens would give him another chance to never leave the sect's territory again. But at this moment, there was a bright red flash from behind, and Shu Fan realized that his prayers would not be answered. Seeing his opponent, Lei Shi grinned and realized that today's walk promised to be easy. The protagonist prepared a summoning spell, realizing that this fight would cost him dearly. The dragon soul suddenly burst out of the ship and caught the attacker off guard. In the next few seconds, the monster took on a physical shell. Lei Shi made no secret of the fact that he didn't expect such a thing from a disciple at the key tempering stage. In response, the protagonist suggested that they should not fight and disperse peacefully. He really didn't want to get into a fight, since the guy had once spent 5,000 spirit stones to extract energy from them. This dragon should have been enough for 15 minutes of fighting. However, Lei Shi confidently shouted out that he would not accept such an offer this time. After that, the worm that was wrapped around his body rushed towards Xuefang. However, the dragon intercepted the monster with its paw and crushed its head. The creature's carcass fell to the side of the ship. In turn, the dragon's spiritual energy level increased dramatically, increasing its rank to the equivalent of the Golden Elixir stage. Looking at the boy's frantic face, the attacker didn't understand how such a weakling managed to pump the summoned creature with so much energy. Meanwhile, the protagonist ordered his minion to kill the man. The dragon pounced on Lei Shi. Meanwhile, Shu Fan rushed away from the place, shouting that he would make 10 more of them when he returned home. Taking advantage of its superior power, the monster effortlessly tore apart the human body. Being practically crushed by the dragon, Lei Shi shouted that these cheap tricks wouldn't help slip out of the hands of the Golden Elixir stage warrior. With those words, he threw the bug towards Shu Fan. Noticing this, the protagonist created several barriers that were meant to merge together and stop the creature. However, the bug was so fast that it effortlessly flew through the defenses and slammed into the guy's head. The system immediately alerted to the onset of the neuroparalytic effect and mental damage. Shu Fan staggered and fell overboard as he approached the edge of the ship. Before he lost consciousness, the guy thought that now he was finished. Some time has passed since the situation occurred. Somewhere in the mountains in one of the old huts, two children were staring in amazement at a stranger. The girl asked her brother if the time would soon come when they could eat meat every day. The boy wiped the head of the lying unconscious protagonist with a napkin and said that it would be right after this immortal celestial woke up. He reminded his sister that Changshan's grandfather had told them to bring out this demigod. In that case, if they didn't become celestials themselves, they would at least live a life of wealth and honor, and rich people eat meat every day. However, the child noted that judging by the man's condition, they were a long way from a sumptuous meal. At this point, Zufan had already scouted the surroundings through his unconscious perception. He was glad that he had been found and rescued, because there was a very good chance that his body could have fallen somewhere in the snowy mountains and frozen to death. All this was also preceded by an incredible battle with a soul-eating worm, which took place half a month in astral space. At first, the monster was winning, taking advantage of the protagonist's weakness and gnawing into his body piece by piece. But it was only recently that Shufang managed to win this long battle and finally came to his senses. The children were about to leave the shack when suddenly an unknown voice called out to them from behind. The main character smiled and said that the guys wouldn't get much of a tip for the massage. At that moment, the little boy remembered his grandfather's instruction that after the man from heaven woke up, they should immediately start beating their foreheads against the ground until that celestial agreed to accept them as his disciples. Only then could their lives be considered settled. The children immediately fell to the ground and asked the unknown man to accept them as his disciples. Shufang was completely surprised, as he had never heard such talk before. The protagonist realized that he would have to create a mysterious atmosphere so that he would definitely be believed. He pulled the children's hands off the ground and asked them to stand up. Zufan then assessed their abilities. The girl had 3 spiritual life roots, while the boy had 4. By the standards of this world, they would be cannon fodder at best. However, these kids are remarkably decent, as nothing was missing from the main character's Omni bag. After that, the guy asked why the kids wanted to become his students. Those simultaneously replied that they wanted to eat meat every day. Such a straightforward answer struck Zufan to the core. It was very cute and further validated the honesty of these kids. Zufan said that he liked this answer, and added that there was something else left to figure out. Guy lifted the children up and used a spell to make them both fall asleep. Then he put the boys to bed. Before the final verdict, he had to check their fates. Only after that could the protagonist decide whether to become a mentor or not. In case their abilities were not enough, the guy was ready to provide these children with a trouble-free life. After that, Zufan sat back down comfortably and examined his hands. It was time to assess his own condition. Although he had finally managed to get rid of the soul-eating worm, but the monster had managed to cause serious damage. Now it would take at least 6 months for the protagonist to recover. Clenching his fist, he decided to make a promise to himself. Putting his foot on his leg, Shufan decided not to leave the sex territory for the next 10 years. But what was more important was to stay as far away from this Ye Xiao Yao as possible from now on. With this thought, Zufan took out a mug and a teapot from the bag. He poured himself some tea and decided that he would need to make more battle dolls when he returned. It was still the most effective way of defense for him. Suddenly, the door to the hut opened, and the same old man named Changshan appeared on the doorstep. His body trembling, he looked at the awakened celestial. Without a moment's thought, the man knelt down and prostrated himself before the demigod. But the protagonist used the same technique to pull the old man's hands off the ground and set the man on his feet. Zufan clarified that there was no need to fall on one's knees in front of him, as it was up to the guy himself to thank his saviors. Then he asked the old man what he wanted most of all. Changshan replied that he had no son or daughter, so he wanted him and his wife to live to a ripe old age without sickness or sorrow. The boy thought it was a very practical but complicated wish. At least part of this request he could fulfill. Shufan held out a vial of liquid to the old man. He explained that there were 10 longevity pills, which should be taken 1 every 2 years. He also promised to take both of his children into the sect and take care of them. Changshan looked at the boy and girl lying on the bed in surprise and asked what had happened to them. The protagonist replied that he had sedated them himself to test the potential for possible acceptance as a disciple of the sect. Realizing that he'd better stay out of the way now, the old man bowed again and left the shack. Zufan thoughtfully looked down and sighed heavily. Sometime later, he decided to finally find out the results of the test. Two balloons with information about the children appeared in his hands. The boy will live a long life and die at a very old age in the circle of his loved ones. He will live through a lot of things, but not his soul will remain unchanged. The girl, on the other hand, was much more interesting. She could reach serious heights in cultivation because she had good data for it. Afterward, the main character petted the children, saying that once they woke up, their lives would no longer be the same. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong was sitting in the Heavenly Throne Sect's territory near the gate leading to his friend's courtyard. The boy with shaky hands thought about his missing brother Shu. He was annoyed that something had happened to his friend the one time he had left the sect's territory to attend their wedding. Qiang Qiang served a plate of food to her newly married husband and asked him not to worry so much, for they both knew that Shu Fan was so strong that he could move mountains. The girl assumed that the protagonist was now somewhere healing his wounds and would be back here soon. Wang Yulong asked not to be consoled, for he was entirely to blame for his friend putting himself in such danger. The guy told his wife that he would wait for Shu Fang until he returned. Wang Yulong explained that he had prepared a special envelope for his friend to hand to him personally. The girl glanced understandingly at her inconsolable husband, but there was nothing she could do about it. She made herself comfortable next to him and said she would wait with him in that case. Meanwhile, the protagonist went to see the representative of the Heavenly Throne Sect. He said that these children met the standards of their organization and gave them a special identity card, recognizing them as Shu Fang's disciples. After that, the travelers boarded a ship and traveled to the sect's territory. The boy excitedly asked his mentor if it was really very difficult to become like him. The protagonist smiled and explained that if the disciples listened to him carefully, their path to cultivation would be much easier than his. At the same time, he really liked this boy, as his naive questions coupled with his caring and responsible nature only added to his cuteness. Meanwhile, the girl was restlessly running around the side of the ship looking for food. The boy asked excitedly if this meant that he and his sister would be able to eat meat every day. Shu Fanya laughed very loudly and said that in their sect, one could eat meat at least 3 times a day. Suddenly, Wang Yuelong, who was sitting on the ground, saw a flash in the sky, characteristic of his friend's ship. He excitedly jumped to his feet and saw brother Shu, who after many days had finally returned. Wang Yuelong immediately ran up to his landed buddy and started saying that he had already thought of the worst outcome. Shu Fan said that he was fine and added that the worst thing that happened to him was missing his friend's wedding. The boy said that it was nothing because the most important thing was that the main character was alive. At the same time, his attention was drawn to the children standing nearby. Wang Yuelong then pointed his finger at the frightened guys and asked who they were. Hearing no answer, he was startled that a friend had managed to give birth to 2 children at once in 2 weeks, which had already grown so much. Qiang Qiang looked at her husband like an idiot and said that it definitely couldn't be. Zhu Fan scratched the back of his head and said that these were his disciples. Then he wanted to introduce the children to his friend, but only now he realized that he didn't even know their names. Turning around, the guy awkwardly asked his charges for their names, but the boy suddenly said they had no name yet. That's because, according to the ancient tradition of their village, a name is only given when a child finds a spirit plant. The protagonist wondered about this oddity. However, he quickly found a solution. The guy explained that from now on, the children would carry his surname. Pointing his finger at the boy, he said that he would be called Shu Gang. In turn, the girl the protagonist decided to name Shu Yuexian. Both children fell to the ground and thanked their mentor for giving them their names. After that, Zhu Fan decided that the disciples needed to change their clothes, as it was better for them to not walk around in wrappings here. The main character formed 2 small pink spheres in the air. These objects suddenly rushed towards the surprised students. Immediately, energy began to pour out of each ball. Not a second later, both students immediately changed into their new uniforms. Mujun Qiang looked at the previously unseen magic in surprise and asked what kind of spell it was. Shu Fan explained that he created this skill when he was bored and called it a closet ball. Inside, fabrics are stored, allowing you to change your outfit in an instant. Qiang Qiang was very interested in this invention and asked Brother Shu to sell her one for spirit stones. However, the protagonist said that he could give the orb to his friend's wife for nothing. Having obtained an interesting object at her disposal, the girl immediately experimented, creating a new, beautiful dress. Zhu Fan immediately cried out in panic and asked her to create something else. Seconds later, Qian Qian was wearing another dress. However, it too turned out to be not very decent. The next few attempts looked a little more decent, But Zhu Fan still couldn't separate himself from the intrusive thoughts. At one point, he clutched his eyes hard and shouted that he couldn't look at it anymore. The girl asked why they didn't like the options presented. Zhu Fan explained that he didn't understand anything about women's fashion, so she'd better experiment with the balloon at home. In an attempt to create a better atmosphere, Wang Yuelong said that they should celebrate the return of the main character and his acceptance of the first disciples. Xu Fan leaned over to the children and said that they would now go eat something meaty. The satisfied disciples headed inside the courtyard. At the same time, Wang Yuelong reached into his pocket. He took out a red envelope and held it out to his friend. Zhu Fan asked in bewilderment what it was. However, Yulong only replied cryptically that the guy knew what it was for. Not knowing what to expect, the protagonist nodded in response and took the mysterious gift. A few days later, blacksmithing halls. As Zhu Fan stretched, he realized how troublesome it was to be as talented as he was. He had barely recovered from the attack, and he was already receiving orders from Brother Wang Fu. But anyway, the guy now has enough money to create a whole army of fighting dolls. At this moment, an old man who approached him from behind asked the boy how he wasn't ashamed to waste his time on commercial orders in such a difficult period when the sect needed every blacksmith. Seeing him, Zhu Fan was afraid that some powerful old gaffer was now angry at him. Was he going to have to live on his mountain from now on without a trace? Meanwhile, looking at the boy, the old man remembered how not long ago, the sect leader had ordered him to find at least one blacksmith skilled in engraving runes. The man certainly didn't expect that, wandering down the street with his head down, he would come across such a treasure. His mission accomplished. After bowing before the honorable man, Zhu Fan told him that he had been attacked outside the sect 2 weeks ago and was on the verge of life and death. The guy had only returned a couple days ago and had to fulfill some urgent orders to avoid setting his brothers up. Apologizing to the old man once more, he promised to familiarize himself with the sect's assignments tomorrow. After listening to the boy, the old gaffer confessed that he had wronged him in vain. Then he asked Fang what he had forged today. Holding out a case of weapons he had forged to the elderly blacksmith, Fang showed his work to his mentor. What the elderly man saw shocked him. This guy is good at basic runes, and his engraving is quite original. The tempering, smelting, and molding are also on par. Considering that he used an external source of spiritual fire, the result is very good. However, there couldn't have been any other result. Xu Fan has a rich imagination because he used to love playing sandbox games. Realizing that this boy could in the future become one of the greatest masters of forging, the old blacksmith decided to take him under his command. He asked the boy how many runes he possessed, to which Fang replied that he already had 206. Snapping his fingers, the old man asked the boy to forget about the sect's assignments for the time being. Now they will travel together to where the sect's best blacksmiths are currently fixing the main ship. When they got into the carriage that suddenly appeared, the old blacksmith asked the boy if he had ever been to the inner sector. Fang replied that he had never visited this place. Well, in that case, he should get ready to see something unusual. Only when he was at the entrance of the inner sector did Fan begin to look around admiringly from side to side. But what he saw next was beyond any explanation. Damn it! What did that old geezer do to the gods that they sent those monsters after him? Being in his party is even more dangerous than being around the protagonist. Seeing 2 huge horned serpents, the dumbfounded Fan asked the master what kind of creatures these were. Laughing, the old man asked the guy not to be afraid. These are just water dragons at the spirit fusion stage. They stand guard over the sect. The sect head himself caught them in the vast sea. They've gathered here now just to look at a potential client. And when Xu Fan asked what kind of customer we were talking about, the old geezer moved closer and, blushing, whispered that for just 10,000 spirit stones, the boy would be able to do something. Embarrassed, the boy looked at the elderly man and wondered what he could do for 10,000. You can ride them! The elderly blacksmith said excitedly. Dude, riding dragons is not like going to a prostitute. Why did you have to whisper it? Fan smiled awkwardly and explained to the master that he wasn't rich enough to spend that much money on entertainment. Besides, in just a few thousand years, he would also have such pet monsters to guard his house. Sighing, the old man remarked that the boy was missing a lot. It's just an unforgettable experience. As he stepped out of the carriage, the elderly blacksmith told the lad that he had called him to attend to the restoration of the ship's cladding and the binding of the damaged runes. The two soon arrived at the place where the flying ship was currently being repaired. The payment will directly depend on the amount of work done. 1,000 spirit stones per square meter. In addition, the master would teach Shufeng 20 new runes. Amazed at the generosity of such a generous payment, the boy asked his mentor if he could obtain runes from the categories of spatial stabilization and spiritual energy crossing. After settling all questions about payment, the old man suggested that the boy watch the work of others for a start. The blacksmith at the stage of mastering the void would come to him very soon and answer all his questions. After saying goodbye to the master, Zuifan flew over to the rest of the blacksmiths. The process looks like a simple repair job. Only the clutching part of the damaged runs is interesting, and the rest is routine physical labor. "Are you the newly arrived newcomer?" inquired the blacksmith who flew up from behind. When the senior asked the guy if he had any questions, Fong replied that the task was generally clear to him, and he was ready to get to work. Allowing the newcomer to begin, the senior blacksmith asked him to work briskly, because Shufeng's bonus depended on the speed of Shufeng's work. The guy immediately got to work. First of all, he decided to use the meltdown. With deft finger movements, Shufan began to reshape the wood and fuse the missing pieces into the ship's plating. The senior blacksmith who noticed this could not understand how the newcomer could work with such speed, especially since he was self-taught. Where did he come from? Deciding not to dwell on it, the man realized that he wouldn't be able to work relaxed from now on. Otherwise, this guy might take his place as chief blacksmith, and so it's been 2 whole months. The renovation was finally finished, and the quality of the work was very impressive. The ship seemed to sparkle in all directions. Flying over to the senior blacksmith, Xufan asked what they would do now that the ship's plating was finished. The man replied that they didn't have a job for now, after which he thought for a moment. Putting his hand behind his groove, the senior blacksmith noted that, thanks to him and Xu Fang, a job that had taken 3 months to complete was completed in 2. The lad's talent is obvious to the senior. It is possible that he will become a great master forger in the future. That's why the chief blacksmith decided to give the guy 5 rune stones that he got by chance. Now he hopes that when Xu Fan becomes a great master, he will be able to ask the boy to forge a divine weapon. Laughing awkwardly, Fan thanked his buddy, promising that he would be the first on the list. However, the guy realized that he was only 120 years away from the basics. And by the time he became a great master, this dude would be long dead. The Heavenly Throne sect was much more surprising than Shuifan could have expected. They use half of the small Chiliacosm as the inner sector. Outer disciples rarely come here, but Fan is bound to find an opportunity to explore this place. However, it was that old man who brought him here all this time. He's not going to do that after the job's done. So he's going to have to find a way to get in here. Meanwhile, somewhere far away from the Heavenly Throne sect, Wang Yuelong and Mujun Qianqiang standing back to back fighting off a horde of monsters attacking them. With a smirk, Yulong suggested that his wife exchange the merit points she received for an embryonic pill after completing this task. But the girl disagreed with him and offered to spend it on bringing her husband closer to the groundwork stage. The guy, in turn, said that buying the pill would be the best solution. At the groundwork stage, he will end up on his own as well. The best option would be to invest in a child. When he was born, he could be immediately apprenticed to Brother Zhu. In that case, their child is guaranteed to become a genius. Turning around, Yulong noticed another wave of beasts approaching. And it seems that there are some among them who are already at the groundwork stage. If there were more than 2 such beasts, Qianqiang and Yulong might be in serious danger. With the help of her bird, the girl checked the approaching horde and found that there were 3 beasts in the groundwork stage. Putting his hand behind his sinus, her husband replied that they could not retreat. The other disciples are still defending the nodal points. If these 2 don't hold the defenses at this site, the labor of hundreds of disciples will go to waste. So there was only one way out. Yulong will have to use the emergency balloon he bought from Brother Shu for $10,000. After launching this balloon into the sky, the guy tearfully said goodbye to his 10,000 spirit stones. Once in the sky, the emergency balloon began to burst into bright flames. A second later, it burst like a firework, scattering incomprehensible sparks in different directions. It looks harmless. Suddenly, it all freaking exploded, tearing all the opponents apart. Looking at all of this from behind a rock, a dumbfounded Yulong wondered why the hell Brother Shui didn't warn him about such a powerful shockwave. A huge crater formed at the spot where he had hurled the emergency balloon. Sitting down beside him, the annoyed guy realized how great it would have been if Brother Shui was also in the combat division with them. He could finish off the three beasts at the foundation stage with a single wave of his hand, and Yulong himself wouldn't have to spend 10,000 spirit stones. Qianqiang, on the other hand, asked her husband not to sigh like that. Everyone has their own aspirations. Besides, Yulong had already learned so much from Brother Shu, and his martial training wasn't even half as good. But the indignant guy asked his wife not to compare him to this unicum, and even so, his training is still excellent. Sitting beside him and admiring the explosion crater, Qianqiang suggested that the next time they met, she should ask Brother Shui to spar with him since he had such excellent training. It would be interesting to see if he could last longer than 3 seconds. Saying that she was underestimating him, and he could even last 5 seconds, Yulong noticed something strange. Some sort of green glow appeared in the explosion crater. Seeing the stone lying on the ground, Yulong immediately realized what it was. Judging from the color, smell, and density, it is an iron ore enriched with spiritual energy. With enough enriched iron, you can make armor that will allow you to fight on equal terms with the enemy at the golden elixir stage. After thinking it over, Yulong tossed his wife some sort of pouch and began to descend into the vortex. Waving his hand to the girl, the guy asked her to hold this pouch while he mined the ore. If beasts suddenly appeared during the foundation stage, Qianqiang would be able to fight them off with this item in her hand. Soon, the two of them returned to the sect and noticed that Brother Shu had suddenly decided to move for some reason. Zhu Fan explained to his friends that since he had students, he had to move to a bigger house. But of course, the guy had to hide the real reason. It's all because the big order he fulfilled for Panfu's brother actually came from that annoying protagonist. If that dude wants to work without a middleman next time, he'll show up at Fang's house. So he doesn't want that. After telling the reason for his move, Su Fan decided to show his friends his newest creation, the God Armor. The only way he had been able to perfect it was with the enriched iron ore that Yulong and Qianqiang had mined. Seeing this magnificent armor, Yulong remarked that it was exactly his style. Fang told him that from now on, he could go on dangerous missions in this fine outfit. Zhu Fan could personally guarantee that no creature below the golden elixir stages would defeat the owner of the God Armor. Running up to the admiring Yulong, the cultivator motioned for him to put this item on and assess what characteristics it possessed. As soon as Fang snapped his fingers, the armor was immediately placed on his friend's body. Convenience, reliability, all in one bottle. This armor also looks awesome. This style really does suit Yulong very much. This armor consists of 16 separate elements. Together, they can increase the wearer's spiritual power by 2 to 3 times and provide protection from physical and mental attacks. It can also be switched to attack mode at a moment's notice. Switching to attack mode, Yulong felt a tremendous amount of power in his hand. "Fire on the Hulk! Ugh, no, fire on the beasts!" shouted Shu Fan, whereupon his friend tested his new weapon on the rice crops. The incredible power of his new weapon greatly delighted Yulong. In addition to its tremendous destructive power, this armor has awesome speed. When he took off his helmet, he noticed that Brother Shu had managed to create a miracle of blacksmithing. Thanks to this armor, even a beast at the peak of the foundations would not be afraid of Yulong. The decision to bring the enriched ore to Shu Fan rather than to the market was the right one. Originally, Yulong had thought that his friend would owe him for such valuable raw materials. But now it was he who had become debtor. Determined not to miss such a chance, Fan told his friends that he had a request for them as well. Due to the fact that the guy has shown himself perfectly during the repair of the main ship of the sect, he was given the opportunity to go on an expedition. As everyone knows, such expeditions can last for months. And so the cultivator decided to ask his friends to look after the house and his students. Of course, Yulong and his wife agreed to help the guy. After all, Fan helps them so much, and so they will be only too happy to oblige him. Then, sitting down in a dramatic pose, the two of them remarked how much their old brother Shu had changed since he was already being called to all sorts of expeditions. Zhu Fan, on the other hand, agreed that this was indeed a unique opportunity, except that he had a bad feeling about it. Yeah, the guy can only hope his bad feeling is false and this dude isn't on the ship. A month later, it was time to set off on the expedition. Approaching the checkpoint, Zhu Fan showed the guards his boarding token. Putting the token back to his groove, the boy walked through the gate and saw the flying craft. The ship he had recently repaired with the other blacksmiths looked even more beautiful than the last time they had met. Looking at this magnificent structure, Shu Fan promised himself to build a similarly gigantic ship one day. Soon, boarding began and people began to take turns getting on board. "Brother Shui, where did you disappear to? You moved and didn't even report!" Xiao Yao's joyful voice suddenly sounded. Realizing that this meeting would not end well, Fan hopelessly turned around to the protagonist and greeted him. The guy remarked that he should probably already call Xiao Yao honorable brother since he had already reached the golden elixir stage. But as Shu Fan came closer to Shu Feng, the protagonist placed a hand on his shoulder. "What kind of honorable brother? You and I are longtime brothers, almost relatives," Xiao Yao said modestly, making Shu Feng even more eager to get off the ship. Xiao Yao approached the guard and asked for a more decent cabin for his friend. The man with the spear said that the cabin to the left of the protagonist was not yet occupied. Deciding that Fan would now live there, Xiao Yao suggested that Brother Shu give Brother Shu a tour of the ship first. Toward evening, the supplies would be loaded on board. Then they would have dinner and a couple of drinks together. In the evening in the dining room, Shu Fan sits at the table and stares hopelessly at the food. "Bailiff, the guy decided to pretend he was going to the bathroom. That way he can get the hell out of here." But after walking over to him, Xiao Yao put the unfortunate boy back down. Recently, Master had tasked Ye Xiao Yao to make sure to find a way to fraternize with Shu Fan. He was sure that it would do him a lot of good. Therefore, determined not to miss the chance to get closer to Brother Shu, the protagonist offered him to taste these top-quality spiritual food dishes that even the sect leader himself praises. Looking hopelessly at the food on the table, Shu Fan noted that it appeared that this order had cost his friend quite a few spirit stones. However, Xiao Yao clarified that this order didn't cost him anything at all. For the crew members, the meals were free of charge. Looking at the guy's ring with interest, Fan asked Brother Ye how he dealt with his strange ailment. Rejoicing that his friend still remembered it, Xiao Yao revealed that when he returned from the portal, his ailment had simply disappeared. The lad immediately discovered that he was once again at the foundation stage. Taking a glass in his hand, the protagonist invited Brother Shu to try to guess what he did first thing after he got rid of his illness. That's right. He went to the family of the girl who had broken off his engagement and humiliated the whole of their younger generation. Watching his mate sipping's sake, Zhu Fan realized that his conspiracy theory was becoming more plausible every time. Because a broken engagement is just another protagonist's template. Suddenly, Xiao Yao put the cup on the table with a clatter. Looking sadly at this cup, the protagonist explained that he thought that in this way he could wash away the shame of the cancellation of the engagement. It turned out, however, that girl had gone to apprentice to a renowned master and had also reached the foundation stage. She took him down with one hand. But this situation has only fueled Xiao Yao's fighting spirit. Even though her mentor is at the Mahayana stage, in 3 years, the protagonist will be so pumped up that he will return all of his grievances to them many times over. When Shu Feng supported him by saying that he would definitely succeed, the intoxicated Xiao Yao hugged his brother Shu and shouted that he was the only one who could understand him. From now on, the protagonist will consider him as his named brother. Their friendship will be eternal. Trying to push the drunken brother Ye away, the irritated fan said that he still had things to do today. But Xiao Yao didn't want to let his buddy go. What could be more important than swearing eternal friendship to each other? Shu Fan explained that while repairing the ship's cladding, he had noticed that the most important runes were located on the inside of the ship. In fact, the guy had decided to undertake this expedition in the first place in order to study them in detail. But now he's just wasting his time drinking sake with his brother Ye. Hearing the conversation about runes, Xiao Yao was visibly interested in it. Suddenly, someone approached Shu Feng from the back and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I didn't expect someone at the qi tempering stage to have such a keen eye," an old man said, looking at the boy ominously. "Would you like to apprentice with me?" Hearing these words, Zhu Fan looked at the stranger perplexedly. Who is this dude anyway, and what is he doing here? Laughing, the elderly man noticed that his future disciple's intense spiritual energy and stable mentality were quite high. He had the potential to become an excellent blacksmith. And when the old man asked the guy how he ended up on this ship and what branch he was from, Shu Fan, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, explained that he didn't belong to any branch and was on his own for now. Scratching his beard contentedly, the elderly blacksmith asked the boy if he would like to be part of the forging department. However, Xu Feng had completely different plans for his life, and so he immediately came up with a plan to make this old geezer get away from him. Rising from the table, the boy thanked the old man for the offer. But after bowing, Fan explained that he was actually a level 1 alchemist. He was only interested in runes out of idle curiosity. After listening to the boy, the old man tisked unhappily. Another alchemist? Blacksmithing is what a man should be passionate about. The old blacksmith muttered under his breath as he walked away. After saying goodbye to the old man, Suifan exhaled a sigh of relief. If the guy joined the forging department, then he would no longer be able to enjoy a free life as he did now. Even the preparation of pills would have to be done in secret. And when he doesn't break through to the foundation stage after dozens of years, he'll be a disgrace. Brother, it is a great blessing to be called by such a serious master to be his apprentice, said some creepy creature in Fang's ear. Bouncing away from Xiao Yao, the frightened Fang dumbfoundedly shouted out, "What kind of bad habit is this dude of sneaking up from the back?" At this rate, this dude would give him a heart attack one day. Apologizing to his friend, Xiao Yao asked why he didn't just refuse the master. Why did the guy make up that he is an alchemist? Turning around to his mate, Xu Fan clarified that he wasn't making anything up. He really does practice both alchemy and forging. This is not a common occurrence, so Zui Fan didn't talk about it so as not to raise more questions. But no matter what, the guy is not going to stray from the path of dual cultivation. He will definitely succeed in both crafts. And when a boozy Xiao Yao finally finished spewing rainbows, Fan warned him that he wanted to take a little walk around the deck. And while the drunken protagonist watched his friend leave, the ringmaster who flew up to him once again pointed out that this guy isn't so simple. If his apprentice were to fraternize with this man, it would definitely be good for him. Thus, Xiao Yao and his wise ring mentor stared admiringly at the back of the epic departing Fang for a while longer. After a while, a huge serpent appeared out of the clouds. Standing on the deck, Fan, who was watching this spectacle, marveled at the size of this majestic creature. At the same moment, a girl who came up from behind told me that this serpent was nicknamed the Cloud Eater. At first, as soon as Fan saw Sister Shayan, he was very happy that the girl was also traveling with him. But when he saw the man standing behind her, the guy's joy visibly diminished. Did she really have a boyfriend? However, Shayan calmed the boy down, asking him not to say anything stupid. It's actually her older brother. He works in the forging department and is a level 1 blacksmith. When she approached her brother, the girl introduced her outer disciple, Xu Fang, to him, telling him that he had achieved great success in alchemy and forging. When Shayan said that her brother could help the guy study the runes on the ship, an overjoyed Fan greeted him by extending his hand. Yes, the boy was very lucky that the bulky man turned out to be Shayan's brother and not her boyfriend. Shayan's older brother, Sha Diao, the forging branch, is a first-level blacksmith. Due to his refusal to follow in his father's footsteps and pursue alchemy, he left home to study forging. By the way, Sha Diao is consonant with asshole or dumb dick in modern slang. Hearing Shayan's brother's name, Xu Fan, holding back laughter, ran away. It wasn't until he was alone in his quarters that the guy started laughing at the top of his voice. Gasping, Fang shouted hysterically that at his school, with a name like that, this dude would have a hard time. Well, that was a little rude. Now the boy will have to explain himself the next time he sees me. Suddenly, the ship shook, throwing the guy into the air. The ship entered the waters of the vast sea. All the ship's passengers were ordered to assume a state of combat readiness. The whole squadron finally crossed the mainland and reached the vast sea. A truly mesmerizing view. Warships with artillery! That's what a man should be passionate about. More than anything, Xu Fan wanted to see these cannons in action. Suddenly appearing next to his brother Xu, Sha Diao noticed that apparently he and this guy were thinking alike. This is what men should forge, isn't it? Meanwhile, looking at the big man in surprise, Fan couldn't understand why the hell everyone in this world had this bad habit of sneaking up and suddenly starting a conversation. Of course, a lad could forgive Shayan for that, but this dude should stop. With an awkward smile, Fan apologized to Brother Sha for leaving so abruptly when they met. He had just had a thought, so he decided to write it down before he forgot. With a hand on his friend's shoulder, Sha Diao realized what he meant. Sometimes, if you don't catch the thin thread of inspiration, it can slip away irretrievably. Then, with an admiring glance at the boy, he asked if he thought fate had brought them together on purpose. They had both given up alchemy for forging. And when Diao asked the boy to share the idea that had struck him, so that they could refine it together during the discussion if necessary, Fang said there was nothing to it and waved his hand. Acoustic rune, resonance rune, optical rune, and concealment rune. After thinking about what he showed him, Brother Shu, Sha Diao realized that he was trying to create some means of remote communication. These are the most ordinary runes that can be connected to the most ordinary spiritual iron. However, without external support, the devices can only be connected at a distance of no more than 100 kilometers. With an interested look at the bulky man, Shu Fan realized that this dude knew a thing or two. Afterward, he told Brother Sha that this was not all. With another wave of his finger, Fang fused a few more runes into the already finished concept. Seeing what the result was, Sha Diao was stunned. What is this? What was the need for these runes on the outside of the device? In the end, while the big man mumbled something to himself, Fang decided to let him have time to digest. "I've got it all figured out," suddenly shouted the blacksmith. Running up to Fan, Diao grabbed his hand tightly. The runes along the contour form a structure that ensures the transit of transmitted information. In theory, having a sufficient number of transit nodes, it is possible to connect devices at much farther distances. Fang's idea was so clever. Diao didn't even realize how cool it was at first. Today, the bully was convinced that Brother Zhu was a true genius. It would take more than one person to come up with such a complex rune structure. Meanwhile, while the two were discussing Shu Fang's new device, the ship landed on the water. The squadron's warships found their first target, and one of the guns immediately began charging the attack. The main ship only fired one shot at the prey. Immediately afterward, riders on Firebirds flew from all the ships. The enemy had already been killed, and the only thing left for them to do was to get him out of the water. Soon, the riders fished out a huge blue whale. The warriors who ride the Firebirds are called the Golden Patrol. While Fang watched the team's smooth work in admiration, Diao remarked that a light but large catch at the beginning of an expedition was a good sign. Very soon a crowd gathered on deck and everyone began to discuss the catch. This giant shelf whale, from the looks of it, is in the cavity exploration phase. The catch really deserves all the praise it gets. But in truth, the meat of this whale is dangerous to humans, and this kind of beast can only be eaten at the golden elixir stage and above. While the men were discussing the captured whale, Zuofan thought about the ship's cannons. It was incredibly effective, since it only took one shot to kill a beast at the stage of mastering the void. At this moment, looking at Brother Shu, Diao realized that this was the first time he was seeing the operation of the cannons. That's all right, he would soon get used to it. They are actually only auxiliary guns. If the fleet encountered monsters at the crossing or Mahayana stage, it would be a sight to behold. The main cannons of the 9 warships will fire on them. After hearing stories from Brother Shah, Fan immediately imagined how in the future he would build himself a fleet and lead such expeditions as well. Therefore, the guy decided to ask the bulky man how much it cost to fire the auxiliary cannon. Sha Diao, in turn, said that if he tried to calculate it in spirit stones, the price per shot was about 100,000. However, this was a paltry sum compared to the potential profit. If the whale is sold in parts, it would be at least 500,000. That was when Shu Fan realized that he was still a long way from his dream. He would have to work for a month for one shot. However, Sha Diao also said that a single shot from the main cannon cost as much as 500,000, but it was only used for beasts not below the crossing stage. This finally killed Shu Fan's desire to have his own fleet. He couldn't even imagine how much he would have to save up for it. 3 days later, the Sect's war fleet was still adrift in the vast sea. In a matter of days, Fang had realized one irrefutable truth. It is blacksmiths who are valued most here, and the Sect clearly spares no effort in cultivating them. How did the guy get to this point? Well, just based on the fact that he was on this ship as a novice blacksmith, he was given at least 30,000 spirit stones worth of resources. Seeing Brother Shu sitting on one of the ship's auxiliary guns, Diao called out to him. With a wave of his hand, the bulky man apologized to the boy for just telling his mentor about his idea. The old man was very interested and now wanted to talk to Su Fan personally. Of course, Zue Fang was angered that his friend had ratted him out, but he decided not to show it. The lad had to follow Diao, but he still didn't want to receive attention from another master. As he approached the door, the boy realized that judging by it, it wasn't very spacious inside. Meanwhile, Xiaodiao took out a pass from his pocket and attached it to a special panel. When the door opened, Fan saw a huge room. How was this possible? The difference in size between the inside and outside was unimaginable. Could it be that there were some special space expansion runes used to construct this building? The two of them walked across the room and found themselves at the door to the mentor's chambers. As soon as Fan stepped inside, the master sitting on the chair asked him if he was the guy who had come up with the original way to communicate remotely. The old man then remarked that the boy had a very lively mind. The master himself had already thought about the possible realization of Shufang's idea. If 36,000 transit devices were to be installed throughout the continent, then using the new rune structure, the entire continent could be covered with communication. The communication devices already available in the sect are even suitable for this purpose. And if they are modified a little, it is even possible to start a dialogue with an optical image. Sighing, Zufan realized why the master wanted to do this. The grandfather just wants to communicate with his grandchildren via video link. Well, that's cool. At the same moment, the master offered the boy to become his apprentice. After all, Shufang has the talents necessary for a blacksmith. And while the boy tried to understand why all these old men were trying to be his mentors, a nearby bulky man suggested that his friend should agree. Xiaodiao's mentor is one of the best masters in the forging department. Even the sect leader holds him in high esteem. However, after bowing, Zhu Fan told the master that he didn't want to waste his time. The thing is, the guy is on the path of dual cultivation, so he simply can't devote all his energy to forging, and judging by the master's reaction, he disliked that answer very much. No. Soon the expression on the old man's face changed and he laughed. With his hands folded, the mentor said that he liked the boy's sincerity. So he decided to ask whether Shufang was more interested in alchemy or forging. Without hesitation, the guy replied that of course he would prefer forging. After all, only forging can arouse a man's passion. Then, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, the master promised to transfer him to the inner sector if Fan wanted to become his apprentice. But in order to do so, the boy would have to give up alchemy. Hearing such a suggestion, Zhu Fan began to draw an attack spell in space. The old man in turn laughed nervously and said he understood what the guy meant. Tossing the boy a token for passage to the inner sector, the master invited him to stop by for a visit when he had time. After thanking the master for being so generous, Zhu Fan turned around and left. Kneeling down in front of his mentor, Diao shouted that Shu Fan was still young, and he was not yet capable of realizing what he was giving up. The thug asked the master to forgive his friend for such impertinent behavior. But the old man explained to the apprentice that this boy was destined for great heights. The only thing the master regrets is that he will not have a hand in it. Well, the have a fascinating conversation with an old man achievement is earned. What's next? How about marry the beautiful? So who should Shufang choose? The mature and sexy sister Sha, or the smart and cavalier little girl Yun? Or maybe he won't have to choose one? Who knows? Meanwhile, while Fang was pondering his future plans, someone's shout was heard. The sea started to rage, and clouds began to gather over the war fleet. The main ship immediately deployed a defense cap. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared. It turned out to be a large wave of various sea beasts. The situation was given a danger level B, so the ships began to turn round to avoid an unfortunate collision with the wave. "Damn it! Can't you move more carefully?" Sui Fan shouted in panic, holding onto the handrail with all his might. Soon all the ships turned their bows towards the surging wave. Once in a comfortable position, the main vessel began to charge the attack with all guns. The very next second, exactly 3 shots were fired from the auxiliary guns. The wave was stopped, and the clouds that had gathered over the flotilla immediately dissipated. At the same time, Zhu Fan, who could barely stand on the deck, was holding on as hard as he could to not let the nausea demon out. Looking out to sea, the guy noticed that the riders of the Golden Patrol had already set out to search for resources. Xiao Yao, who had unexpectedly appeared nearby, remarked that places where beasts dwelled in large numbers were usually rich in resources. There was probably a spiritual mine nearby. Also, if the Golden Patrol was lucky, they might even be able to find divine relics. Well, even though this dude doesn't change his tradition of sneaking up and abruptly starting a conversation, Shui Fang should still admit that sometimes it is useful. Especially since the guy is already getting used to it and is no longer intimidated by it. After going down to Brother Shu's house, Xiao Yao apologized to him for that time. He had indeed drank a lot and accidentally passed out. Asking his buddy not to worry about it, Fan inquired about the relics. In the boundless sea, could one still find relics? That's the way it is. Before ascending to heaven, many great warriors spend their last calc in the boundless sea. Therefore, their abodes can be found in the boundless sea. For reference, kalpa is a unit of time measurement in Buddhism, equal to approximately 4 whole and 32 hundredths of a billion years. After listening to his friend, Fang realized why the Gold Patrol had rushed to explore the area so immediately. Now he had a new goal. He decided to set aside some time in the future to find and loot a couple of such dwellings. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao waved his hand, after which a figure of some building appeared in his palm. In the same instant, an entire city appeared from under the water. Seeing this, the surprised Fan asked his friend where such a huge structure had come from. Xiao Yao explained that it was one of the divine relics found in the abode. It seemed that the team would have to stay here for at least a month. Approaching the boy, the protagonist grabbed his arm, and while Fan was trying to figure out why the hell the guys were taking his hand so often, Xiao Yao took off, explaining that all the major establishments in this city would be available for Brother Shu with his boarding token. The divine relic Zhenghai City. A temporary sea-based city that is safe from any storms without an extreme sea. Here, Shu Fan can join a group of hunters or go treasure hunting at will. It is also possible to simply practice forging or alchemy. But the most important condition is to not go further than 500 kilometers away from the city. Well, of course, now the guy has to look for a place to live again. Separating from Xiao Yao, Fan landed near the main square of Zhenghai City. Fortunately, the first person Xu Fan met upon arriving in the city was Sis Sha. Perhaps it was fate. What a coincidence, Brother Shu, Shayan said sweetly, only seeing the boy. Xu Fan also appeared happy to have such a pleasant encounter, and so he immediately ran cheerfully to Sis Sha. Just as suddenly, Sha Diao standing nearby grabbed the guy's hand. Gromila offered his friend to rent one blacksmith shop for 2 people. They could earn a few $100,000 each in a month by repairing equipment. Then, looking out from behind her brother's shoulder, Shayan made another suggestion to Shu Feng. If he didn't want to forge, they could practice alchemy together. Besides, the past exploration of the abode had brought up a lot of interesting ingredients. That's a great offer, Sis Sha. I'd love to. Without hesitation, Fan replied. However, an old man who came up from behind told Shayan to stop messing around with the blacksmiths and go with him. This man turned out to be Sha Jingtian, a teacher of the basic alchemy course, and the father of Shayan and Sha Diao. Seeing his son, the elderly master tisked unhappily and turned around. As one may recall, Sha Diao left home to devote his life to forging, which caused his father to dislike him. When Jingtian and Yan left, the bulky man asked his friend if he was going to go forging with him or be idle. In the end, Shu Feng had no choice but to go to the forge with his brother Sha. In the afternoon, they rented a blacksmith's workshop. Admiring his mate's skills, the bulky man remarked that it was a pity they hadn't met each other sooner. In all his 10 years of practice, Feng is the first partner that Diao has enjoyed working with so much. With a smirk, Zhu Fan said that it was mutual. He is also quite comfortable working with brother Sha. At the same time, an unfamiliar girl entered the smithy. After saying hello, she asked the guys if they were repairing alchemy cauldrons. Trying to understand why there were so many beauties among alchemists, Zhu Fan grabbed the teapot and invited the guest to the table. At the table, the girl told me that she had taken only one spare kettle with her on the ship. The main kettle was torn to splinters almost immediately, and yesterday, the spare one cracked as well. If she was left without a bowler at all, she would no longer be able to fulfill her direct duties. She asked Shui Fang to take another look at her bowler and repair it if possible. Listening to the guest, Zhu Fan enjoyed her pleasant and gentle voice. It was a real treat for the ears, especially when she is begging for help. When the customer handed her cracked bowler to the boy, he remarked that it could still be repaired. But in return, Fang asked the girl for 50 spirit stones and the ore that was distributed to everyone after the opening of the underwater mine. After receiving payment for the work, Zhu Fan took the pre-prepared spirit stones and began to melt them. In parallel, the lad analyzed all the cracks in the bowler to give the ore the shape it needed to be repaired. After heating up the spirit stones and ore, the boy immediately froze them into suitably shaped shards. Then, after putting the cauldron itself on the fire as well, Shufan began to match the finished shards with the cracks. Finally, the lad decided to reinforce the bowler to his satisfaction. An order from a beautiful woman, after all. At the same second, there was a rumbling sound in the forge. With a charming smile, holding out the repaired cauldron to the girl, Fan noted that this would be her most profitable investment of 50 spirit stones in her life. With trembling hands taking the cauldron, the client looked admiringly at the work done by the blacksmith. After that, the embarrassed girl turned around and clutched the pot to her chest and headed out. Zhufan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and shouted to the customer that she had forgotten the rest of her ore on the table. However, quickening her step, the girl rushed out of the forge at once. Looking in the mirror, Zhufan still couldn't figure out what it was. Was he really that scary? A month later, the guy was still sitting in his forge forging different items to order. Looking at Brother Shah with a weary look, the boy reminded him that they had been forging and forging for a whole month. Shufang had a hard time deciding to go this far away from home, so he wants more out of this expedition. Taking another swing of his hammer on the red-hot iron, Sha Diao stopped. Wiping his sweat with a cloth, he told the friend that if he wanted to, then he could go for a walk around the city. Diao himself would stay in the forge and continue working. Without thinking for long, Fan left his work and bolted out of the forge. Sitting down his flying ship, the guy flew out of Zhenghai City to explore the vast sea. Flying past the various animals, Fan noticed that most of them were at the golden elixir stage. Flying a little farther, the boy saw a relatively safe area. After placing the submarine he had created beforehand there, Zhu Fan decided to conduct his own expedition. First of all, to ensure his safety, the guy activated the stealth runes. In a previous life, to go underwater in an observation submarine as a tourist would cost a lot of money. But in this world, Zhu Fan can become a scuba diver for free. After already about half an hour, the boy went down pretty deep under the water. And even with the searchlights on, the visibility was terrible. At this depth, it is very dark, which makes it impossible to see anything in the distance. Looking at the water pressure readings, Zhu Fan noticed that he was 50,000 meters below sea level. Now it's time to embark on a treasure hunt. Just for this moment, Zhu Fan had brought along a spiritual energy sensing module, a night mode optical navigation module, and a living organism detection module. While the guy was contemplating how he could best use these things, a huge monster swam by him with a deafening roar. At this unexpected appearance, the boy almost lost his breath. Meanwhile, there was Qiao Yao, who happened to be swimming nearby, who had purposely provoked some hulk. Sailing away from the enemy at full speed, Xiao Yao asked the aged swordsman if he was sure that this monster needed to be killed. In response, the angry old man from the ring shouted at the boy to call him Immortal Swordsman Emperor. Of course, the protagonist did not cross the aged swordsman and asked what he should do with this huge fish. Realizing that his request was not taken seriously again, the old man from the ring told his disciple that this swordfish was a real find. Its backbone is like a sword created by nature. If it was taken out, tempered and shaped, it could be a first-class divine weapon. Also, such a sword would be able to absorb energy from the surrounding metals. Even if Xiao Yao were to ascend to the Great Heliocosm, he would definitely need such a weapon. Well, Xiao Yao realizes it himself. But at this moment, the fish is hunting him, and the guy is running away like a game. There's no way he can beat that monster now, but the ringmaster explained that he wouldn't put his apprentice in danger without a plan. The thing is, his mate is nearby. If Xiao Yao swam up to him now and started fighting with the swordfish in front of his eyes, Fang would definitely help him. Abruptly, turning around and reflecting the enemy's strike, the protagonist shouted that this was a shit plan, not a plan. Right now, Zhu Fan was only at the key tempering stage. If anything goes wrong, the two of them will both die. However, the old man from the ring said that this boy should not be underestimated. Right now, the disciple only needed to trust his master's insight and follow his advice. When Xiao Yao obtained the swordfish spine, he would be able to turn it into a divine weapon in just 50 years using the Immortal Sword Emperor's methodology. Gritting his teeth in hopelessness, Xiao Yao realized that he had no other choice. Now it's time to put his friendship with Brother Su to the test. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan continued to quietly collect the various shells and jewels littered at the bottom of the sea without disturbing anyone. With each passing second, the guy was realizing more and more what a genius he was. He would make a bracelet for storing items out of ordinary deep-sea oyster pearls, and he would use the pearls enriched with spiritual energy to produce super armor. But suddenly, the boy's joy was interrupted by a chill running down his spine. It was a very familiar sensation of impending shit. Realizing that nothing good would come of this, Fang decided to get the hell out of here quickly. But it was too late and strange sounds were heard behind. In the next instant, Shu Fang's submarine began to be washed away by an incomprehensible sound wave. When Fang fell on the submarine's windshield, he saw a wounded man asking for his help. Though, Sui Fan had guessed even earlier that it was Xiao Yao who was the culprit behind this crappy feeling. Well, the guy couldn't do anything but let this poor guy on board. Once inside, the wounded Xiao Yao turned to Brother Shu. He told his friend that there is a swordfish outside and it is almost dead. If he could kill it, then Xiao Yao would reward him and take only the backbone of the whole prey. Thank you in advance, the protagonist muttered, after which he fell to the floor without strength. Zhu Fan, like this for a while longer, just stood there and stared at the body of his friend lying unconscious. What the hell is a thank you in advance? I haven't agreed to anything yet! Sui Fan shouted in rage, still not realizing what was even happening. But in the end, the guy had to get over it. According to the classics of the genre, anyone who crosses the protagonist or refuses to help him soon leaves the scene. So Shui Fang had no choice but to finish off this enormous thing quickly. After a while, the wounded monster saw a strange man nearby. A guy in a powerful outfit swam out of the submarine and prepared for battle. A swordfish at the golden elixir stage isn't exactly an invincible opponent for Chu Fang. But as it was, the guy would rather not leave his cozy submarine. For allowing this monster to disturb Shu Fan's serene foray into the boundless sea, the guy decided to unleash all of his strength on it. No, for starters, the boy wanted to mess with his victim a little. Swimming the swordfish from the back, Fan began to circle around, confusing his opponent. Laughing, the guy realized that this behemoth was finally confused and could no longer keep track of his movements. In that case, it was time to use one of the strongest illusion spells, Miranda of Spears. This technique creates a 360-degree blind spot for the enemy. However, when the effect of the skill dissipated, Fan noticed something he definitely didn't expect to see. That little fish just disappeared. Where did it go? At the same moment, it came to Shui Fang's attention that he had just been tricked. The enemy took the opportunity to ambush him. After realizing that this monster had a concealment technique, the guy turned around and immediately used flowing, heavy water and thick water shields to protect himself. Unfortunately, it didn't help, and the monster only needed one swish of its tail to pierce through the boy's entire defense. But then some silver balls appeared from nowhere, driving the swordfish into bewilderment. Suddenly, small snakes with sharp fangs hatched out of these silvery balls. Most of Shu Fang's battle dolls were unsuitable for water combat, as a matter of bad luck. However, even such small snakes were able to help the guy divert the enemy's attention. After gathering spiritual energy from the surroundings, the boy created many doppelgangers using the external cloning technique. Now he needs a little more time to finish the job, and snakes will help him with this task, clawing their sharp fangs into the enemy, thus diverting attention. After only a short time, before the snakes could be dealt with, the swordfish noticed the danger approaching from above. Shu Fang's exit has come. This skill is called Ice Dagger Hurricane, which is created by shaping crystals. A multitude of huge ice daggers stabbed into the enemy at once, leaving them no chance. Of course, at first glance, it might seem that Shu Fang had failed to finish off his opponent and had screwed up again. However, the task of the ice daggers was not to kill the monster, but to immobilize it. What should kill the monster are the tiny ice needles that the guy released with one wave of his hand afterwards. Swordfish took too long to figure it out. That's what got him killed. Before facing death, the monster looked hopelessly at the needles flying at him. At the very next second, the needles of ice stabbed into the eyes of the swordfish. This finally finished off the enemy, sending him into the next world. Swimming up to the corpse of the swordfish, an irritated Fang began to mourn his mercury ball snakes, which had all died in the same battle. This gamble had cost him 80,000 spirit stones. In the meantime, the ringmaster who was watching this battle noticed Shu Fang's incredible fighting talent. It's not even close to what that moron Xiao Yao has. Undoubtedly, if this guy was a stage hire, he would have finished off the swordfish in no time. Back at his sub, Fang put some kind of pill in his friend's mouth. Not even a second later, Xiao Yao woke up screaming about the terrifying swordfish. Scrambling off the floor, the guy started apologizing to Brother Su for getting him involved. Throwing himself into his mate's arms, Xiao Yao asked if he was okay. In turn, Shu Fan, trying to push his snotty friend away, said that he is fine. Then explained to the protagonist that he had put the swordfish in this small bag. Looking at the pouch in surprise, Xiao Yao couldn't immediately believe that Fan hadn't escaped, but had actually finished off this monster. Hoping that the protagonist would give him a brotherly gift, Shufan reminded him that they are friends, so he couldn't do otherwise. Realizing what this guy was getting at, Xiao Yao gave him his storage ring, which could hold up to 333 cubic meters. Snatching the ring out of his buddy's hands, Fang pretended to be very embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift. But of course, that wasn't true. After all, a storage ring with such a volume could only be forged by a master who was fully proficient in space expansion runes. You couldn't buy such a thing at the market. Suddenly, while the two guys were rejoicing in their victory over a powerful enemy, an unknown portal opened in space and began sucking all matter into itself. The submarine washed ashore. What happened? Weren't they just underwater? After going outside, Xiao Yao said that if his intuition is correct, they had somehow traveled to the small heliocosm. Now, if the guys managed to get out of here, they would have to report this place to the sect leadership. For such information, they would not go unrewarded. However, the place looks long abandoned. Perhaps it had already been looted many times before Xiao Yao and his mate came. But Fang, who was standing with his back to his friend, said that they should lament their lost profits later. After all, there was a threat looming over them now. Turning around hopelessly at Brother Ye, the boy wondered if he still had the strength to fight. Having also noticed the approaching opponents, Xiao Yao realized that things were not good. Wary, the protagonist asked the old swordsman to report on the situation. The immortal Sword Emperor said that the guys had indeed fallen into the small heliocosm created by a single swordsman at the crossing stage. Xiao Yao himself would only be able to leave this world after he had fully recovered. The old man also learned that it was possible to find the swordsman's legacy items in this world. But they are damaged and only have research value. Yeah, a swordsman's legacy isn't a bad thing. But unfortunately, the old man from the ring warned his apprentice that it would take a full 10 days for him to fully recover. The boy would have to try very hard not to die and ruin his brother Shu during this period. Sighing, Xiao Yao walked over to his friend and said that his strength hadn't recovered yet, and so they should find a place to hide. Saying that it was too late for them to hide and they needed to scramble away, Fang summoned his flying ship. While trying to escape from the pursuit, Zhu Fan noticed that the enemies were getting bigger and bigger by the second. Then, looking at the meditating Brother Ye, the guy asked if there was an option to get out of here. In response, Xiao Yao only sighed and explained that it was impossible right now. The protagonist will only be able to find a way out when he's fully recovered, but that will take 10 days. At the same moment, coming up from behind, Fan placed a hand on Brother Ye's shoulder. Then these 10 days, I will protect you, Suifan spoke confidently. Cheering up, Xiao Yao asked his friend to correct his direction a bit. If they flew a little to the right now, they could find the dwelling of a great swordsman, inside which his legacy was supposed to remain. Well, from today onwards, Zhu Fang would have to participate in the main character's ascent again. Damn it, let's not let anything happen. After a while, the two friends had already flown to their destination. Now, they just had to get to the Crown Hall. Jumping off the ship, they made their way into the right room. There, they were greeted by a Yunsheng swordsman imprisoned in a stone statue. The master asked his guests to make themselves at home in his humble one. He also said that he would be happy to share items of his heritage with them. Perhaps in the future, their fates would cross in the greater heliocosm, and they could become friends. But the two guys just ignored the old man and started taking everything out of his little doghouse. Meanwhile, a huge horde of enemies was already flying toward the Crown Hall. The birds are on their way, and luckily, Xu Fan and his friend managed to nab everything. The enemies are giant purple birds. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but the sheer number of them is very stressful. Boarding the flying ship, the two buddies began to fly away from the great swordsman's dwelling. After analyzing the pursuers, Zui Fan noticed that most of them were at the key tempering stage, while the rest were at the foundation stage. Of course, there are also a couple of giant birds that have reached the golden elixir stage. After putting on his armor, Fan warned Brother Ye to be patient for a bit, because the ship would start to shake soon. After that, the guy made some hand seals, activating the creation and cloning skill at the same time. Behold, Feathers! This is who you're gonna have to fight! While Fan was showing off the clones he had created, the ring mentor explained to his disciple why he had said that Shu Fan was not so simple. His main advantage was his ingenuity, which was astounding. Of course, at first glance, it may seem that the boy has created ordinary fighting dolls of a strange-looking kind. But that's not true. They have intelligence. They, of course, are not as good as living people, but in battle, they can provide serious support. And now, one of the battle dolls was already preparing to show its might. With a bow shot, Shufang's creation blasted away a huge portion of the enemy forces. Many burned birds fell dead to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yao shouted in delight that Brother Shu's puppets were just some kind of miracle. In terms of their strength, they are at the foundation stage. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked if he could make a battle doll at the golden elixir stage. However, even though Xiao Yao was the protagonist, Fan decided not to give him everything on a platter for free, but to sell his creation at a 25% discount for only 290,000 spirit stones. Of course, if he wanted to, he could create a puppet at the golden elixir stage, which would only require the corpse and soul of a beast at the spirit birth stage. Xiao Yao laughed awkwardly and said that he was broke and a beggar. Fang, in turn, was surprised that the protagonist had no money. In any case, even though Fang has some very powerful puppets on him, for his level, this challenge would still be quite difficult. 5 days later, the situation took a most unfavorable turn. All the foundation stage puppets that Shufan had created had broken in battle. In these 5 days, he had wasted all of his hard-earned money. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yao asked Brother Shu to hold on for another 5 days until he recovered. "All right, Brother Yi, recover in good health, take your time." An eerie voice was suddenly heard. Yes, at this moment, Zhu Fan was filled with resentment and indignation. And you could even say that for a while he literally lost his mind. Coming to the edge of the ship, Fang looked frantically at the enemies and used the technique of killing the feathered ones altogether. The guy doesn't seem to know when he came up with the technique. Perhaps his overflowing resentment overcame his mind, and he started improvising. Long story short, Zhu Fan went on a rampage, beginning to pummel the enemies with powerful explosions. The shocked Xiao Yao, watching this, couldn't understand why he couldn't even come close to being able to do something like this when he was at the key tempering stage. Even at the golden elixir stage, he couldn't even do this. Still not believing what was happening, the protagonist asked the old swordsman if he had ever met someone who was tougher than Brother Shui at the key tempering stage. The ring mentor replied that he had come across such a person in his life's journey. Right now, Zhu Fan would be able to give battle to the enemy at most at the gold elixir stage. This was a serious achievement, but someone could destroy wars at the spirit birth stage. Hearing this, a bewildered Xiao Yao asked if such uniqueness really existed. When the boy said that he would like to see such a person, the old man promised that one day he would definitely meet him. This is the one to whom the immortal swordsman emperor must take revenge. More specifically, this is who Xiao Yao will have to avenge for his mentor. In response, the protagonist said that the old man should go to Brother Shu for that. He would have a better chance of doing the job. Against his background, Xiao Yao was just trash. Laughing, the ring mentor asked his disciple not to be modest. Their meeting was the will of the heavens, and there was no arguing with the will of the heavens. At the same time, Shu Fang's exhausted scream was heard. So what happened on the battlefield while the mentor and his apprentice were chatting? Fang stands on the deck of the ship and continues to blast everything he sees. But what was that scream? To put it simply, the bird started using psychedelic sound attacks to stop the guy somehow. Of course, Zhui Fang didn't have much trouble fending off this kind of attack, but he shouted for some other reason. "I'll make your whole family shit eggs." That's what one of the birds said to the boy. How the hell does this creature get such twisted threats in his head? Zhu Fan tried to imagine how such a thing was possible, which caused him to scream. This guy couldn't take it anymore. That bitch got personal. So the boys are going to have to show her their balls now. Let's see if this bird can survive that. In the next instant, the bird that had said such a profanity was blown to pieces. Seeing the remains of their comrade falling to the ground, the other monsters were quite freaked out. "How do you like my kernels? Do you want some more?" A distraught Zhu Fan said eerily. The guy decided not to stop there and immediately activated the deployment mode of the artillery battery. Oh, when Fan broke through to the foundation stage, he would be able to beat up Xiao Yao himself. In the future, no one would be able to resist this monster. 5 days later, when the protagonist finally regained all his strength, the exhausted Fan called for a submarine. The two friends easily managed to escape the small chiliocosm, and they found themselves back in the vast sea. Arriving back in Zhenghai City and stopping by the local tea house, Xiao Yao thanked Brother Shu for saving his life. As a reward, the protagonist allowed Shu Fang to keep all the loot for himself. However, Fan said that he didn't need it. This area doesn't pique his interest, and in case of anything, the guy would contact Xiao Yao himself. Sadly lowering his head, Xiao Yao explained to Brother Shu that he had no idea how he could thank his friend for all of this. This is it! Zhu Fan had been waiting for this guy to say this phrase for a very long time. With a wave of his hand, Fan said that he had been tormented by a question for a long time. So perhaps, as a more accomplished cultivator, Brother Ye might know the answer. Of course, the protagonist did not refuse his friend, and promised that even if he did not know the answer, he would certainly help to find it. With a smirk, Zhu Fan said that he wanted to know if there was a 13th stage of key tempering. Or is it that after the 12th stage, there is always necessarily a breakthrough to the next stage? Of course, the ringmaster never told his dummy about it, so Xiao Yao wouldn't be able to give an answer, which Zhu Fan himself also understood. But does this kid really know about the existence of the immortal swordsman emperor, and was actually addressing him? That's right, Fan is counting on a hidden mentor. This trip made the boy realize that stomping around at the key tempering stage for decades was not an option for him. Pensively looking out the window, Ye Xiao Yao asked the old swordsman if there were any key tempering stages higher than the 12th. But the ring mentor was in no hurry to answer for some reason. The master took offense at his disciple for continuing to call him an old swordsman. Then, falling on his knees, Xiao Yao awkwardly asked the great divine swordsman emperor to tell him the truth. Sighing, the old man said that that would do as well. Well, such things are up to the will of the heavens. In ancient times, werewolves ruled the world, and humans were their slaves. They did not allow people to evolve beyond key tempering. As soon as someone broke through to the foundation stage, they were killed immediately. Humans have lived in such conditions for tens of thousands of years. Year after year, people developed a system to circumvent the restriction on their cultivation. This is how the 24 and 36 key tempering stages came into being. After reaching the 24th key tempering stage, one could leap over the foundation stage and immediately break through to the golden elixir stage. And being at the 36th key tempering stage, one's cultivation level would correspond to the spirit birth stage. In such a case, the 108th stage of key tempering corresponds to the Mahayana stage. Logically, that's the way it should be. But the heavenly will of this world does not tolerate such tricks, and the ring mentor would not advise Xue Feng to try such a roundabout way. Cultivation itself is an attempt to rise higher than one's heavenly destiny. In other words, ascension is a challenge to heaven's will. The system with 24 and 36 stages of key tempering was only approved because the human race had no other choice. And if you go against the heavens in the current situation, you will be in trouble when you get to the last stage by bypassing them. And the closer you get to the heavenly realm, the more pressure you will be under. In short, there are as yet no known ways to evolve above the 12th stage without breaking through to the next stage. It's very difficult. At least the ring mentor doesn't know any techniques to do it right now. If the swordsman emperor were at the peak of his powers, he would be able to awaken a corridor in time and search for information in antiquity. But right now, that's impossible. At the same time, Xu Fan, who was lying on the hammock, sneezed. For some reason, the guy is very uneasy in his heart right now. His moodiness and anxiety are making him very tired. How are his students doing now? Are they doing well? What about Wang Yulong? He's a chronic loser. How can he manage without the advice of his favorite brother Shu? Besides, Xu Feng himself would need a fortune to rebuild his army of battle dolls. Right now, without them, the boy has no defense. 10 days later, the fleet returned to Zhenghai territory. All members of the expedition were ordered to leave the city and return aboard. The people immediately left Zhenghai City and boarded the flying ship. After a while, the temporary sea-based city began to disappear. After accepting its original state, the divine relic returned to its owner. Soon, the war fleet continued its voyage. Approaching Brother Shu, Sha Diao greeted him and then asked if he had a good walk. Sighing heavily, Fan asked his friend not to even remind him about it. Then the guy wondered if the expedition's routes changed, or if the ships went in the same direction every time. To this, Sha Diao replied that of course the routes change. The vast sea is so huge that it would be foolish to take the same ways from time to time. Especially with such a fleet, anywhere on the vast sea would be safe. The sect has the means to repel any monster attack. Xu Feng couldn't agree more with his buddy. A flying ship like this is truly a marvel of engineering. It would be great to know in detail how objects of this scale were made. Irritatedly clutching his chest, Diao did not deny that the ship was definitely a good ship. But the Heaven-Forged sect that created it were very arrogant and unpleasant bastards. Patting his friend on the shoulder, Fan said that he understood his feelings perfectly. Whoever has the best technology in some field has great power over the market and customers. But turning back to the guy, the bulky man grabbed him by the shoulder and explained that he strongly believed his friend had a unique talent for forging. The mastery of engraving runes and ingenuity, and the pursuit of perfection all make Sha Diao enthralled. And if he were to learn that Fang's only ambition is to return home, it wouldn't change his opinion. With his hands raised towards the sun, the bulky man asked Brother Shu to promise him that one day he would lead the sect's blacksmiths, and together they would build a ship even better and bigger than the current one. They would make a ship that could fly beyond the sky dome. Awkwardly averting his gaze, Zhu Fan observed that it seemed that Brother Sha was greatly overestimating him. The guy was definitely not capable of such a thing, and even if he was, by the time he succeeded, Diao would have long been in an endless sleep. "You're certainly capable," the bulky man said confidently, standing with his back to his buddy. With a thumbs up, Diao revealed that his mentor believed in Brother Shu and predicted that in just 100 years, he would become a legendary person who had the greatest influence on the forging world. Of course, Xu Fang is very pleased that such a great master and his disciple think of him in this way. Except that their expectations are based on the ignorance that after 100 years, the guy will still be at the key tempering stage. Realizing that there was an urgent need to change the subject, Fang wondered if there was any progress on the case of his invention. After thinking for a while, Diao said that it was likely that after returning to the sect, the blacksmiths would be able to put Xu Fang's design into practice. Perhaps one day, everyone in the sect would have such a means of communication on their hands. So, the guy could have no doubt that he would be generously rewarded for it. In the future, the various information transmission devices already in existence could be thrown away and replaced by Xu Fang's universal communication device. With this device, the disciples will be able to communicate with each other, accept sect assignments, report on their completion, and so on. And upon finishing listening to his friend, Fan imagined what he would become if his development became widespread. In the future, the guy would even be able to refine this device and add an online shop. If he built his own analog of Amazon in this world, it would be possible to close the issue of the chronic shortage of spirit stones forever. Plus, the sect will probably start investing in his project, so the boy will be able to issue some sort of stock and start earning it. Meanwhile, while Fang was musing about this, a small piece of land appeared in the distance. The guy immediately used the eagle eye technique to see what was on that island. There he saw only a small building, but he couldn't see anything else. Turning back to his friend, Fang asked what that island was. However, Diao explained to his buddy that it was not an island, but the top of a turtle shell in the Mahayana stage. And as soon as the thug said that, a brilliant idea popped into his head. Grabbing Brother Shu's hand, the joyful man asked if he had ever tasted sea acorns. They live by attaching themselves to the surfaces of rocks, plants, and including giant tortoises. The thing is, sea acorns are especially delicious in this region, and they are probably already available in the dining room. Upon arriving at the dining room, the two friends ordered themselves this local delicacy. Tasting the sea acorns, Zhu Fan struggled to hold back a scream from the incredible spiciness. At the same time, two girls approached their table. It turned out to be Sis Sha and the same alchemist girl who had come to Xu Fang's smithy with the cracked cauldron. Diao motioned to his sister and asked where their father had gone. Sha Yan said that his father's favorite pot had exploded, so he wasn't even in the mood to leave his quarters. To think that a third-grade alchemist's cauldron had exploded. Laughing, Sha Diao decided to try and go to this poor guy and troll him a little. However, his sister dissuaded him, reminding that their father's cultivation level is much higher, and he would just hang her brother by his ears from the ceiling if he did so. Agreeing with his sister, the bulky man pulled out a brand new and very sturdy bowler. The man asked Shayan to give this to their father, because Sha Jingtian would never turn to blacksmiths for repairs himself in his life. If the girl is afraid her father won't accept the gift, have her say she traded the thing from a friend. Watching this scene, Zhu Fan also remembered his father. His dad always threatened to beat the son with a wooden stick if he messed up too much. However, he had never been able to use the stick. At this moment, the guy was distracted from his thoughts by the girl Sha Yan had come with, thanking him and saying that her cauldron was better than before after being repaired. Her name is Qian, and she is the favorite daughter of a martial branch mentor nicknamed Warrior. Smiling lustfully, Shu Fan asked the girl how she was going to thank him for it. Embarrassedly covering her hands, Qian promised to take the bowler to the Chamber of Commerce for appraisal after she returned and pay the boy the difference. Hearing their conversation, Shayan advised her disciple to be careful about flirting with her sister. After all, this girl was the favorite daughter of the martial warrior's mentor. If something happened to her because of Shu Fang, the guy would definitely be in trouble. I can't even imagine what the voivode will do to him. These words were enough for Shu Fang to shut up and continue to nervously eat sea acorns. He had once before had the chance to meet a warlord. The guy especially remembered his axe. This monster dulled it on purpose so that it would break the bones of his enemies instead of chopping them. The embarrassed Qian in turn pounced on Sisha, asking her to stop talking nonsense and embarrassing her. And so, Shufan was once again faced with a philosophical question with two choices. Who to choose, Shayan or Qian? But no, why torture yourself like that? There's a third option. Choose both. Now that's more like Shufang. Courageous and determined. With a wink at the boy, Shayan suggested to stop fooling around. The fact was that she was greatly admiring the repaired cauldron, so she had brought Qian here so that she could once again thank the blacksmith who had done such an impressive job. Awkwardly clocking the back of his head, Zhu Fan explained that there was nothing special about it. He had only expended a bit of spiritual energy, and Qian had brought the raw materials with him. At the same instant, the guy felt a call for help. Wang Yulong seems to be in trouble. What a bad time. Meanwhile, in the sub-district of the Heavenly Throne Sex, dressed in special armor, Wang Yulong is running away from someone at full speed. First of all, the guy's job is to report the situation to the leadership rather than fight. This neighborhood is under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Throne Sect, but the werewolves are at home here. But the worst part is the monsters here are incredibly attractive and can influence the mind. So one of the werewolves just now tried to stop Wang Yulong, ask the handsome boy if he doesn't like her. The guy couldn't do anything about this ruthless power, and so as soon as the monster asked to stay, Yulong immediately stopped. Only after a few seconds, coming to his senses, did the boy realize what had happened. However, by then, he was already completely surrounded by werewolves. Noticing the young man's hesitation, one of the female monsters bound him tightly with an energy whip. As the werewolf girl approached the handsome man and began squeezing him, she asked him if he still had any tricks up his sleeve. Yulong tried to resist the temptation and warned the monsters that if they killed him, the sect members would find out very quickly, identify all the werewolves, and skin them. But such words only turned the monster woman on. Licking her lips, she explained to the boy that they had no plans to kill such a handsome boy. They only wanted him alive. Then, taking off the guy's armor, the werewolves asked him to go with them, promising to give him a real paradise on Earth. In the end, Wang Yuelong was unable to match the charms of these beautiful monsters. Shui Fan, who came out on deck at this time, remembered that Yulong had often been in deadly predicaments, but he had always managed to survive. Seems like since he called for help, right now this guy is in real trouble. Sighing, Fan realized that he would only have to deal with this when he returned to the sect. Of course, he didn't expect to have to pull this poor guy out of the shit again, but there was nothing he could do about it. Deciding to enjoy his well-deserved rest a little longer, the boy headed toward his friends, whistling a song. Unfortunately, not everyone could afford to have such carefree holiday with his friends. While Shu Fan was having fun on the expedition, Wang Yuelong was having fun with someone in the Heavenly Throne Sect's sub-district, shaking the sakura trees with sweet moans. 3 days later. A Do Not Disturb sign hangs at the entrance to Shu Fang's room. The matter is as follows, Ye Xiaoyao muttered, placing the glass on the table with a clatter. In ancient times, there were cultivation techniques of 13th stage key tempering and above, but they are all lost now. Furthermore, it was better not to even try to resort to such practices, as otherwise, one might incur the wrath of the heavenly will. In such a case, Sui Fang might end up in a bad way. Sighing, the still sleepy Fang realized that most likely what Xiao Yao had just told him was indeed true. Laughing, the guy said he understood. Besides, he asked it purely out of curiosity, and not even for himself. Ye Xiao Yao in turn only exhaled a sigh of relief. Of course, Fan had lied to his buddy. In fact, he was going to look into it as soon as he got home. If such manuals really existed, the guy would get to the bottom of it, no matter what it took. Suddenly, Xiao Yao grabbed the boy under his armpit, deciding to treat his friend to a delicacy in gratitude for saving his life. To make a long story short, this guy once again took Shu Fang to eat damn sea acorns. A month later, the war fleet returned to the Heavenly Throne sect's territories. Just upon noticing their mentor, Sui Gang and Sui Yuexian ran up to him, rejoicing at his return. Walking beside Zhu Fan, the children asked if he could take them with him next time. After all, if they were not around, who would take care of the mentor? In response, the guy gave Shu Gan a powerful flick, asking the disciple if he had practiced while his mentor was away. Holding his head, the kid revealed that he had been practicing hard the whole time, which his sister also confirmed. Then, grabbing the girl by her pigtails, Zhu Fan decided to elicit the truth from her. "You wouldn't cheat on me to get your brother off your back, would you?" Fang said creepily, while the girl tried to explain that she couldn't be pulled by her pigtails since she was already grown up according to Qian Qiang. Letting go of Yuexian, the laughing mentor grudgingly conceded her point. But then, after saying that he changed his mind, the guy grabbed her again and ripped off her pigtails, shocking Shu Gang, who was standing to the side. The angry girl in turn kicked the master's knee with all her might. "Mummy, my leg, mentor, I hate you!" The fleeing Yuexian shouted in tears, hitting Shu Fan's bronze leg hard. Looking contentedly into the distance, Fang realized how nice it was to be back home. He asked Gon to call Uncle Yulong and Aunt Qian Qiang. It's about time to throw a banquet to celebrate the return of everyone's favorite mentor. Soon everyone gathered together around a table and began to celebrate. While the adults drank sake, the children played and showed tricks. Then, Shu Fan amusingly painted Shu Gong's face with special indelible paints. After the banquet was over, the students went to bed and immediately fell asleep. For the first time in months, thanks to the fact that their mentor had returned, these children could relax and sleep with their eyes closed. They're full and asleep, and they also say that they are already big and not children. Shu Fang lovingly looked at his disciples. "Now, as for you, you must be desperate creatures for daring to possess my friends," the guy added, addressing Yulong and Qian Qiang standing behind him. Showing his true nature, the werewolf in Yulong's body offered the handsome guy to come to their side. When they were done with their business here, they could leave Shui Fan in charge of this continent. It's tempting, isn't it? However, unfortunately for them, becoming in charge of the continent is overly ambitious for Fang. He absolutely doesn't care what these dudes' plans are. They dared to inhabit the bodies of his friends, which meant the conversation would be short. But the werewolves themselves were not going to give up. They put on their armor and said that if the boy didn't want to do it the hard way, they would do it the hard way. As Zhu Fan suddenly abruptly appeared beside them, he placed his hands on the werewolves' shoulders. "Didn't you understand anything about me from Wang Yuelong's memories? Do you really think you can defeat me with the armor I designed myself?" Even though Fang said those words in a rather creepy manner, the werewolf in Yulong's body was not embarrassed at all. After promising that they would have time to get to know each other better, the monster said that the boy wouldn't have long to persist. In the same second, he activated his special illusion skill. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan moved to his past home. Behind him, he heard the voice of his future wife. Overjoyed that her husband had returned, little Yun threw herself into his arms. Wei Yun told the guy that the food was already on the table, and the water for bathing was also heated. What will Xu Fan choose first? To bathe or to eat? Or would he prefer to get right down to the sweet stuff? "If sweetness is you, then I choose the third option," the boy said confidently, taking the girl in his arms without a second thought. Going into a more secluded place, the boy placed Wei Yun on the bed. Looking at Shu Fang with embarrassment, little Yun noticed how impatient he was today, and the guy really wasn't going to hold back for long. He almost immediately untied the belt from his wife's waist and threw it away. Cuddling up to her husband, Wei Yun said how much she missed him. However, something went wrong at the last moment. The illusion dissolved, and Shui Fan was actually an observer rather than an actor. The guy almost made the werewolves in his friends' bodies start mating with each other lying on the floor. The monsters, who were shocked by this turn of events, couldn't understand how this dude had attacked them with their own chip. Sui Fan himself asked the uninvited guests why they were stopping. He was actually planning to watch a live show without intermission. He decided not to wait for an answer, and directed the energy into the foreheads of his friends, thus expelling the werewolf souls from their bodies. Almost instantly, Yulong and his wife came to their senses. The two of them immediately threw themselves into Su Fan's arms in tears, thanking him for another rescue. At the moment when Yulong was captured by the three fox werewolves at the golden elixir stage, he thought of killing himself. But suddenly, he remembered Fang saying that no matter what kind of shit he got into, the most important thing was to return home alive, and Brother Shui would somehow find a way to solve the problem. At that moment, Yulong refused to commit suicide, and he did the right thing. After realizing how much his friends had suffered without him, Fan decided to see what those bastards had done to Yulong and return the guy's misery to them double. Plus, he's just recently done a couple torture spells. After realizing where this could lead to, Yulong asked his buddy not to do this and finally finish off the monsters. But Shu Fan didn't want to end so quickly. He was going to avenge his friend in the highest way. Moreover, by torturing these monsters, the boy will not only be able to see what they did to his buddy, but also get into their memories and show them to his friends. A war between two worlds, a werewolf invasion. Despite the fact that the passage between the two worlds was held by the efforts of several sects, a group of shapeshifters, skilled in mind-altering and brainwashing techniques, managed to cross into this world. And then they started doing all sorts of naughty things with Wang Yulong. Upon seeing this, Zhu Fan apologized to his friend, explaining that he had no idea that these foxes had bullied him so cruelly. Unfortunately, Qian Qiang saw it too. So for the rest of the evening, Yulong had to explain to his wife that the werewolves already had full control over him by then. Qiang Qiang suggested that they shouldn't fight in public, so they should talk at home. Shu Fan, in turn, tossed the ball of captured werewolf souls to his buddy and advised him to go and get the reward quickly. Well, Wang Yuelong certainly didn't expect Brother Shui to set him up like this. At least he didn't ask him to split the reward for the monster's souls, or that would have been too much. Borderlands Werewolf Hideout. Suddenly, the ground and air shook with a terrifying force. The gate began to open, giving passage to the werewolves sitting inside the shelter. At the same moment, a gray-haired man dressed in white appeared in the doorway. "I feel kind of sorry for you. It hasn't even been a couple days and you've already been discovered," the stranger said sadly. Turning to the werewolves, the man asked if their chief should have sent more of his kin, since they were so shitty at such a simple task. Naturally, the werewolves in hiding didn't like the speeches of this powerful man. However, they couldn't resist him, so the only way to avoid being enslaved by this bastard and preserve their honor was to commit suicide. But the gray-haired man has already taken full possession of the will of these monsters. He can't let them self-destruct. The stranger easily transferred the souls of the werewolves into special vessels to use them for his own purposes. In modern times, werewolves still dream of reviving their hegemony as they did in ancient times. Have these foolish creatures still not realized who is now in the role of hunter and who is in the role of game? 1 year later, Shu Fang's private home. The guy sits in his workshop and with the help of creation skills molds different things out of clay. It had already been 14 years since Shu Fan had arrived in this world. During this time, the memories of a past life went nowhere. On the contrary, each year they evoke an even more acute sense of longing. Be that as it may, right now Shu Fang needed to chase away destructive thoughts with all his might. Sooner or later he's going to find a way home anyway, and depression certainly won't get him any closer to that. Leaving the house through the dining room, the boy noticed a stone unfamiliar to him in the yard. It didn't seem to have stood there before. Suddenly, a familiar chill ran through the boy's body. The protagonist is approaching. A moment later, Shu Fan was already sitting at the same table as that annoying dude. Xiao Yao came to his friend for help again. Since Yulong can't keep his mouth shut, he not only told everyone about Shu Fang's outstanding forging skills, but also blabbed his home address to the protagonist. So today, Ye Xiao Yao came to his old buddy's house to ask him to make 36 second-grade flying balls. The thing is, Xiao Yao has been studying the fluttering dragon sword formation a lot lately, and to use it, you need a high-end weapon. And if Brother Shu helps, then perhaps the protagonist will break through to the spirit birth stage very soon. Looking at this bratty dude, Su Fan couldn't understand how this guy had the nerve to come to him with requests. The boy misses the time when he first met the protagonist. Back then, the mentor had not yet popped out of Xiao Yao's ring, and Fan himself had not suffered such losses, gaining more than he lost. No, Fang's not going to babysit that dude anymore. Let him go to hell. Awkwardly looking at the enchanting Ye Xiao Yao, the guy explained that forging 36 flying swords was a troublesome endeavor in itself. And since they were needed for the same formation, they all had to be made of identical material. Even a third-level blacksmith would be unable to fulfill such an order. However, the ringmaster ordered his disciple not to listen to this guy, He still wants to master the fluttering dragon sword formation, right? Still wants to take revenge on his fiancée who threw him away? In that case, Xiao Yao should become more persistent instead of mumbling like a wimp. Let him get his way. Or is Xiao Yao worried that once he ascends to the heavens, he will remain forever in Brother Shu's unpaid debt? With the words that he is not a freeloader, the protagonist put the box he found among the ancient ruins on the table. Although the guy doesn't know what's in there, he's willing to give it to Brother Zhu in exchange for 36 swords. Grabbing this box, Zhu Fan decided to help the protagonist since it was so important to him. With a wave of his hand, the boy promised his buddy to write a list of materials needed to start the work a little later. While the satisfied fan was looking at the box, the mentor tapped his disciple on the head, noting how stupid he was. If Xiao Yao kept throwing treasures left and right like this, he would ascend to the realm of the Celestials with a bare ass. He'd be better off with his cunning brother. When the frustrated protagonist left the grounds of the private house, Zhu Fan noticed that this box really isn't that ordinary. This was the first time he had seen such runes. This time, the guy will definitely not be left at a disadvantage. Standing up from the table, the boy looked slyly at that strange rock at the entrance to the dining room. Stepping closer, he abruptly grabbed an item of decor. The rock immediately turned into Sue Yuexian. Holding the girl by her pigtails, the laughing fan advised her not to turn into such an ugly boulder anymore, because she could be seen a kilometer away with the naked eye. Jumping back, the embarrassed Yuexian once again asked her mentor to stop grabbing her pigtails. Still, she was trying hard for a reason. This girl was making good progress. This was the 29th time she had tried to hide from her mentor today, but he had found her every time. Noticing that Yuexian had started to tearfully write something in her diary, Fang motioned for her to come inside. Already in the dining room, the girl handed her mentor a teapot and 2 tea bowls on a tray. Placing the tray on the table, Yuexian asked the guy if it was true that he only discovered her because the boulder turned out ugly. Giving the student a flick, Zhu Fan laughed and calmed her down, telling her that it wasn't true. When the girl managed to deceive her mentor's eyes, she would realize her mistake. In the meantime, all she has to do is keep trying. After sipping some tea, the satisfied fellow noted the good taste of the drink. Watching him, Zhu Yuexian noticed that sometimes the expression on his mentor's face didn't match his stated age at all. Placing the tea bowl back on the table, Fang asked the student if she had brought anything interesting from her assignment. Then the girl held out to her mentor the piece of willow for which she had sacrificed the rest of her loot yesterday. It's just amazing, there's no other way to put it. This piece of wood was imprinted with a natural thunder rune due to a lightning strike. This piece of willow could be used to make an excellent raw material. That was why Zhu Fan immediately began to break down his disciple's find into its various components. The guy decided to keep the rune, and he made a life force pill for Yuexian from the willow pieces. Holding out the pill to the girl, Fang explained that in case of a mortal wound, with this potion, she would be able to restore her health. The mentor then asked the student where her brother was. Yuexian in turn told her that he had gone on a mission with Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang is now the captain of his squad. Sighing, the worried fan asked the girl to tell her brother the next time they met that sometimes an excessive desire to develop quickly leads to the opposite results. Uncle Wang is an example of this. He's been trying his best for so many years, but he's still on the second step of the foundation. Speaking of those two, Wang Yulong and Shui Gang have just returned from a hunting trip. Upon entering, the disciple immediately ran to his mentor, while his captain awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said hello to Brother Shui. Oh, it's the great and terrible Wang Yulong. What would a warrior at the stage of laying out the basics want in my shabby hut? Fan spoke sarcastically, touching on a sore subject for his friend. Yulong ran up to his buddy and asked him to take a look at what he had brought with him. The guy had found this extraordinary spiritual ore in a beast's lair and brought it to Brother Shu for expert evaluation. Placing the box on the table, the boy opened the lid. It's been half an hour. Well, sometimes Yulong could be useful. At first, Sui Fan had thought of killing him when he heard his friend talking about him all over the place and even gave Fang's home address to Brother Ye. But since this guy brought such a treasure, Shu Fang would have to spare him if he tells where exactly he found it. After a couple of days, Shui Fan continued to examine the item his friend had brought. Wang Yuelong, although he was a mediocre, had somehow managed to find such an exotic ore. This is the first time a guy has ever gotten his hands on a spiritual ore with such properties. It should store the embedded consciousness, and it blends perfectly with various items. If a piece of this ore is placed inside the battle dolls, a piece of Shufang's own consciousness will appear inside them. Walking over to the pre-prepared doll, the boy placed a small piece of ore in the area of the heart. It's time to put the latest monkey, the conscious version model, to the test. To make the trial fair, Fan decided to spar a conscious version of a monkey against one of the strongest puppets, the northern wolf. From the start of the fight, the gorilla moved to a safe distance and began to carefully observe his opponent's movements. The wolf, in turn, rushed into the fight without a second thought, expecting to sink its fangs into the enemy's throat with a single lunge. Ducking down, the ape figured out the wolf's weak spot, opening up perfectly for the blow. Taking the initiative in the battle, the gorilla dodged and launched a counterattack on the enemy. Is it over? That's the whole fight? That's really impressive. A tiny bit of that ore turned the battle doll into a true killing monster. Its combat power is 5 times greater than Shu Fan's, and one can't help but be satisfied with that. Meanwhile, Yulong showed up at the entrance to the courtyard with a sack behind his back. Passing by the corpse of a wolf, the dumbfounded guy asked Shufang why he suddenly decided to kill animals in his own backyard. Do you have nothing better to do? After taking the northern wolf's soul, the cultivator asked his friend why he had come this time. Chuckling awkwardly, Yulong reminded his buddy that his super armor had been damaged by fox werewolves. So he had brought all the necessary materials to repair it. And when Fan asked the guy where he found all these materials, Wang Yulong, scratching the back of his head happily, explained that he had simply bought most of them by asking Qian Qian for spiritual stones. Apparently, since she hadn't been stingy, she was already willing to ask her husband after this agonizing year. However, Zhu Fan advised his friend not to get excited so early. He knows that 20,000 kilometers away from here, there is a sect of 100 flowers. The sect's female disciples are said to be very attracted to men. As soon as they get a more or less handsome guy, they immediately begin to seduce him, even if he is thrice married. Yes, Wang Yulong himself has heard about the 100 Flowers sect. A comrade from his branch had gone to them and never returned. Then, his mentor went there to pick up his disciple, and in the end, he came back barely alive. Grinning eerily, Fan asked his buddy if he still didn't understand what this whole conversation was about. After entering the house, the guy advised Yulong not to go there under any circumstances, and even if he somehow got there, at least let him think of means of defense. And before Brother Shu closed the door in front of him, Wang Yulong said that he understood, and then he remembered that he wasn't even going to go there. Then, what was the point of this whole conversation in the first place? Yulong, you'll need to go to the 100 Flowers sect soon, ordered the mentor, pointing his finger at his doomed disciple. Trying to hold back tears, the boy asked the master if he could go nowhere, but the mentor replied that it was out of the question. A joint experience exchange conference is scheduled with the 100 Flowers sect in a month's time. The heads of the sects will personally reward the excellent students, and since Yulong is his master's favorite disciple, his mentor will not let him miss such a chance. Remembering Brother Shu's words and imagining his wife's face as she stabbed the tomatoes to death, Wang Yulong crawled over to his master in despair and shouted that he was a family man. He can't go there. Grabbing his apprentice's head, the master agreed that with a face like that, it was indeed dangerous to let him go there. That's why the mentor decided to help him. Poking the snotty kid in the head, the man asked him not to worry about it anymore. In the meantime, the protagonist once again stumbled over to Brother Shu and started asking for cheaper sword creation. With an annoyed look at him, Fang explained that he had already cut the cost of production to a minimum. The guy could only make a digging stick even cheaper. Sitting across from him, Xiao Yao once again asked Brother Shu to think of something else to save money on. The thing is, the protagonist doesn't have 100,000 spirit stones, and he definitely won't have any in the near future. Sighing, Zhu Fan realized that this dude was probably the poorest protagonist in history. Where are his millions, valuable items, rare swords? The old swordsman had handed over a very powerful yet extremely costly formation to his disciple. It was good that Shu Fang had been brotherly to him. The question that arose was, had Xiao Yao not accumulated any savings in so many years of doing tasks for the swordsman branch? Well, the protagonist may have accumulated millions over the years, but he was constantly spending everything he earned. The old swordsman needs resources to recover The 6 main swords need to be pumped regularly, and there are 12 auxiliary swords as well. In short, Ye Xiaoyao asked his friend to give him at least 3 days, and he himself went to the nearest pawn shop. Before the protagonist left, Shu Fan advised him to live more modestly, then suggested that he try his luck further away from the sect. There was a better chance of finding something of value there. However, now Qiao Yao has nothing left but to take out a microloan for a year, leaving his jewelry as collateral. Seeing Xiao Yao shamefully taking out a loan, the old swordsman asked him not to dare mention his name when the disciple was in the great heliocosm. Actually, only drunks go to pawn shops. At the same time, Shu Fan, humming a little song, opened the window in his office and got to work. It took him quite a bit of effort to get the seal off the box. It's all right, but now the guy will finally see what treasure the protagonist gave him. Reaching out his hands to the box, the boy unlocked the lock and lifted the lid. A bright light illuminated his face, and the object lying inside gave the lad a genuine shock. Meanwhile, still in the pawn shop, Xiao Yao began to search behind his groove for his jade ball for illumination. Not finding it, the protagonist scratched the back of his head in bewilderment and asked the old swordsman if he had seen the balloon. In response, the swordsman emperor only chuckled slyly. "What the hell?" Looking at the box irritably, Zhu Fan said. When he took out the strange object from the box, he noticed that it looked like an ordinary jade ball for lighting. Would anyone put such a small thing under such a strong defense? It was clear. The bastard mentor from the ring had taken the treasure out of here and replaced it with a ball. Annoyed, tossing the jade ball onto the table, Zhu Fan realized that he had been tricked. What's the big deal? The old swordsman has to figure out how to get more resources to rebuild. A few days later, the sect of 100 colors. While the girls are chasing after the other guys who came as part of the delegation from the Heavenly Throne sect, Wang Yuelong is just tensely sitting on the sidelines. Luckily, his mentor understood and gave him a spell to disfigure his face. Maybe this way he could avoid any trouble. In fact, the guy promised Qian Qiang that if there was another incident like the fox werewolves, he would hang himself in front of her. So now there was nothing left for Yulong to do but just sit there and watch embarrassedly as the beautiful girls were sticking it to mentor Chen Ye sitting next to him. When they approached the old man, the disciples of the 100 Roses sect asked him why he was frowning. Was he not happy with the reception here? And when the master replied that he liked everything, the golden-haired woman asked if he was lying. If everyone likes everything, then why is someone hiding their true colors? She asked, pointing her finger at the guy sitting at the table. Naturally, Wang Yuelong guessed that he was the one in question. As she approached the old man, the golden-haired girl asked if she seemed so ugly to him. Why is Chen Ye's gaze avoiding her? However, the master is a master who realizes the danger of the situation. If he looked up, he wouldn't be able to leave. While the golden-haired woman was molesting his mentor, Yulong got into trouble. The girl who came up to him sat on the guy's lap and, putting her arms around him, offered to stroke her long, straight, and beautiful legs. Damn it, it's happening again. Yulong must hold on, or else he'll have to fulfill the promise he made to his wife before he left. Shu Fan is a nice guy and has never wronged the protagonist. Why is fate so unfair to him in his relationship with this dude? Ye Xiaoyao. He doesn't seem to be a villain either, but next to him, Fang is always unlucky, and he's left at a disadvantage every time. Lying on the hammock, the guy stretched out his hand, whereupon a bird landed on his finger. This chick is ready. 500 more like it, and Fan Can will be able to awaken a faint spiritual fire, and after that, he will become a third-grade blacksmith. Once again, the guy came to the conclusion that he needed to stay away from the protagonist. And if it didn't work out, then the cultivator would have to move again. Brother Shu! There was suddenly a creepy whisper from behind his shoulder, greatly frightening the boy. Holding out a pouch to his friend, Xiao Yao explained that all the necessary materials were now ready. Approaching the huge boulder, the protagonist asked when he could pick up his flying swords. Trying to recover from the shock, Fan told his buddy to come back in 2 months. It's too bad that the guy can't refuse to provide help. After all, in that case, he might turn into someone Xiao Yao would blame for his failures. Just the thought of that makes one feel fearful. Xiao Yao happily ran up to his friend and remarked that Brother Shu was right when he advised him to try his luck away from the sect. 10,000 kilometers away, the protagonist found a mine with enriched iron. Even though that place was infested with werewolves, Ye Xiaoyao estimated that there were 5 million spirit stones worth of ore to be mined from there. Hearing this, Fan had already started to imagine how he would become rich. The protagonist in turn added that that mine was guarded by a herd of large-bodied elephants at the golden elixir stage, although there were also a few at the spirit birth stage. If they go there together right after Brother Shu finishes with the flying swords, they can split the loot 50-50. So wait, what do you mean together? Fong perplexedly interrogated. Waving off the protagonist, the guy asked what he wanted to do with him. Enrich him or write a death sentence? During their last adventures together, Fong could have been killed twice. However, Xiao Yao asked his friend not to be puffed up. He wanted to share with him as a brother, that's all. Catching up with Su Fan, the protagonist shouted that one day he would become the first swordsman of the Heavenly Throne sect, and his buddy would become the first blacksmith. Then they would ascend to heaven together, and their friendship would become legendary. In the end, Xiao Yao still managed to catch up to the guy, grabbing him by the shoulder. "Brother Shu, we're perfect for each other!" yelled the main character, clinging to the dumbfounded Shu Fang. Ye Xiao Yao is a natural swordsman, and Brother Shu is a talented blacksmith. Their union is destined by the heavens. Is that so hard to understand? Trying to quietly get away while this dude was showing off, Zhu Fan asked why he couldn't dig up that mine by himself. Xiao Yao then explained that he couldn't do it alone. His plan was that while he would distract the elephants on himself, Shu Fan would have to dig for ore. Besides, this was the territory of the werewolves. If the protagonist just slaughtered everyone without a second thought, serious trouble would start. Even more so, large-bodied elephants occupy a position between werewolves and beasts. Killing them is a bad omen. It really made sense. However, instead of going there, Zhui Fan decided to give his friend a miner. It doesn't even need to be controlled. It will do everything by itself. If you hide the robot somewhere in the bushes near the mine in advance and distract the elephants, the miner will do all the work. And it would finish much faster than if Fang did it himself. But the old swordsman wasn't going to stop there. He ordered his apprentice to think of another way to get something useful out of Brother Shu. With a dazzling glow, Xiao Yao subverted that if he went to the lair of those terrifying creatures without his friend, this sortie could still be very dangerous. Seeing that he had no chance to resist this dude's charisma, Zhu Fang had to promise to fit him with a set of armor, but with the condition of returning it. Be that as it may, if Fang made around 2 million at the end of the operation, then minus the cost of the super-duper miner and the second-grade armor, he would still have a profit. In short, they agreed to meet in 3 months. Shu Fang's duties were to prepare the flying swords, miner, and armor. The protagonist was given the task of reconnoitering the area around the mine once more. When Ye Xiao Yao finally left the courtyard of the private house, Suifan finally figured out that it looked like that vile ring mentor was working against him. When Brother Ye was begging for armor from the guy, the smile on his face looked clearly strained. It was as if he was extremely embarrassed and didn't want to do it himself. So from now on, Shu Fang would have to defend himself against this annoying old man. The boy was now convinced that it had been the dude's mentor who had taken the treasure out of the box and replaced it with a jade ball last time. He'd have to remind the old bastard of that. By mid-afternoon, the Heavenly Throne sect's delegation finally ended their visit to the 100 Roses sect. Wang Yuelong had never put in so much mental effort before, much less for the sake of maintaining his chastity. He had passed the test of beauties after all, and would now be proud of it for the rest of his life, but he started to rejoice too soon. A violet-haired woman came up behind him and called out to him. Looking at him confused, the girl offered to at least hug goodbye since they weren't destined to be together in this life. Holding back with his last strength, Yulong refused, explaining that he was a family man. Saying goodbye could be done with words. Then, without listening to him, the purple-haired woman ran up to the guy and hugged him. Leaning her lips against the boy's neck, the girl kissed him, leaving a mark. Of course, Yulong did not tolerate such insolence and immediately pushed the insolent woman away. After realizing what she had just done, the guy got really angry and was about to slap the girl. However, the golden-haired head of the 100 Roses sect stopped him. "What is it? Has something angered you?" she asked grimly. Momentarily cooling down, Wang Yuelong said that he only wanted to ask why they did this to him. He hadn't done anything wrong. Hiding behind the sect leader's back, the purple-haired girl explained that she only wanted to mark this guy as her own. That's when Yulong understood what kind of trouble he was in. Heavenly Throne Sect, the abode of the Supreme Preceptor. Sitting at his desk, The sect leader asked the woman who had entered his room what he owed to such a sudden visit. The woman in turn explained that she had simply brought her student to see her husband. "I have little respect for your sect and will not join you. After all, I can take anything I want from you." After listening to the guest, the Supreme Mentor laughed, saying that he had no such thoughts. He only hoped to make her short visit as comfortable as possible. Taking the glass in her hand, the woman was surprised that this old man had chosen to treat her to such an exquisite tea. Preparing for a long conversation, the guest asked her companion to brew another pot of tea. At the same time, in the courtyard of Shu Fang's house, she got so tall. How long was their separation? Little Yun finally came home, and the first person she decided to see was her future husband. "Long time no see, Wei Yun," Fang muttered as the girl turned around to look at him. As soon as he said that, the already matured little Yun rushed towards the guy in a hug. Surprisingly, Zui Fan himself was also very happy to see her. He thought that with such a powerful mentor, Wei Yun would quickly forget him. Watching this scene, the two disciples could not believe that the girl who looked like a celestial and flew on a huge divine bird was the wife of the mentor. Just as suddenly, Wei Yun, who was snuggled against her future husband's chest, began to giggle strangely. Noticing her disheveled face, the frightened Fang asked the girl to collect her drool. He didn't want to ruin his favorite 100% natural silk garment. This behavior changed Ganan Yuexian's opinion very quickly. No, this girl is hardly a celestial. Wei Yun began to beg her husband to come with her. She's all grown up now, so there's nothing stopping them from having children and living soul to soul for the rest of their lives. Trying to hold little Yun back, the dumbfounded Fan replied that he wouldn't dare to interfere with her cultivation process. She's doing so well after all, and her mentor would be against it. So they should hold off on starting a family for a while. At the same moment, Zue Gang and Shui Yuexian greeted Mother Mentor. After introducing his disciples to his future wife, Fan revealed that he had taken these kids as his disciples after they saved his life. "What did you call me? Mother Mentor?" Wei Yun clarified admiringly, looking at the children in fascination. In honor of their first meeting, the girl decided to give the students small gifts. After that, little Yun said goodbye to her husband, promising that when she finished her training with her mentor, they would be together forever. But unexpectedly, Fang asked her to wait for a while. Previously, the guy had treated Wei Yun like a little sister. But when Fan saw her inside his illusion, he created to deceive the fox werewolves. He finally realized how he really felt about this girl. The only thing the boy hopes for now is that he does not do this too late. Looking into Wei Yun's eyes, Fan told him that it was customary in his village that when a man himself put a ring on a girl's hand, from then on, they were truly considered husband and wife. "Darling, I'm going to miss you," the girl replied sadly, looking lovingly at the ring. "And I'm gonna miss you." After saying that, the guy escorted his wife, who boarded the huge divine bird and flew away. Left alone with Wei Yun, the mentor wondered what she liked so much about this guy. After all, he's a minor cultivator at the key tempering stage, and he's not even particularly handsome. However, this attitude angered little Yun. She shouted that her mentor was wrong and that her husband was the most talented in the world. When the girl first met Shu Fang at the age of 13, she immediately realized that they were destined to be together. However, the mentor will not oppose this marriage. The heavenly spirit is rarely wrong, so there is no reason not to trust him this time as well. In that case, the woman explained that since the student wanted to start living with her husband as soon as possible, she had to study hard. As soon as she reached the stage of fusion, she would let her go. And it wouldn't take much time, only about 1,000 to 2,000 years. Returning to his disciples, Fan told them that Mother Mentor had given them Phoenix blood-based pills. These were very valuable pills. In the case of a critical injury, such a thing could save a person before their consciousness left their body. Even Shu Fang envied that these kids had such pills and he didn't. But when the disciples offered to let the mentor take away their pills, he asked them not to insult him. Fang would never take away the pills from the children. Plus, he got some other more valuable gift. As of today, this guy is a married man. The next day, the weather was calm. Everything was fine, and the day promised to be calm. Zhu Fan was hanging out at his forge as usual, crossing the consciousness retention ore and the enriched iron ore. The last conscious models of battle dolls have proven to be excellent, except that their creation requires a scarce ore of consciousness retention. The next step is to invent a device that could control the consciousness of the battle dolls. And while the guy was thinking over his plan of action, he felt someone's approach. An unknown person hit a force field set up around the perimeter of a private home. For some reason, the stranger was hiding his face and sneaking around so that no one would notice him. After making sure that no one was following him, the man snuck into the yard of a private house. Suddenly, he saw the owner of these properties in front of him, already prepared for battle. "What are you doing wrapped around your neck in this heat? Are you cold or something?" Su Fan asked, looking at the masked guy acting strangely. Pulling his mask down, Wang Yulong showed his friend the mark on his neck. He had come here so that Brother Shu could help him solve this problem. And when Yulong said that his conscience remained clear at the end of the business trip, Fang remarked that if one looked at his buddy's neck, the validity of those words was faintly believable. Kneeling down, the guy explained that he didn't come empty-handed, then handed Brother Shu some gizmo that he had purchased at the Taoist Hermit Fair for 10,000 spiritual stones. Although Wang Yulong himself doesn't know what's inside this box, however, Fang noticed that it's not the first time that this boy's attractiveness has benefited him. He can't wait to find out what kind of gift fate has arranged for him this time. After thinking it over carefully, Brother Shu agreed to help his friend. Fang realized that the hickey on his friend's neck had been left on his soul. Even if Yulong's soul was transferred to another body, the same hickey would pop out again. With a suspicious glance at his friend, Zhu Fan noticed that the beauty who gave him a hickey seemed to be very much in love with him. Such a strong hickey could only be left once in a lifetime. Unfortunately, there was no way to remove this hickey, since it had already merged with Yulong's soul. Only when the guy breaks through to the spirit birth stage will his soul be cleansed and shed the mark. However, Fan said with a smirk, slamming his fist into his palm. However what? Seeing the strange expression on his face, a frightened Yulong asked his friend why he had picked up that huge blade. Bringing his sword above his head, Zhu Fan explained that since this hickey couldn't be eliminated, there was only one option left, and his friend would definitely not like it. At the same instant, a hoarse scream was heard in the mountains. From the impact of the sharp blade on his neck, Yulong flew back into the protective barrier of the house and hid his back. With a frightened look at Brother Shu, the boy asked why the latter was trying to kill him. Suddenly, the boy felt a burning pain in the area of his neck. His neck was covered in a strange red energy that made Yulong scream in unbearable pain. At the same moment, Zhu Fan standing nearby stuffed some kind of balloon into his friend's mouth. Holding out the mirror to his buddy, Fan explained that if he had warned Wang Yulong would have been even more frightened. Therefore, the guy decided to act without further ado. Looking in the mirror, Yulong noticed that a huge scar had appeared in the place of the hickey on his neck. On the whole, it was not bad. Helping his friend up, Zhu Fan asked him not to worry, promising that the scar would go away along with the hickey when he broke through to the spirit birth stage. Although this was only a hypothesis, and so it was impossible to accurately predict whether it would happen. Of course, Fang didn't say that to his buddy, so as not to break his already fragile child's psyche unnecessarily. Night of the same day. The Valley of the Big-Billed Elephants. Flying away from the huge elephant, Xiao Yao asks the old swordsman to move his brains faster, or else they'll both die here. The ring mentor told the apprentice that there was a magical teleportation field 600 kilometers west of here that the Sword Emperor would be able to activate with spiritual energy. After dodging another strike from the large-bodied elephant, Xiao Yao decided to clarify exactly where they were teleporting to. However, the old man from the ring replied that it was no longer important, as the number one task now was to stay alive. Soon flying up to the teleportation field, the swordsman emperor noticed that it looked very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Be that as it may, Ye Xiao Yao no longer had any other choice. He had to jump into the portal hoping for the best. If he stays alive, it won't matter what happens next. A beautiful yellow star flies over Shu Fang's private home. The guy himself is lying on a chaise lounge and relaxing in the open air. Running up to the mentor, Zua Yuexian grabbed his hand and asked him to stop snoozing. It's already evening out. The girl then bragged to her teacher about the spiritual energy replenishing liquid she had found in the lake. There's a portal at the bottom of the lake, on the other side of which a bunch of ancient treasures, artifacts, and rare plants are probably hidden. Besides, Zhu Gang sensed the presence of beasts at the golden elixir stage, and so he didn't let his sister enter there. Instantly waking up, an excited fan asked the disciples if they were sure that there was no one more dangerous than a golden elixir stage beast out there. Would it be easy to get back out of that portal? Also, Do these kids have a fallback plan in case they encounter enemies more dangerous than the beasts in the golden elixir stage? What volume ring can hold all the prey? What kind of vessels might be needed for the plants? And exactly what type of beasts are those beasts? And exactly what type? While Sufan was asking all these questions to his disciples, Gon held out some sort of scroll to him. Showing her mentor this scroll, Uexian said that she had already thought about all these matters and made a clear plan of action. After considering the plan, Fang shifted his satisfied gaze to his disciple. "Looks convincing. Okay, let's trust your plan," muttered the boy, lovingly stroking the embarrassed girl's head. Plus, their favorite mentor is going with them as well. He hasn't been out of the sect for quite some time, and this trip doesn't look dangerous. 3 days later, the children brought Shufang to the very same spot. Looking around, Fan asked Uexian if she had found this place by herself. When she jumped off the ship and landed in her brother's arms, the girl told him that she had been chasing a fox, and that was how she had come across the lake. Unfortunately, the little fox had run away. But he was so cute, small, white and fluffy, with golden purple eyes. "Is that him?" Fan clarified, pointing to the fox cub that had fallen into the hands of his sentient puppet. Upon seeing this animal, the excited children confirmed that this was the fox they were chasing. As soon as they arrived here, Zhu Fan noticed that this little guy had been watching them the whole time. At first, the guy wanted to let him go, but he suddenly started ridiculing him. To think that a beast at the 6th stage of the key tempering stage was ridiculing such a powerful person. Unleashing this unfortunate animal, Fang tossed it to his disciples, telling them to take it for themselves since they needed it so badly. Taking the white fox in their arms, the children thanked their mentor for such a gift. Well, now they're going to be friends with this animal. At the same time, Zuifan snapped his fingers and said that it was time to head towards the portal. Immediately afterward, the 4 of them jumped into the lake. At the bottom, they saw a huge door with a lock. Swimming over to her, Uexian took out a small yellow pebble from her pocket. When the girl inserted this stone into the lock, there was a loud bang. The portal opened, revealing a passage between spaces. It was incredible, such a small lake hiding such a large world. Still in the lake, Sufan snapped his fingers. With a wave of his hand, he showed the students his latest development, the Puppet Master. In simple terms, it could simply be called the control center for conscious doll models. After applying this thing, Fang decided to keep 50 dolls to gather herbs and another 50 to mine ore. The rest will go on a punishing expedition against the beasts at the golden elixir stage. Laughing, the guy noted that the thing was actually quite handy. After descending into the other world, Fan decided to try draining the lake outside the portal with the sea's absorption vessel. At the same moment, a whirlpool began to form in the lake. Unfortunately, the kids didn't have time to watch it. From behind them came a horde of monsters. A multitude of powerful creatures at the Golden Essence stage were preparing to tear the uninvited guests to shreds. But when they saw Shu Fang step towards them, they stopped abruptly. Turning to Zhu Gang, the mentor asked if he could remember the secret technique with the longest name. The child answered without hesitation that it was Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon. The boy remembered the name well, because as you know, the longer the name, the stronger the technique. Extending his fingers, Fan praised his disciple. These two are very lucky to be here today, because they're about to see the full power of Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon. Pointing at the opponents, Zhu Fan spoke briefly. "Fire!" The poor monsters couldn't do anything about this man's overpowering strength. A single charge of Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon blew away several meters of earth, taking half of all the monsters to the other side. All the beasts in the way simply turned to dust. Seeing this, the disciples greatly admired their mentor. A person at the key tempering stage had defeated a bunch of beasts at the golden elixir stage with a single swipe. Were there many cases like this in history? Today, Shufan decided to use the time to strengthen his own authority, and he did not fail. Once his disciples surpassed him, it would be harder and harder to impress them. All the monsters ran away, and Shu Gang turned around to look at the mentor, suggesting to look for beasts at the spirit birth stage and test the cannon on them. In response, Fang only gave the kid a flick. Had he forgotten what his mentor had taught him? You should prioritize safety and stay out of harm's way. Meanwhile, a puppet lord flew over to Suifan and reported, "You puppets too, meet the beast I was able to handle. In addition, the object is rapidly heading this way." Turning around, the children and their teacher heard the deafening roar of the monster. Their opponent turned out to be a huge red tiger. Just seeing this terrifying creature, the children began to tremble with fear. Well, then they remembered they weren't alone. There's no reason for them to panic because the mentor is there for them. In that case, they must give the enemy a vigorous fight back with the three of them. Looking at the disciples, Fan rather noticed that their courage was fine. Stepping in front of the kids, the guy ordered them to step back, explaining that such an opponent was beyond them right now. Let them better stand and watch the fight closely from the sidelines, absorbing invaluable experience. The battle had begun. From the very beginning, Zhu Fan sent several energy arrows towards the enemy. However, the tiger was not so simple. His speed, which allowed him to dodge all the attacks, was astonishing. And even when the energy arrows were in front of him, the monster had time to react and jump back. Realizing that it would not be able to get close to the man on the ground, the animal roared fearfully. In the same second, the tiger grew beautiful wings and soared into the air. Fang looked thoughtfully at the enemy and was surprised that it could fly. It wasn't a big deal. He'd taken down monsters like this before. Picking the perfect timing, Zhu Fan waited for the moment when the enemy would let his guard down. There was no way the tiger could have expected a sudden attack from above, and so the energy arrows easily penetrated its defense, nailing the beast's body to the ground. After firing a few more arrows at the monster pretending to be dead, Fan asked his students to remember that even if the enemy looked already defeated and its carcass was lying breathless, it should be finished off just in case. In the end, after dealing with his opponent, Zhu Fan took his soul for his own collection. Finally picking up the vessel absorbing the seas, the guy noticed that this time the catch was expected to be large. A whole lake could fit into this small vessel. But if Fang had gotten here in the company of the protagonist, he would have surely managed to run into more terrifying threats here. And even if Fan hadn't died, he would have left with nothing. Such was Ye Xiaoyao's fate. At the same time, in the world of werewolves, Ye Xiaoyao had to use the limited skin of the young prince of the royal wolf family to survive in this world. With a tired look at the old swordsman, the boy reminded him that they had been here for quite some time. Shouldn't they go back? But the ringmaster explained that they were in no hurry and that no one was chasing them out of here. Besides, it's not every day you get the chance to be in the world of werewolves. So why not make the most of this chance? In order to disguise Xiao Yao, the old swordsman used a technique from the Great Heliocosm, so even the strongest werewolves in this world wouldn't recognize him as a human. So it's time to start searching for treasure and other useful resources. The protagonist still needs a lot more swords than he has now. When Xiao Yao is at the Mahayana stage, his mentor will give him information that will require as many as 10,000 swords. That's when the boy will be unrivaled even in the heavens. In other words, Ye Xiaoyao would become the lord of all celestials. Of course, the guy liked such an offer. But after a while, when he thought it over carefully, something confused him. Wait a minute, 10,000? Where do you think I'm going to get them? If you're talking about simple iron swords, you can buy them from a lay blacksmith. What good are they? The old swordsman explained that he was referring to flying swords. When the boy was at the crossing stage, the mentor would take him to his hiding place at the junction of the worlds. Even a fraction of the treasure there would be enough to cover the cost of making 10,000 flying balls. Hearing this, Xiao Yao couldn't believe his ears. His mentor turned out to be so rich. Suddenly, the conversation between the master and his disciple was interrupted by a huge hand that appeared high in the sky. Unfortunately, the protagonist didn't have time to react to the attack at all. A hand grabbed Ye Xiaoyao, and his mentor, noticing this, decided to leave his disciple, advising him to act according to the situation. To make a long story short, a huge hand decided to take a brave little wolf cub lost in these scary places as his apprentice. Ever since Xu Fang's disciples had taken him out for easy prey at the bottom of the lake, he had stopped patronizing them heavily and let them develop on their own. He spent all his time making pills and battle dolls. His life was peaceful and serene, especially since Ye Xiaoyao hadn't bothered him for a long time. And so it's been a full 10 years since that day. Time flowed incredibly fast. Without realizing it, Xu Fan had already lived for 36 years. It seems as if only yesterday Wang Yuelong had his firstborn Wang Xiangqi, and today he is already part of Fang's daily life. Noticing the mentor sitting in the gazebo, Xue Yuexian asked him what he was sighing so sorrowfully about. Looking at the student in tears, the guy asked what would happen to him if he never broke through to the foundation stage in the next 100 years. Holding out Jiaoji to the mentor, Yuexian cheered him up, saying that there was no way that could be. It's not like he's not just breaking through, he clearly has a plan. Besides, even if he remains at the key tempering stage, the mentor is already superior to Uncle Wang in everything. Everyone already knows that Shufan will find a way to turn the sky upside down if need be. For Uxian, he will always be the strongest. Ha ha ha, really? You really think so? Fang inquired, grabbing the girl by her pigtails. Pushing that old rascal away, the indignant Uxian asked him to finally stop this strange habit of grabbing her pigtails. At the same time, Wang Yuelong walked up to Brother Shui. Seeing him, Fang asked why the inner sect disciples were not sitting in the inner sector. Why do they keep going to his house? By the clock in the back of his head, Yulong replied that not visiting an old friend for a long time is a real crime. And when Fang said that Wang Xiangqi had gone on a mission and Daddy wouldn't see him today, Yulong clarified that he really didn't come here for that. Realizing what his friend was getting at, Zhu Fan gestured for Gian and Uxian to leave for the time being. All the little devils are gone. You can talk about what you really came for, the guy muttered, looking at the pensive Yulong. It seems that a serious conversation is coming up. With a pitying look at Brother Shu, Yulong asked him to accept the son of one of his friends as a disciple. Putting on his glasses, Fang sat up to his buddy and wondered if this was a case where by friend one meant oneself. Covering his face with his hands, Wang Yulong asked the guy not to look at him with such disdain. Fang in turn asked him to tell him the details. It happened 7 years ago. Back then, a disciple from the Thousand Cloud sect had arrived as an exchange student, and the battle squad was constantly going on missions with her. On one of these missions, they came across a 7 wishes snake at the golden elixir stage. With their combined efforts, they managed to finish it off. But before it died, the snake managed to throw out a sexual desire-inducing poison towards the squad. Yulong and this disciple of the Thousand Cloud sect were both struck by it. Of course, the guy fought hard to keep his chastity. Grasping his head, Yulong asked Brother Shu if he had ever heard of interspiritual conception. After being struck by snake venom, the two desperately resisted the growing desire for physical coitus within them. But they did not realize how at the same time the essences of their souls were merging together, resulting in the birth of new life. Undoubtedly, it was almost impossible to believe such a story. Yulong himself would never have believed such a story if it hadn't happened to him. However, Fang realized that if it was indeed true, a child born under such unusual circumstances must be very special. It would be foolish of him to reject such a disciple. Okay, let's say I believed you. Where is his mother? Is she willing to give him to me as an apprentice? Brother Shu asked his friend. Shaking his head, Yulong said that unfortunately, the girl had passed away 2 years ago after returning to his sect. Standing up from the table, Fang agreed to help his buddy, then asked him to show him this boy as soon as possible. As he stepped outside the property, he saw a child sitting by a tree. Standing in front of him, Shu Fan said hello to the boy and asked what his name was. This child's name is Li Xinqi, and he's 6 years old. He already knows 1,000 characters. Looking at the boy contentedly, Fang asked if he wanted to apprentice with him. Smiling happily, Xingzi replied that he wanted it very badly. Uncle Wang said that if the boy studied under Master Shu, he could one day become an invincible cultivator. And when Fan asked the child why he wanted to become an invincible cultivator, Li Xinqi explained that his desire was to find his father and make him repent at his mother's grave. With a smirk, Shu Fang remarked that it was rumored that the boy's father was a victim of circumstances himself. But in any case, it was a worthy goal. Walking with the child to his garden and sitting down with him on the bench, Master Shu explained that there was one last step left. If this boy passes the test, then Fan will accept him as an apprentice. When the master touched his forehead with his finger, Li Xinqi immediately fell into slumber. The child lay down on the bed and the two boys began to watch what would happen next. The majestic white wolf broke through into the human world. The cross-border portal that Ye Xiaoyao used to enter the werewolf world opened from the other side. Stepping out into the unknown world, the perplexed werewolves asked their bear commander what they should do next. The bear, meanwhile, had also crossed the boundary of worlds. And the first thing the commander decided to do was to find out exactly where he and his subordinates had gotten to. With a sharp flip of his hand, he finished off a nearby flying bird. Using a memory retrieval from his victim, the werewolf commander confirmed that they had indeed entered the human world. Laughing evilly, the bear shouted that he needed to report this hunt to the commander-in-chief immediately. The werewolves had finally made a major breakthrough. With a teleportation point, the return of their race's hegemony was a matter of the near future. At this time, sitting with a stone face, Ye Xiao Yao, still disguised as a werewolf, sits and listens to his mentor. Is he the only one who has the feeling that he and the old swordsman are up to their necks in shit? However, the ringmaster advised him to look at the world positively. The boy was lucky to be a disciple of a mentor at the Mahayana stage. He knows a lot about killing people, so Xiao Yao should listen to him carefully and take his advice to heart. After a few days, Xu Feng finally managed to produce a sniper rifle of decent quality. It wasn't easy. He will give this prototype to Daxian. If the rifle performs well, then the guy will make one for himself. At the same moment, a worried Shu Gang ran into the workshop with his sister. The boy told his mentor that they were in trouble. A huge wave of werewolves that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere was approaching the borders of Xiangzhou. Their leaders are in the Mahayana stage. It is rumored that the enemies have already killed all the inhabitants of Xijin country. After thinking about it for a while, Zhu Fan realized that there was a big wave of werewolves against humans coming. But why did he feel as if the protagonist had something to do with it? After thinking it over properly, the guy sighed heavily. Looking at the children, Fang explained that if war came to these parts, his disciples would be called to the front as well. That was the last thing he wanted to do. These two had been growing up in front of Xu Fang's eyes since they were 6 and 7 years old. It was the same as if they were his own children. And since they're going to have to go to war, the guy decided to give these kids an instruction. From today onwards, they would give up all tasks. From now on, the disciples will only train at home, more specifically, in Xu Fan's newly built illusion hall. Also, the mentor will teach them the secret technique of escaping from the battlefield. This way, he would definitely be calm about their lives. But first, Daxian would go to the market and buy all the ingredients on the list. Meanwhile, Zhu Gong will bring his master the souls of the beasts at the foundation stage. The more the better. Once a large-scale war breaks out in their territory, the sect will mobilize all disciples above the key tempering stage. And of course, all alchemists and blacksmiths. With all this in mind, Fang and his disciples must approach this moment fully armed. 3 days later, the Hall of Illusions. The mentor explained to his students that he had created this hall to immerse them in astral illusions. The children would not be able to increase their cultivation, but they would be able to perfect their combat techniques and spells. The time inside the illusion would be different from the real time, so it could be dangerous to stay here for a long time. Holding out some balls to the students, Fan explained that they were tonic pills that would help avoid the side effects of the time limit. After the children take these pills, they will be here for 2 years. But don't let that scare them, because in the real world, it will only be a month. So these two had better not waste any time here and hurry up and start improving their skills. After saying goodbye to the disciples, Zhu Fan promised to visit them from time to time. Over the next month, several million werewolves accumulated near the Xiangzhou border, led by 5 individuals at the Mahayana stage. The werewolf race had already unleashed a destructive wave across a dozen small border countries. Rivers of blood flowed wherever they appeared. As news was received from the invaded countries, several Xiangzhou elders at the Mahayana stage decided that the magical teleportation field should be destroyed. At the same time, Xiangzhou's greatest swordsman didn't wait for the others and single-handedly destroyed the passage between worlds and 2 werewolves at the Mahayana stage. After that, he disappeared without a trace. After a month, the werewolves were pushed back to the forbidden zone on the border of Xiangzhou. But they sent a message to the humans that if the humans invaded the forbidden zone, then they would break the seal that restrains the return of the ancient giant werewolves. In the end, the parties made a pact that the humans would not attack the forbidden zone. But if the werewolves left the forbidden zone, they would suffer the consequences. A 3,000-kilometer defense line was built around the forbidden zone, and all passages through it were strictly guarded. 1 month later, Zhu Gang and Shui Yuexian made their way out of the Hall of Illusions and immediately began to show their mentor what they had learned in these 2 years. Demonstrating his fire strike to the master, Gan asked him to evaluate the skills he had acquired during this time. Laughing, Fang praised the students, saying how much he was pleased with them. Then the mentor told the children all the latest news. Although the werewolves were in a difficult situation, he felt that the end of the conflict was not yet in sight. Meanwhile, while the boy was explaining all this, he received a message urging him to go to the front lines with the cult mentors. At the same moment, a cheerful Sha Diao bursts into Fang's house, asking his friend if he got the message. Okay, the bulky guy already knows that his buddy is heading to the front lines, because he's the one who talked his mentor into taking Brother Shu with them. Looking at Diao in tears, the petrified Su Fan had no way of knowing what the hell this meant. What bad evil had he done to this dude? Turning around contentedly, Sha Diao revealed that several sects had decided to jointly display the large caliber cannons of the 5 elements along the front. Soon, the best blacksmiths from all the neighboring sects will arrive there. This is a major opportunity for him and his best friend. That's why the bulky man persuaded his mentor to take Brother Shu to the front. They will be able to watch the best forging masters at work with their own eyes. Well, since that's the case, thanks anyway. Zhu Fan sarcastically muttered, struggling to restrain the urge to strangle this moron. The next day, Fang and his disciples headed to the front lines in a flying ship. Standing beside her brother, Yuexian asked her mentor not to be sad, explaining that it wouldn't be that dangerous there. There were already 6 Mahayana stage warriors alone on the front lines. Looking down, Gon agreed with his sister and remarked that it was practically a tourist excursion. Then the boy pointed his finger somewhere, drawing his mentor's attention to the fact that he could already see the front line from here. Having also walked to the edge of the flying ship's deck, Zhu Fan lifted Gon by the scruff of his neck and looked sadly into the distance. What he saw next struck him incredibly. The front line really doesn't look dangerous at all. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, Diao asked if he thought there was so much noise around the werewolf invasion for nothing. In fact, the fact that the werewolves were able to get here in such large numbers suggested that they had gained control of the spatial coordinates. By controlling spatial coordinates, werewolves can move towards humans in huge numbers at a price. All the more reason for them to recognize the heavenly will of this world. Several 100,000 years ago, werewolves were masters of this world. Although humans have managed to drive them away, the will of heaven still recognizes their full right to be here. At one time, the ancient werewolves dreamed of merging their original world with the human world to create a vast, unified world. When the process of merging the worlds was halfway through, the humans managed to rebel and drive the werewolves to their half. Then the merging of worlds was interrupted. But by then, the heavenly will had already perceived the 2 worlds as one, and that could no longer be changed. Therefore, neither the invasion of werewolves into the world of humans, nor the invasion of humans into the world of werewolves, will be perceived by the heavenly will as a violation of the world order. After listening to the lecture about the 2 worlds from his buddy, Zhu Fan realized that the danger of this bastard world had once again increased by several levels. Why didn't the guy even see this coming? Oh, because he had never encountered any manga with such a plot twist. Now it's safe to say that there isn't a single safe corner in this world. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, reaching everyone who was now on the front lines. Another group of werewolves left the restricted area. A multitude of monsters had broken out. Had the werewolves decided to break the peace treaty and start a full-scale war again? And no, it seems it really was just a small bunch of enemies. Just one shot from the ship's cannon was enough to turn them all to ash. By the way, I forgot to say that the Heavenly Throne sect's largest ship is also on the front lines right now. No wonder all these werewolves at once were killed by just one shot. Although, come to think of it, how much was that shot worth in spirit stones? While Fang was thinking about this, Shui Gang realized how great it would be to have a spell of the same power. He stroked the boy's head and promised that if he practiced well, he would achieve the same result in 1,000 years. Gan, who was dumbfounded, remarked that 1,000 years was not a long time. Are you the blacksmith who came here on Shayan's recommendation? Can you repair a 5th grade heavy armor? A 2-meter-tall jock came up from behind and asked. Confidently slapping his palm on his chest, Shu Fan promised to take on this job if the customer had his inner spiritual fire with him. If so, the man would have to stand by and help. Standing behind the guy's back, the jock put a hand on his shoulder. No problem, let's go, uttered the man, leaving the 2 children without their mentor. After a while in the forge, a thoroughly exhausted Fang sits staring hopelessly at the almost completely ruined breastplate. As he continued to inspect the breastplate from all sides, the guy said that he hadn't realized that when the customer asked if Fang could repair the armor, he didn't mean to repair it, but to practically make it anew. Was this big guy fighting some giant werewolf in hand-to-hand combat? And when the irritated customer asked the boy if he could still repair the armor or not, Fang replied that it would be easy if he could get unicorn bones and yellow crystal ore. Moreover, he would even be able to increase the strength of the breastplate by 20%. Surprised that repairing a grade 5 armor is easy for this guy, the jock asks the blacksmith if he's cheating. Actually, Zhu Fan is only at the 12th key tempering stage, so what's the catch? Heading towards the exit of the forge, Fang said that since the jock didn't believe him, he would be only too happy to spend his time on something else. But grabbing the guy by the shoulder, the customer stopped him, thus falling for Fanya's trick. The man pointed out that there were no random people here. If this blacksmith was at the front, there was a reason. The jock went to look for the materials he needed, while Shu Fan himself returned to the camp. After finishing his work together with his students, the guy began to masterfully fake fatigue. Of course, why would he be tired? He was using free labor in the form of Uxian and Gon. Anyway, in less than an hour, they managed to build their temporary nest. It was a long way from the front lines, which meant that there was no threat to them here. Just as suddenly, a portal appeared behind Shu Fan. A hand came out of it. In the next second, the guy disappeared in front of his loyal students. And they had just wanted to ask their mentor for some pills to restore their strength. Where did he disappear to? In fact, the boy was stolen by that jock who had already managed to get a unicorn bone and yellow crystal ore from somewhere. Pulling the boy out of the portal, the man told him to take command of the process, to which Fang asked him to simply provide him with an uninterrupted flow of his spiritual fire. Everything else the blacksmith would do himself. This was how a blacksmith at the key tempering stage started working on the 5th grade armor. With the help of the icy spiritual fire of this jock, Fan began to transform the yellow crystalline ore. He was fascinated by the process and remembered that he had never worked with this kind of power before. He had only read about icy spiritual fire in books. Without stopping his work, Fan shifted his gaze to the customer and asked what his name was. Looking at the guy, the jock replied that his name was Shan Shen. And puzzled the man was that this guy found time to chat while working. How does he do that? Why does he look like he's stirring soup with a spoon instead of repairing armor? With a sigh, the jock said that he had asked Balian's mentor about Shufan before he went to get the materials. The old man said that the kid was a real genius. Shan Shen was now convinced of this himself. At the same time, teacher Sha Diao sneezed somewhere. If Shan Shen was satisfied with the result of this blacksmith's work, he would gift him a piece of meteoric iron. Right now, Fang, being at the 12th stage of key tempering, was forging at the level of a skilled master. In that case, what will he become in a couple years? Realizing the power of this kid, the jock decided to befriend him by all means. Of course, Zhu Fan liked the suggestion of a piece of meteoric iron. At least there were some benefits to this damn mobilization. Meteoric iron is used to make divine weapons and armor. You can't buy such a thing at the bazaar. In addition, the guy will be able to pick up the rest of the yellow crystal ore. After a while, the blacksmith had almost finished the 5th grade armor. Even now, it looked even better than new. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Fang suggested to the customer to equip the breastplate with a magical ability in addition to increasing its strength. This would require an ice element treasure. Feeling the power of the icy spiritual fire begin to fade, Fan perplexedly turned to look at Shen, who was at this time doing push-ups on one finger with a pair of nightsticks on his back. Hearing about the magic ability, the jock looked at the guy dumbfounded. He had never thought that his armor could be equipped with a magic ability. This kid really is a genius. Abruptly jumping up from the floor, Shen held out a chest of some sort to Master Shu. He told him that this was where all of his ice elemental treasures were stored, so the boy could choose what was best for the job. Zhu Fan in turn got very high on the fact that a dude in the Void Mastery stage called him a master. Pulling some object out of the chest, the guy said this would do. Looking over the blacksmith's shoulder, the jock told him that he had killed the ice dragon with his own hands. Then he asked what magic ability his armor would have. Noticing that this dude excitedly started frying the armor with all his might, Fang shouted to him to be more careful. During the discussion, it was decided to equip the armor with the magic ability of the Frost Field. When Shen was actively moving, the space around him would become icy. At the same time, his inner fire would be strengthened by the spirit of the ice dragon. Getting to work, Fan first reinforced the structure with a mixture of unicorn bone and yellow crystal ore. He made mascara from the leftover bone powder and applied it to the wounds. And with the last step, the guy inlaid an ice dragon into the very core of the breastplate. As soon as he did so, the power of the ice dragon filled the entire smithy. The people outside almost started to panic, but then they realized that it was only the ghost of a dragon. In gratitude for the work done, Shan Shen handed Master Shu the promised piece of meteoric iron and 200,000 spirit stones on top. However, before he could do so, Zui Fan immediately fell to his feet. Now this guy is really tired. Placing the toll sack on the floor in front of the boy, Shen ran outside in his new armor. "Hey, bear cub, ready to fight me one more time?" the man shouted belligerently, moving out to hunt. Seeing his opponent, the huge bear grinned and asked the jock if this upgraded armor had added to his courage. Activating the frost field, Shen told the monster to shut up. They would fight according to the old rules, surrender or death. And today, that nasty bear would die. Laughing even harder, the beast explained that he knew he couldn't kill Shen. But how does this man have the confidence that he can kill a bear? Why does he act as if they were at different stages of development? Well, it won't be long before the werewolf figures it out for himself. The next day, the battle between humans and werewolves raged with renewed vigor. Right during the battle, a huge worm-like monster emerged from the ground. Suddenly, an incomprehensible force blew his head to pieces. Turning around, the men saw the glare of a sniper rifle's scope in the distance. After Shan Shen killed the giant bear at the Void Mastering stage, werewolves began to cross the front line even more frequently in large numbers. This situation was a great opportunity for Daxian. Thanks to the werewolves leaving the Forbidden Zone, the girl will finally be able to practice shooting. The rifle her mentor created for her could finish off even a beast at the Golden Elixir stage with a single shot. Besides, the feeling of being able to finish off an enemy from 1,000 meters away was incredibly satisfying. The rifle became Daxian's favorite toy. In addition to this girl, her brother also participated in the battle. Unfortunately, since he was still a child, he was sent to the rear. However, the boy did not want to leave all the fun to his grown-up uncles. By rushing into the heart of events, Gan had violated his command. The others feared that the boy would run out of spiritual energy at the exact moment he was surrounded by the enemy, and so they kept him there. But Zhu Gang had a different opinion on the matter. Extending his arms in front of him, the kid activated the avalanche fountain. In the same second, a firestorm erupted in the sky above his head, which immediately released an avalanche beam into the ground. The werewolves that came within range of this attack were burned to the ground in a matter of moments. It seemed that after this maneuver, Gan should have run out of spiritual energy, but it didn't. Immediately following the last attack, the boy activated the avalanche shafts and continued to burn the enemies. While the kid was fighting the monsters on the ground, birds flew up from above and started charging a powerful beam of energy. Without giving Gan a second thought, the monsters surrounded him, which is exactly what the commanders feared. However, this wasn't a problem for the boy, and he dodged all attacks with ease. Suddenly, a huge bird appeared behind the kid, which somehow managed to find his blind spot and close in on the target. Fortunately, Daxian was sitting in the distance with a sniper rifle, immediately covering her brother. But Zhu Gang didn't like the fact that his sister stole his loot. He had everything under control, and this girl just decided to mess with him. Well, it wasn't just Daxian who got the cool toy from the mentor. Zhu Gang also has a special weapon called Hurricane Core. The boy immediately activated the item from his pocket, causing a bright flash to appear in the sky. All the flying monsters died, starting to file like fall leaves. Watching this, Shan Shen sighed heavily, noting that he wasn't so fierce in their years. What a bunch of youngsters. The man with long gray hair standing next to him agreed with his buddy. However, he wondered whose disciple he was. His attacks weren't just powerful, they were systematic. Waving his hand, Shen suggested that the man should go and find out from the kid himself. Then, noting that he did not visit people for nothing, the jock asked his friend why he had come. Smiling, the gray-haired man explained that he wanted to know who forged the set of heavy armor for Shen that he had defeated that bear in. Nothing had changed in Shan Shen's cultivation, which meant that it was the armor that played a key role in the outcome of the confrontation between similarly powerful opponents. Waving his hands, the jock said he had no need to share information about such a valuable specialist. And when the uninvited guest explained that he had gathered all the necessary materials to create a divine-level armor and was only lacking a good blacksmith, Shen reminded him that his buddy was in line to see Master Balian, and his turn would come 200 years before Shen's. This dude was still mocking the jock about it, and now all of a sudden he wants to get his blacksmith? Why would Shan Shen do this in that case? What's his gain? Do you know what Sis Luoling is dreaming about right now? The gray-haired man said, causing the embarrassed jock to spit out his drink. Rubbing her nose, Shen wondered what she was dreaming about. Grinning, the intruder winked and said that he wouldn't tell. Sliding off the chair, Shen put a hand on his buddy's shoulder. While giving him a massage, the jock told him that his blacksmith is a modest guy and does not like extra attention. He's not even a master yet, just a talented beginner. First, Sheng needs to find out if this kid is okay with giving him away. Saying that he would wait for this talented newcomer's decision, the gray-haired man told what Shen was eager to hear. Luo Ling wants to go to Kayundao City and devote herself to learning the truth. But she has no one to go with and she doesn't dare to go alone. Momentarily vaporized, the jock yelled out that he ran to write a vacation request. Hey, love destroys the best of us, the gray-haired man said sadly, looking after him. Meanwhile, near the camp, Shu Fang's dwelling, Shu Fang could smell the scent of blood. Apparently, there was a serious fight going on at the front line. Deciding to see what was going on, the lad went downstairs. Wow, the guys did a great job. At the same moment, he noticed something unusual. What are his little devils doing there? Walking down to them, Fang asked the boys if they were going to make their mentor an omelet for the evening. After showing the master the egg, the children explained that they were just trying to figure out who was inside for now. They then suggested to the mentor that they take the egg home and go out until it hatches. Then their fox cub would have a friend. However, Fang had a different opinion about that. It would be better to make an omelet. This is an eagle soul expelling egg. Their maximum is the golden core stage. In general, they are of little use, and they also look ugly. And while a distraught Uexian told her mentor that they had found an egg inside the hollow bone of a giant bird, Gan danced on the sidelines, rejoicing in the omelet. Hollow bone! Good girl! I almost forgot about that, didn't I? Fang shouted in admiration as he ran up to his disciple. Once he had read somewhere that in ancient times there were also blacksmiths among the werewolves, only they were called something else. Back then, they had a complete system of runes. It is said that they even recorded all their knowledge of runes to pass on to the next generation. But since the rise of the human race, the transmission of rune knowledge has been cut off. Now, people own a certain set of runes, but there is no system in them. Most of it was simply found on antiquities. Beginning to tug on Uexian's pigtails again, Fang asked the children to thoroughly search him for items with runes the next time they slew a werewolf. After getting some kind of message, the guy let the girl go. Sha Diao decided to call his friend over to see how the giant 5-element cannon would be made. And from the looks of it, Su Fang was pleased with such a suggestion. On the border with the restricted area, Camp Number 2. Fan Yu had already met up with Diao, and they walked to the main square together. Stepping out in front of the crowd, the dark-haired man asked for silence. Looking at him, Fan whispered in his friend's ear that he thought Sha Diao's mentor was the coolest here. Spreading his hands, the bulky man confirmed that his mentor was good, but a little bit in other matters. And this man standing in front of the crowd is the first master blacksmith in Xiangzhou, Shan Bing. It is believed that he will eventually grow to the title of Great Master. Looking at the cannon that had just been removed, Fan asked Brother Sha how powerful the 5-element cannon would be. Diao in turn told him that this gun was probably a bit more powerful than the auxiliary cannons on warships. With a few of these things, one could severely injure a werewolf at the Mahayana stage. After thinking about it for a while, Zhu Fan realized that this thing wasn't that powerful, but it was noisy. Noticing his friend's perplexed face, Diao said that he knew what he had just thought. Fang had already seen auxiliary cannons in action, and now he expected to see something much more powerful. But he shouldn't forget that the battleships and the cannons on them were made by the Heaven Forge sect, and they were the best in the business. The fact that the Celestial Throne sect was able to make a cannon comparable to their auxiliary cannon by themselves was already a great achievement. While Fang was trying to figure out how this dude managed to count thoughts so accurately, just from the expression on his face, Shan Bing announced that the time had come. The people gathered here would now see this man and his assistants burn their rune billet complex. Saying that, the man extended 2 fingers forward and waved his hand. Along with him, the rest of the aides made the same gesture. The complex assembly was activated. Various runes began to be burned into the pre-prepared body of the weapon. Watching what was happening, Shu Fan realized why this Shan Bing was considered the best in Xiangzhou. He and his assistants apply rune blanks with industrial precision, like a lithographic machine in the production of integrated circuits. Fang himself would not be able to achieve such precision until he broke through to the foundation stage. Soon, the 5-element cannon was ready. The installation of the protective barrier was complete. Unless a major turnover tried to destroy this cannon, and they surely would, they would have to overcome the space barrier first. This outing brought Xu Fang a few useful insights. Even in terms of technological development, this world was superior to Fang's homeworld in some places. For example, this giant cannon can be shrunk down and carried around if desired. It can be called a desktop artillery. After finishing the show, Diao suggested that his friend go and watch the production of the next cannon. However, Fang refused, explaining that he already understood the basic idea. A few hours later, the front lines, a temporary settlement. Chufan walks down a busy street, eating a burrito. Suddenly, the guy came across a strange establishment. The girls invited visitors to a strange tea party and offered to arrange a steamy cultivation. I can see why half the camp comes here at night. It's a real red light district. Meanwhile, some women are trying to lure Shu Gang into their establishment. Get the hell away from me! As my mentor says, women only hinder cultivation. Stay away from me, or else I won't stand on ceremony with you, shouted Gan, making a brutal JoJo reference. Seeing the disciple, a puzzled Fang tried to remember when he had said such a thing to him. When the annoying women got off his back, the annoyed Shu Gang headed somewhere. Coming out of the ambush, Zue Fan gave a flick to his disciple. Picking his head up, Gan perplexedly asked his mentor what he was doing here. But Shu Fang has the same question for the boy. What's he doing here? So Gan told me how some women came to him and tried to persuade him into a house with pink doors. And there are only girls inside. Sitting half naked saying they're not feeling well. Whether they had a fever or a fever, the boy didn't understand. What could he do to help them? He's not even a doctor or a pharmacist. That's why Shu Gang advised them to drink plenty of water if they had a fever. It's a simple truth that even children know. Anyway, he's not a doctor, so let them help themselves. The kid doesn't know what it was about, but these girls were angry. So he suggested they settle the conflict on the battle platform. Once I got up on the platform, I had 48 fights with girls in the groundwork stage. And I haven't lost a single fight. Mentor, I haven't dishonored your name. You can be proud of me. Suagong solemnly concluded his speech. In short, Fan had managed to raise a boy with not just low, but negative emotional intelligence. The next day, while walking down the street, Zhu Fan heard the indignant discussions of the girls passing by. A little farther away, the guy saw an announcement that the settlement had a real sick bastard in the laying out stage who had beaten up 48 girls in an evening. Below it was a caption advising citizens to run if they met this monster. Realizing that this could end badly, Fan ran home. Walking into the kitchen, he saw his students sitting around the table. Shu Gang, here's your mask! Put it on and don't take it off until we get home! Do you understand me? The angry guy yelled, holding out the mask to Gon. Fan also asked Yuexian to enlighten her brother on the topic of socializing with girls when she had time. With an awkward chuckle, Yuexian explained to her mentor that she had already tried, and unfortunately, Zhu Gang was hopeless in that regard. Because of Shu Gang's situation, Fang had to take his mind off the rune search and return. At least it wasn't too late. Walking through the shopping aisle, the guy spotted his old buddy Pan Fu. Did he decide to make money in the war too? After greeting his sad buddy, Fang remarked that their store was somehow empty. Upon seeing Brother Xiu, Pang Fu immediately threw himself into his arms in tears. He was now incredibly desperate. Pang Fu didn't realize that his first business venture outside the sect would be such a failure. The market has already been divided without him. Somehow, all the merchants here are buying goods at lower prices than this guy. In order to compete with them on price, he has to trade at a loss. After listening to this poor fellow, Fang realized that this was his chance. After shoving his friend away, the guy said that this was no reason to be so downhearted. Pang Fu is a businessman. Finding a way out of desperate situations is part of his trade. If this market is already occupied and divided, then you need to create a new market where you will be the pioneer and monopolist. Falling to the ground in tears, Pang Fu asked his buddy if he would really have to create a new market. Exactly. I've just got an idea of how it could be done. Are you interested? Fan suggested, sitting down on the bench. Starting to shake his friend by the shoulders, The excited Pang Fu shouted that if it would allow him to earn decent money, then of course he was interested. In addition, if Brother Xiu suggested a working scheme, the guy would definitely share it with him. Determined to help this poor fellow, Xu Fan told him that there were no less than 10 million mobilized people deployed along the entire front line now, and the length of the front line was about 3,000 kilometers. For only 4 million spirit stones, the entire front line could be connected to a network of communication towers. And another 2 million would be needed for one huge communications processing center. Once the towers and communication processing center are in place, you can start riveting the simplest devices consisting of 3 basic runes: optical rune, communication rune, and energy focusing rune. Cost: 2 spirit stones. Such a device can be used to receive text messages and images from the general staff, although only a message can be sent back. The main thing is to make these devices ubiquitous. After realizing the brilliance of Brother Su's idea, Pang Fu gained determination. Fan himself was surprised that this guy really understood everything. He thought he would have to chew on this for a long time. This is what it means to be a hereditary merchant. Falling on his back in joy, Pang Fu shouted out that Brother Xiu was literally his savior. The guy can't even express all his gratitude. For this great idea, he promised to pay Brother Xiu 10 million over the next 5 years. Rising to his feet, Pang Fu curled up into a ball and cartwheeled off somewhere. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Feng noticed that this kind of fast-moving technique suited his friend very well. I wonder how soon something on the level of early Motorola will appear in this world. Xu Fan may have started a revolution today that no one even knows about yet. Meanwhile, in the world of werewolves, many years had already passed since Ye Xiaoyao had moved to the werewolf world. If he knew that it could take this long, he wouldn't have become a favorite werewolf disciple at the Mahayana stage. Right now, it's already hard to jump off that spot. On the plus side, the guy had already broken through to the spirit birth stage. On the downside, he is now the third in the hierarchy of the Jiu Lands werewolves. The protagonist wasn't embarrassed by this until the Bear Clan reported the discovery of a teleportation fucking field. The werewolves could now travel to the human world in peace, which led to the plan to invade the human world earlier than planned. Fixing his beard, the ring mentor asks the boy if he blames himself for the werewolf invasion. The thought distracts Xiao Yao so much that he even forgets to hide his human ears. Then the main character recalled that the teleportation field was left open just after he jumped in. It's scary to even think about what horrors are happening in the human world now. Because of this, the guy feels like a traitor to his species. But the ringmaster thinks that Xiao Yao is worried beyond what is necessary. At this stage, werewolves won't accomplish anything in the human world. Most likely now, they are hiding in the Forbidden Zone, which should be the first stage of their plan. In response, the protagonist asked the old swordsman what he knew about the first phase of the invasion plan. However, the mentor said that if he started explaining, the disciple still wouldn't understand anything. All Xiao Yao needs to know is that a big war between the two worlds is coming, and since these are the worlds of the Middle Chiliocosm, victory will be for those on whose side the strongest wars will be. And the strongest wars are those who have been blessed by the heavenly will. Right now, the wars among the tribesmen, Xiao Yao was slightly superior to his werewolf vis-a-vis. But even if the strongest warriors of the human race fail, they still have a trump card up their sleeve, Ye Xiao Yao. So all a guy has to do is wait, do his development, and don't think about anything else. And even more so, he must not think about the question of human lives. Men are mortal, but the best of them can be reborn at the will of heaven indefinitely. After listening to his mentor, Ye Xiao Yao decided to trust him and focus on his cultivation. For now, he was still too insignificant to decide the outcome of the history of the human race. At the same time, Xu Fang's temporary dwelling, Wang Yulong came to visit his buddy. Remembering how Brother Xiu had complained about how he had searched for antiquities and gems with runes but found nothing of value, the guy decided to bring him a small gift. He found this gem by chance and immediately thought of his best friend. Looking at Yulong thoughtfully, Fang couldn't understand why he often got his hands on interesting things. Fang could not understand why he was so often the recipient of interesting things. When his friend showed him the gem, the dumbfounded fan yelled that it was a light-bearing stone. He didn't even expect to get his hands on something like this. The boy had read about it in books. On its surface, there are runes of the sun and moon, which can be used to control the passage of time. And since this gem has such rare runes on it, Wang Yuelong allowed his friend to keep this pebble for himself. Distrustfully shifting his gaze from his buddy and back to the light-bearing stone, Fang asked if he felt bad for just giving away such a treasure. Laughing, Yulong reminded Shufeng that they were old friends, almost like brothers. When he found the gem, he immediately realized that it was something special, but he didn't know what to do with it. He thought about it and realized that the best solution was to give it to his best friend. Besides, Brother Shu is the mentor of Yulong's two sons, so it can be considered a gesture of gratitude. Sighing, Zhu Fan explained to his friend that if he brought the gem to any master blacksmith, he would be able to exchange it for a heavenly level weapon. And if the guy took the gem to the Heavenly Forge sect in the central continent, they would make a Mahayana stage warrior out of it. But if Wang Yuelong gave the light-bearing stone to Feng, he would receive a Les sincere thank you as a reward. What thanks? Why are you like a non-native? Yulong shouted, grabbing his friend's hand. Just stay my loyal brother, that's all I need. After saying that, Yulong said goodbye to his buddy and flew away. This stone was like a spring in the middle of the desert to Xu Feng. What a noble fellow this guy is, after all. This is an act that Fang will never forget. Inside the light-bearing stone, there are runes that are mandatory for Xu Feng's next project. They are so hard to find that the guy was just looking for something similar, but even then, he couldn't find anything. Lately, all he had been thinking about was this project. It would be the way out of his situation. Previously, the boy thought that he would quietly and peacefully live up to the upper limit and make a breakthrough in due time. But after Shuagang and Yuexian had already broken through to the foundation stage, Fang was finding it too difficult to accept his situation. He can let the disciples be a stage above him, but the speed of their cultivation is too fast. Very soon, if Fan continues them normally, these kids will greatly overtake him. In a couple decades, Suagang and Yuexian would be at the golden elixir stage. By then, even Xianqi and Shinzi will have broken through to the groundwork stage. If even then Shufan remained at the key tempering stage, he would become the weakest mentor in history. That kind of shame is going to be very hard for him to live with. So the guy wants to cheat time to break through to the dream-laying stage earlier than he should. And now it's real, he just needs to build a time room. You can also manipulate time in the Hall of Illusions, but there is no cultivation progress there. In the time room, time can be accelerated twice as fast. In other words, with the help of such a room, Fan would be able to be at the foundation stage in just 60 years. In order to influence the basic laws of time in a single space, time runes are required. They are very rare, but Wang Yuelong found them. That's right, this gem does contain the runes of time. Plus, some of the best are the sun and moon runes. You must first extract the runes from the stone and apply them to a pre-made drawing for safekeeping. Then retreat into the Shudder and internalize these runes. After all the previous steps, Shufang would finally manage to build the time room and break through to the groundwork stage. Right now, being at the key tempering stage, the guy could handle an opponent at the foundation stage with his own strength. Using third-party items, he could finish off a beast at the golden elixir stage, and when Fang made his long-awaited breakthrough, everyone would finally see what he was truly capable of. Half a year later, the Heavenly Throne sect, on the Exufang Mountain. Sighing heavily, Fang rumbled and placed some papers on the table. Since he and his students had returned home 5 months ago, he had spent 3 months mastering the runes of the sun and moon, and another 2 months studying the construction and long-term operation of the time room. But without much success. There seems to be only one way left. Shufeng would have to use the space-time grains of sand as a mediator to trigger the time room. 1 kilogram of such grains of sand is worth about 10 million spirit stones. This will only allow the time room to run for 10 years. In that case, the guy has to get 120 million spirit stones somewhere. Realizing this, the annoyed boy swept everything off the table. In addition to all other options, space-time grains of sand are mined in space, and only the strongest sects of the central continent are capable of doing so. Also, there is a high demand for such a unique commodity, so it will be difficult to buy them without communication. Fang had just begun to think of himself as a wealthy man, and now he would have to sell off all of his hard-won possessions. Tonight, he would dream of all the missed opportunities to earn spirit stones. Walking out of the workshop, a yawning Fan saw some disciples outside. Looking at Wexian with interest, he asked what they were doing. Had they decided to learn spells with Xiangqi? Grinning, the girl asked her mentor if he knew what spell Xiangqi was best at. He creates light and shadow images better than any of the other students. With a pat, Daxian asked the boy to show his mentor what he could do. Folding his hands, Xiangqi made several lightning-fast gestures. At the same moment, dragons, birds, and flying continents appeared in the air. Looking at this in surprise, the mentor asked his disciple if he had seen these images before, or if he had invented them himself. Xiangqi laughed and explained that this was how he imagined the celestial world to be. With a wave of her hand, Daxian asked the boy to show his mentor how to hide. Good. With a sinister smile, he replied, putting 2 fingers to his mouth. A moment later, Xiangqi disappeared without a trace. With an awkward grin, the mentor praised his disciple. Yes, at this rate, in a couple of years, Fong wouldn't be able to find this boy in front of him. In 20 years, he would look inferior against his background. In that case, Fan decided to give Xiangqi a trial. Taking some sort of device out of his pocket, the guy adjusted the wind strength to weak. There was a slight breeze outside at once. Clicking the button once, Fong increased the strength of the rain to medium. At the same second, it started raining, and Daxian, who was standing opposite the mentor, took out an umbrella to take cover. Pressing the button on the device again, Fan raised the vegetation level. Eventually, the whole yard became overgrown with mushrooms and grass. This boy is only 7 and he's hiding, blending in with his surroundings. After praising the disciple, Zhu Fan allowed him to go down. He then asked the boy if he was afraid of being beaten by his sister for doing so. Laughing, Xiangqi scratched the back of his head and remarked that the mentor was indeed hard to outsmart. And while Daxian was angry at the boy for riding her, Fan extended his hand, activating the spiritual energy. After that, he called out to Xiangqi. Xiangqi, create a hair projection with the light beam. Shui Fan spoke, materializing a huge tiger beside him. The boy did not contradict his mentor and created a hare in one motion. When the hare landed on the ground, he saw a bloodthirsty tiger in front of him. As soon as the huge beast roared, the hare cried out in fear. Taking out that remote control again, Fang decided to make the task more difficult. Since the hare was white, it must be winter. Watching the tiger and hare chase, the delighted Daxian remarked that this scene looked incredibly real, as if it wasn't just a play of light and shadows. Meanwhile, Xiangqi had already utilized all the computing power. Eventually, his CPU overloaded 100%. Falling to the floor, the boy shouted to his mentor that he couldn't take it anymore. After dispelling the illusion, Fang praised his disciple, explaining that this was not a bad result for a 7-year-old child. He then asked Xiangqi if he liked playing with light shades. I love it very much because with them, I can create a world with my mom in it. I know she's dead, but this way I can bring her back to life, explained the boy, sitting on the ground. Such words touched Shufang's heart. It's time to get used to the fact that your family is now me, Shuigang, Daxian, and Xiangqi, the guy muttered as he hugged his student. In addition, a strong dramatic denouement awaits Wang Yulong's family in the future. A few minutes later, the training room. Sitting at the table in front of his disciple, Fang produced several scrolls. He suggested that Xiangqi choose which of these spells the boy would like to learn. It was important to take your time and choose wisely. In the end, Xiangqi chose the pupil blurring spell, enchantment, soul touch, spirit summoning, 5-element spell, 5-element trap, and heavenly shadow. Well, the kid decided to take the dark path, which suits his bright and innocent face very well. When a person's appearance goes against his techniques, it always takes the enemy by surprise. He is not only talented, but also as savvy as Zhu Fan. Finished with his narcissism, the mentor allowed Xiangqi to take these scrolls with him and study them thoroughly. Humming a song cheerfully, the boy with the scrolls in his arms walked out of the training room. At this time, a creepy guy with bright yellow eyes stared back at him. Also entering the training room, he stood in front of Zhu Fan, still sitting at the table. Mentor, that's so unfair. I want to learn the coolest spells too, Xiangqi shouted indignantly. In 5 minutes, in the Hall of Illusions. First of all, Xiangqi activated the ball spirit transformation. The key moment of the training session has arrived. Wang Xiangqi is hardly ever at home, either going on sect missions or spending time with his father. As soon as he returned, he became jealous of Xiangqi. That's okay. Now this boy will sweat so much that he won't think his mentor doesn't spend enough time with him anymore. As soon as Fan touched the protective dome, Xiangqi fell into the artificially created one. Standing in a field bounded by stone elevations, the boy found himself surrounded by 6 monsters. By then, he had been fighting for quite some time, and so he was already getting tired. But that was only a plus for the monsters. They're not going to wait for this boy to rest. Abruptly, the enemies attacked the Xiangqi standing alone in the field. Thundersword, answer my call! Shouted the boy, holding his blade out in front of him. In the same second, a protective barrier appeared around him, stopping the opponent's attack. Suddenly, a wind sword appeared from nowhere and flew out of the protective dome. Raising two swords into the air, the kid crossed them in space. This technique is called wind and thunderstorm fusion. As soon as the sword blades touched each other, a powerful energy blast rang out. Lowered into the protective dome, Xiangqi snapped out of his seat. Intangible hurricane is what this technique is called. It first paralyzed the enemy and then finished him off. After padding such a great performance, Fang remarked that his disciple was a true virtuoso swordsman. He had mastered the secret wind and thunderstorm technique faster than Xu Fang's older disciples. However, Xiangqi should take into account that he would have to be just as decisive in real combat as well. These cat-type werewolves were at the 6th stage of key tempering, but their combined attack was at the 7th or 8th stage level. Embarrassed, Xiangqi said that he understood it. Today was the first time he succeeded. In order to use such a technique confidently, the boy still needed a lot of practice. Besides, he had been warned about the attack and was mentally prepared. In that case, Fan decided to make it a little more difficult. Opening the system, the guy changed the difficulty level of the bout. This time, there would be 10 werewolves fighting against his apprentice at the basic stage. Does it hurt a lot to die? Xiangqi inquired after seeing who his next opponent would be. In response, his mentor merely slapped him on the head with his finger. Looking at the kid with a puzzled look, Master Zhu asked him why he was so panicked. Okay, Fan will show him how to do it now. As soon as the attacking monster flew towards Xu Fan, it immediately vaporized. At the same moment, a faint breeze began to blow around the werewolves' faces, causing them to relax. After a while, Fang landed on a rock. The mentor had just shown his student what a true intangible hurricane is. Now, Xiangqi must have finally understood the meaning of this secret technique. The faint, pleasant breeze had a relaxing and even soporific effect on the opponents. They don't even have time to realize and come out of their sluggish state. At the same time, it's hard to imagine a less energy-consuming technique. Fang looked back at his disciple and noticed that he had already entered a state of comprehension. But Fang himself had been the same when he was younger. Walking out, the guy rather remarked that it seemed like every one of his students would make a great cultivator. And that's another reason why their mentor shouldn't remain a failure. From tomorrow onwards, he would start collecting money for spatio-temporal grains of sand, even if he had to sell off all of his possessions altogether to do so. And by the way, Fan had once promised to give Xiao Yao an armor. It's been a while since he remembered the protagonist. Okay, in any case, the guy wasn't even going to think about it, because sometimes thoughts are material. Xu Fang wouldn't have seen this dude for another 1,000 years. In fact, he should be thinking about grains of sand right now. At the same time, the world of werewolves, the territory of the blood-drinking titans. Using encrypted negotiation, Xiao Yao asked the old swordsman when he would finally recover. If the guy lingers in this world, he'll turn into a werewolf himself after a while. The ring mentor, in turn, said that unless something extraordinary happened, he would need another 50 years. Besides, his apprentice has nothing to complain about. He only pretends not to like it. The remaining 50 years can be spent by the protagonist to accumulate spirit stones, treasures, and other valuables. Given his privileged position, it will be easier for him to do it here than in the human world. For the first time in a long time, Xiao Yao still agreed with the old swordsman. As a favorite disciple of a Mahayana stage werewolf, his status is comparable to the teachers of small clans. Even werewolves at the fusion stage treat the guy with piety. Although, on the other hand, the protagonist never got used to the ubiquitous thick odor of werewolves. Be that as it may, Xiao Yao should not be distracted by such trivial matters as he had a great future ahead of him. At one time, the ringmaster had spent 10,000 years among the demons to obtain the demon ball. After removing the cloth from his face, Ye Xiao Yao suspiciously asked his mentor why he had stayed there for so long. He had just ended up stealing that sword anyway. Laughing, the ringmaster explained that it wasn't stealing if you did it for cultivation. Especially since they were demons, and a crime committed against evil was a good deed. Abruptly rising from the bath, Xiao Yao decided that he would return to the human world after 50 years. As it is, he is never left with a premonition of impending disaster here. Oh, by the way, please cover your pencil. As we all know, time flows like sand in a clock. You probably didn't see this coming, did you? But it's been 50 years since then. As soon as the cuckoo announced it, the mentor showed himself. He came out of the shutter. Finally outside, Zhu Fan immediately asked who had tuned this cuckoo for 50 years. He didn't seem to have done it. Or did he? Running up to the old man, a worried Xiangxi took his hand. "Mentor, what is the matter with you? Is your death hour approaching?" The boy asked, to which Fang asked him not to worry. Master Xue doesn't feel death approaching at all, and his instincts rarely fail him. Besides, he's about to break through to the foundation stage. Stop treating him like a dying old man. The others also approached their mentor and asked him to finally break through to the foundation stage. They knew that Master Zhu had read somewhere about the perfect breakthrough through the 13th stage and was deliberately stalling. But he should forget about it. The disciples begged him to drink it, handing him the elixir. It would rejuvenate his body and extend his life by 100 years. Waving it away, Fang said that he didn't need it. He had drank so much energy and resources to bring this moment closer, and these kids want to set him back? No way. However, a lot has changed in the last 50 years. Shu Gang and Yuexian are already at the golden elixir stage, while Xianqi and Xiangqi are at the foundation stage. Fan is very proud of them, except that we've hardly grown at all, Su Gang sadly remarked. But as he came closer, Fan only gave his disciple a flick. Well, that's wonderful. Others can only dream of such a long childhood. In a way, Fan even envies his students. They are all moving in the right direction, and so the mentor is calm about them. And let these kids not be embarrassed by Shu Fang's appearance, because he is close to making a perfect breakthrough. However, the disciples were not satisfied with this option. The mentor must either make a breakthrough or drink the rejuvenating elixir right now. He needs to let go of the dream of a perfect breakthrough, or else it will kill him. And it's also apparent that he's on death's doorstep. But even despite their entreaties, Fang said that he had everything under control. Besides, the elixir might be useful to the children in the future, so they should save it. Unwilling to put up with it, Yuexian got up from her knees and tied up the dumbfounded Master Xu. "Mentor, we're going to have to make the decision for you. You may think you have everything under control, but we need more assurances," the girl uttered in tears as she held Shu Fang hostage. What were those little brats up to? If only they knew how much effort Fang had put into aging twice as fast as he did to keep himself from dying. After apologizing to her mentor, Yuexian toppled him to the ground. Noticing that the girl was going to give him the elixir, Fang panicked and started yelling that he had everything under control, and she would only ruin his plan. He had chosen this path himself, but Yuexian cried out in tears that they didn't care about the path of the mentor. The important thing was that he should live. Slapping the master's cheeks, the girl paralyzed his face into position. Tilting the jar of elixir, she began pouring the contents into her mentor's mouth. And lo and behold, a drop of solution almost touched Sufan's tongue. Just as suddenly, someone came up from behind and grabbed Yuexian by her pigtail. Rising from the ground, Fan asked the disciples if they thought that since the mentor had grown old, they could no longer obey him. Fortunately, the old man had saved the puppets at the peak of the golden elixir stage. When the doll let the girl go, Zhu Fan said that he understood his disciples' worries, but they should not forget who their mentor was. After shaking off the dirt on his knees, Master Zhu explained that he needed another month. If he didn't break through to the foundation stage in that time, he would drink the rejuvenating elixir himself. Sighing, Fan looked lovingly at his disciples. Asking them to stand up, the mentor asked the children if in so many years they had never realized what kind of person he was. Shu Fan never takes risks. If he goes for it, he is sure of success. Last day of life, the training room. A key moment had arrived for their mentor, and so the children must be on guard. Right now, it was Yuexian's duty to rush into the training room and pour the elixir straight down their mentor's throat if anything went wrong. Xiangqi must use his spells to confuse Master Shu. Shuegong himself and Xiangqi will take on the battle puppets. They will have to act with clarity and determination, as their mentor's life is at stake. Approaching the door leading to the training room, the students prepared to rush inside. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan sat in the room and prepared for the decisive cultivation. What if the system fails? It's never been very reliable. In general, all it did for Fang was notify him when outsiders entered his territory. Well, the guy has no choice but to rely on the system. Here we go, 30 minutes to go before the upper limit is reached. This is such a crucial moment, As long as the loving disciples didn't burst in, Fan wouldn't be able to hold them back. Maybe once you level up, additional features will open up in the system. Maybe some sort of store with skills or weapons. Or at least a lottery. Yeah, it's a good time to dream. At the same time, in the world of werewolves, Ye Xiaoyao has spent a whole 60 years among the werewolves. Finally, he returns home. Before the protagonist enters the portal, the ringmaster asked him if he was sure he didn't want to stay. Xiao Yao's position among the werewolves would continue to grow. One day, he could become the lord of the werewolves and help the humans destroy their entire race. The guy would become the greatest hero. However, although this proposal is pretty good, Xiao Yao has a lot of unfinished business in the human world. And realizing the old swordsman's plan could take forever. Xiao Yao's parents are waiting for him to return. He still hasn't washed away the shame of his cancelled engagement. Besides, Brother Shu must be bored. That's why you can't stay here anymore. And in the war with the werewolves, he sees himself fighting in the open as a noble hero, not a backstabbing schemer. Moreover, the protagonist has already figured out how to explain his absence to others. He will say that he discovered a portal to a treasure-rich land and spent 60 years there. In this case, the old swordsman did not deny his disciples' wish to return. But before helping him to move back, he decided to say one more thing. Some events look random, but they would have happened anyway. Xiao Yao could have been anyone. A few seconds later, a teleportation field opened up in the human world 10,000 kilometers away from the Heavenly Throne sect. At the same time, Xu Feng's disciples saw something unusual in the sky. The 5 colored clouds of good omen. They correspond to the path of the 5 elements of the mentor of these children. This means that Xu Feng is doing well. The diameter of the elixir field is 99 fathoms. The diameter of the elixir field is 399 fathoms. The diameter of the elixir field is 699 fathoms. And finally, the diameter of the elixir field is 999 fathoms. It's done, we can go back. As soon as the process was complete, an incredibly powerful energy compressed into a single point. Soon, Zhu Fan walked out to the waiting disciples. Mentor, congratulations on your breakthrough. Thanking his students for such words, the guy laughed and reminded them that he had told them he had everything under control. How dare they even dare to doubt their mentor? Now, being at the foundation stage, he could crush both Zhu Gan and Shui Yuexian into the floor with his bare hands without the help of battle puppets. And while Shui Fan was happily stroking his disciples, he sensed something terrible. A frosty chill ran sharply through his body. It could only mean that a bloodbath was coming. Message from the sect leadership. A werewolf attack is imminent. All students must leave the Heavenly Throne sect immediately. Run north and do not return without informing the sect leadership. The sect leadership strongly warns that if the sect is destroyed by werewolves, do not retaliate. As soon as he received this message, Zhu Fan turned around to his disciples and shouted to them not to stand like a stumbling block. The guy told them to quickly gather their belongings and call Uncle Wang. If they stayed here, they would 100% likely die, so they urgently needed to leave. Fortunately, Fang had long been prepared for such a situation and had trained Wang Yuelong to fly the flying machine. All the disciples, along with their mentor, climbed into the flying machine, after which Yulong started the engine to full power. As recommended in the message from the sect leadership, they headed north. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao Yao, along with the old swordsman, had already made it out to the human world. However, once he was on the other side of the portal, the guy noticed that the pouch hanging on his belt had burst open, and some strange thing flew out of it. Seeing it too, the ringmaster warned that they were in bad shape. It was a werewolf tripod, and most likely the protagonist's mentor had hidden it in Xiao Yao's things. But no sooner had the old swordsman said that it was urgent to go to another place than suddenly a sly laugh was heard nearby. My sweet apprentice, I have waited so long for you to decide to return to your world. As a thank you for your help, do you want me to destroy the entire continent? A huge monster spoke out, appearing behind Xiao Yao's back. Then a werewolf in the Mahayana stage promised the guy that he would name this continent after him when there was not a single living person left here. Clutching the protagonist in his hand, the werewolf leader promised that it wouldn't be long before this little one was in for a spectacular sight. At the same moment, right while he was saying that, a tripod that had come from nowhere flew into the monster. In this way, Xiao Yao managed to divert his former mentor's attention and escape from his dead grip. Taking the tripod in his paw, the Mahayana stage werewolf saw that his disciple had already managed to move to another place by taking the opportunity. Angrily crushing the tripod with 2 fingers, the monster decided to forget about this kid. At this point, it was no longer scary to lose a pawn, and besides, Xiao Yao had already fulfilled his main role. He released the werewolf leader into the human world and allowed him to reunite with the rest of his subordinates still hiding in the forbidden zone of the ancients. But after leaving the cave, the monster decided to do something else first. When he reached the nearby town, he swung his arm and smashed half of the buildings in the settlement. That's right, before meeting up with the others, he wanted to clear this continent for himself first. This man was once told that fate was preparing a disaster-level test for him. I think this is it. Be that as it may, this yellow-clad master doesn't agree that it's a disaster. Without destroying the old, you can't build the new. It's just a pity that the sect collapsed under his leadership. The Heavenly Throne sect's sect head has given the disciples time to evacuate, which is the most important thing. He believes that the best of them will be able to rebuild new sects in new places and not shame their predecessors. Upon reaching the domain of the Celestial Throne sect, the werewolf leader sitting on the huge creature looked around and marveled that all the local humans were cowards and had gone on the run. Now I'm going to give you the heat, mistakes of nature. Even running an entire fleet by myself, I'll be able to thin out your brethren considerably. The head of the Celestial Throne sect said through gritted teeth. Immediately after saying those words, the old man activated his full power to maximum. He desperately pounced on his opponents while multiple shots rang out from the cannons of the ships behind him. Flying up to the monster's huge arm, the head of the Celestial Throne sect reminded him that once underestimating the humans had already caused the werewolves to lose their position. And the times when humans were their objects of exploitation would not return. At the same time, Xiao Yao, having gotten rid of his werewolf image, moved somewhere near the shores of the boundless sea. The only thing the protagonist was wondering now was whether the old swordsman knew everything beforehand. And when the ring mentor replied that he didn't know about it but had a hunch, the guy asked the master why he didn't say anything. Mentor Xiao Yao, a blood-drinking titan, is feared by everyone even in the werewolf world. And what he could do to Qiangzhou was scary to imagine. Looking at his apprentice with disdain, the old swordsman reminded him of something. Actually, he urged Xiao Yao to stay, but the boy didn't listen to him. If the ringmaster told him everything in detail, the kid wouldn't be able to control his emotions and would quickly give himself away. In that case, the Titan bloodsucker would eat him on the spot. After listening to his mentor, Xiao Su clenched the sword in his hand tightly with anger. Suddenly, not far away from him, he saw an old man walking slowly and an unknown girl in yellow robes running beside him. After greeting the protagonist, the old man said that he realized who was in front of him at a glance. Xiao Su must have heard of the Royal Swordsman sect from Zhangzhou country. After explaining that their sect leader was currently in the last stages of the Mahayana stage, the old master suggested that he join them. Meanwhile, rumors had already reached the people at the Xiangzhou border near the intercountry teleport that the Heavenly Throne sect had been destroyed by a bunch of powerful werewolves. According to the rumors, the sect's supreme mentor had single-handedly stormed the enemies and fell like a hero. It's just a shame his sacrifice didn't destroy the source of evil. Hearing these people talk, Zufan realized that he and his disciples were very lucky to be alive. Following him, Yulong remarked that if it wasn't for Brother Shu, it would have been hard to get his feet out of there. Holding her husband's hand, Qianqiang noticed that the bad news was coming one after another. Judging from the developments, Shangzhou would be destroyed within a few days, followed by the neighboring countries on the continent. Turning around to his friends, Fan asked them to pull themselves together and look at their future with positivity. The guy himself is treating this as a journey at all and is going to show his students Zhangzhou first. It's the largest and richest country in the central continent, so Fan thought, why don't they spend some time there until they decide what to do next? And when Brother Shu suggested that Yulong and Qianqiang go with them, explaining that he had enough money to take everyone there, the two of them quickly discussed everything and agreed. Bowing, Yulong said that it was very generous of Brother Shu to do so. Turning around on them, Fan asked to leave the pleasantries behind, reminding them that they were almost like relatives. After reaching the teleportation point, Shu Fan grabbed Yuexian's pigtails and explained that even when they got out of Shangzhou, their journey wouldn't end. Therefore, the guy asked the girl to plan a route to Zhongzhou country. Between saving the world and running away, this boy chose the latter. Let the protagonist, wherever he is now, do the former. If the universe wanted Weifan Wu to take on such a responsibility, then let him live for at least another 5,000 years. In the meantime, he needed to take care of his students and friends. And himself, of course. While the guy was thinking about it, some man riding a huge lion came up to him and told him to get out of the way. Pulling her mentor away, Daxian explained that there were too many people wishing to leave Xiangzhou, not to mention that many of them were at the spirit birth stage and above. It was scary to imagine when the turn would come to Master Shu and his disciples. Asking the girl to keep her voice down so as not to provoke anyone, Fang pointed out that every other person here could knock him out with a slap. Didn't expect to run into you here. The creepy man spoke, putting a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. Joyfully tapping the deathly frightened brother Shu on the shoulder, Shan Shen was surprised at such an unexpected encounter. Gently taking this giant's paw, Fan laughed nervously and said that he was happy to see him too. Shan Shen asked his old buddy where he was going, to which the guy replied that they were heading to Zhongzhou. Pointing his finger at the queue, the bulky man remarked that they were on their way. In that case, he invited the boy to keep him and his friends company. Of course, Fang agreed to such a proposal, realizing that with such a companion, not only the road would be a joy, but also the queue would be much easier to overcome. Noticing the way this bulky man was politely chatting with their mentor, Shinzi was greatly surprised. When the boy approached his sister, he remarked that their mentor must be very cool, since even a warrior in the Void Mastery stage was asking to be his traveling companion. After agreeing, Daxian said that Master Shu was very modest and did not like to show his true abilities. He is also very talented. There is probably no one in the entire world who is as accomplished in alchemy and forging as he was at the key tempering stage until recently. That's probably where the big guy's vested interest lies. He's probably trying to get his mentor to poke him for something. After sneaking through the entire queue, Zhu Fan and his team stood in the intercountry teleporter. In just a few seconds, what they had just seen disappeared, and a completely different view opened up before them. Zhongzhou country, the main city. After renting a place, Fang went inside and sat on the bed. I know it's probably not a bed, but I'm sorry. I don't know what Chinese people sit on. For the first time in a long time, the guy finally feels safe. The feeling of threat used to hang over him all the time. Perhaps he feels confident now because he has moved to the foundation stage. After all, his strength has increased tenfold. In his current state, Fan would be able to create battle dolls at the spirit birth stage. When he gets settled in his new place, he will take his army of battle dolls to the next level. He wants to be fully prepared for a possible encounter with werewolves. While thinking about it, the guy heard a knock on the door. Running inside with her sister, Zhu Gong asked her mentor if he had planned what he was going to do next. The children ran up to him, and Fang noticed that from the looks of them, they had already thought of something. The students, in turn, noticed that their mentor was a well-rounded man. If he had decided to open a shop selling pills and swords or start a family, it would not have been in keeping with his talents. That's why they decided to suggest that their mentor start his own sect. Find a quiet place and start a small sect? Fang interjected after imagining it. The guy ended up liking the idea of his students. While Fan was imagining his not-too-distant future, Zhu Gang said he had already thought of a name for the sect. Let's call it the Gang Sect. Sounds like something indestructible, don't you agree? The boy suggested, making his mentor regret taking this little brat as a disciple. The pun is that Gang Sect means steel door or steel sect in Chinese and is pronounced gangmen. However, gangmen is also anus in Chinese. Walking up to his dear disciple, Fang stroked his head. Holding his heart, the guy explained that he had previously thought that Zhu Gang would become a little smarter with time. It turned out that Zhu Fan was engaging in self-deception. But the mentor doesn't blame his disciple. Apparently, this child's cerebral cortex was damaged at birth. Kicking the children out of his chambers, Master Su said that he would only decide on a name after the sect was founded. Closing the door behind him, Fan began to dance happily, realizing that very soon he would have his own sect. A couple days later, in the back streets of Zhengzhou, Xu Fan met up with Shan Shen. This was where their paths diverged. Due to Fang's low cultivation, he wouldn't dare to forge divine-level items yet. In order not to offend anyone, He promised that once he broke through to the golden elixir stage, he would help Shang first. Laughing, the bulky man caught Brother Su's eye and said that he would look forward to this moment. After shaking his hand, Fan once again thanked his friend for helping him reach the central continent. Without this thug, it would have been very hard for him to do it alone. As agreed, the next time they would meet here was 50 years from now. And especially for his buddy, Fang will prepare a special gift. Scratching the back of his head, Shen said that Brother Shu, his favorite blacksmith, and he greatly treasures getting to know him. This is a meeting the man definitely does not intend to miss. After shouting that if the world didn't collapse in 50 years, they would definitely see each other, the thug immediately took to the sky and flew away. Walking up to her mentor, Yuexian asked what they would do next. Turning to her, Fang said that they would need to refresh themselves first. And once they recovered from the road and sorted things out, they would start looking for a place for the new sect. Besides, the guy couldn't help but feel the greatness of the central continent. There was a dense spiritual aura here that one would never find near the Heavenly Throne sect. After listening to his mentor, Gon took a deep breath to also feel what Master Su had just said. With a shout of delight, the boy remarked that it was not for nothing that this place was considered the center of the world. The boy shouted in admiration. Not for nothing was this place considered the center of the world. Not willing to refuse his disciple, Fang agreed to go out. Walking through the city, the guy looked up and noticed the Cloud Islands. I wondered what they were for. While he was thinking about it, some unfamiliar people showed up ahead. It turned out that these people were just fans of shoving advertisements of their sects to the newcomers. A man representing the Iron Mountain sect told us that their chapter was in the process of merging. Asked not to listen to this fool, the guy with long hair offered the tourists to join their sect of spiritual flight, explaining that their chapter was at the stage of intersection. Surprised at such a useless suggestion, Fang remembered that the Heavenly Throne sect had several crossing stage-level mentors. However, the two no longer listened to their client, starting to measure their sect's strength against each other. Realizing that it couldn't go on like this, Fan gave Shinsa's order with a simple clap of his hands. Reacting instantly, the boy jumped out from behind his mentor's back and swung his hand. Landing not far from the squabbling boys, Shinzi activated one of his favorite abilities. In short, this kid put a love illusion on the two men, making them think of each other as beautiful women. Life in the city is booming. Walking down the street, one couldn't help but notice the strange devices that almost every citizen of Zhengzhou had. Zhu Fan himself, after seeing such a strange thing, became very interested in it. When the guy and his disciples entered the inn, they were greeted by a merchant on the doorstep who immediately offered the tourists jade plaques with information about this hospitable land. After accepting the gift from the elderly man, Fan decided to look into this information. After penetrating his consciousness into the jade plaques, the guy learned that his development of 60 years ago had gotten a great development here. The level of local information technology was comparable to the 36th generation. They had created a full-fledged communications network. It uses spiritual energy instead of electricity to transmit data. And those flying islands appear to be communication-based stations. So, the most important thing to know about is that the most important guys of the central continent are not from the top sects, but from the organization above them. Here they are called the Council of Elders of the Central Continent. This organization collects taxes from all sects, chambers of commerce, large families, and so on. You have to get their permission to register your sect. First of all, while Uncle Wang is working on gathering information in the city, Fan and his disciples decided to study the map of the area. The red dots indicate all the places occupied by other sects. The bolder the dot, the bigger the sect. Now their task is to find a suitable location on the map for the new sect. Then, they will split up and explore the selected locations in person. The key parameters for finding suitable locations are few sects in the neighborhood, richness in resources, and ease of finding disciples. In addition, the location should be at the crossroads of communication routes so that it is easy to connect to the networks linking the entire continent. Gesturing to stop her mentor, Yuexian asked him to slow down a bit. Waving her hands, the girl explained that if there was such a beautiful place on this continent, it would have been occupied by others long ago. Agreeing with his student, Fang decided to make another brutal attempt on her hair. And while the guy was pulling Yuexian's pigtails, Zhu Gang had already found a suitable place. Pointing his finger at an island off the shores of the vast sea, the boy noticed that there was a large forest, there was a town nearby, and most importantly, it was not occupied by other sects. Letting go of Uxian, Fan said that this was some nonsense and such an option wouldn't work for them. Running up to her brother, the girl explained that if such a good place was not taken by any sect, then there were reasons. It was clearly a problematic place. Making a confident face, Zhu Gang did not deny this possibility. However, when were they ever afraid of trouble? With Master Shu, they couldn't have any problems. The very next second, the boy caught a powerful blow to his forehead from his mentor. I don't feel sorry for him, though. He's always been dumb. But after looking at the map again, Fang wondered if this kid was right this time after all. There was no need to dismiss this option until it had been investigated personally. With a clap of his hands, Zhu Fan said that he would go and find out about the place himself. After that, he ordered his disciples to continue their search. It was advisable to find as many worthy options as possible. In order to get information about that place as quickly as possible, the guy decided to try to find out information from the innkeeper. After giving the old man some expensive ore, Fang wondered why there were no sects near that city. It looked like a nice place. The innkeeper then told him that 1,000 years ago, this was the largest Dao city on the western side of the continent. Its surroundings were home to countless sects, one of which was even a 9th-level sect. But over time, the resources of the area had been depleted. Due to the sheer number of sects, even the coastal shallow waters had been scoured to the point of losing their ability to regenerate. Eventually, after several invasions of the giant beasts, the city was practically deserted and all the surrounding sects moved to new locations. Interestedly listening to the innkeeper along with his disciples, Fan clarified if there were any resources in that place at the moment. The old man, in his turn, told me that it was possible to find mines in the forest, but they were hidden in the deepest part of the forest where all sorts of beasts ruled. In other words, the extraction of resources requires great effort and is accompanied by risks. With all this in mind, the innkeeper advised the visitors to look for another place to establish their sect. Hearing the sound of the door swinging open, the cheerful owner turned to his guests and motioned for them to come to the table. But Fang was clearly not happy when he saw the one who entered the inn. There is a saying, if it is fate, acquaintances will meet even in a foreign land. But it's not fate, it's some kind of evil fate. Telling the kids that they were clearly overstaying their welcome, Fang suggested that they run away from this inn and scatter to their chosen locations. The guy himself quickly activated a light and shade appearance change spell and disguised himself. When he passed by the protagonist, he heard from his conversation with the innkeeper that Xiao Yao had joined some sect of royal swordsmen. So now came the main parameter of choosing a location. It should be as far away from the protagonist's new sect as possible. Since his sudden disappearance, Zhu Fan has lived 60 years with virtually no adventures. And if even the heavenly will wants to bring the guy to Xiaoyao time after time, he is determined to resist it to the end. However, as soon as Fan approached the exit of the inn, Ye Xiaoyao felt something strange. Turning around, the protagonist tried to figure out what that familiar sensation was. Activating his panoramic view ability, the guy looked around. But in the end, he never managed to figure out what it was in the first place. Looking at the exit of the inn, Xiao Yao asked the old swordsman if the person who came out from behind the table looked familiar to him. The ring mentor responded by saying that it didn't seem that way to him, although he too had paid attention to this strange stranger. He has a very pure spiritual energy. Perhaps he is a member of one of the high-level sects. Well, Xiao Yao must have just imagined it. 3 days later, a small village by the shore of an inexhaustible lake. Studying the map of the area, Su Gang sipped some tea and placed the cup on the table. An island in the middle of an inexhaustible lake looks quite attractive. But it is not yet clear whether there are animals there and what level they are. Today, the boy will have to find out. The lake animals have come ashore. Hide! No one goes out until the superintendent comes to help. Upon hearing this announcement, everyone in the inn panicked, and only Shu Gang continued to sit still, not understanding what was going on. Grabbing the bench in his hand so that it would not be inadvertently destroyed, the dazed innkeeper warned the young man that the establishment was closing for the day. In view of the extraordinary circumstances, the old man allowed the boy not to pay the bill. After kicking Shu Gang out of the establishment, the owner slammed the door behind him and locked it. Looking around, the boy, left to himself, noticed that there was a sepulchral silence around him. After a little thought, the lad realized that the beasts that had come ashore were not particularly dangerous. Otherwise, they would have blown this village apart long ago. In fact, Gan's been itching for a fight all morning, so he'd love to fight someone now. The ad was true. The monsters did indeed come to land and immediately began to eat all the animals in their path. As expected, these creatures looked a lot like fish. But what else should monsters from the sea look like? While eating a passing bird, one of the monsters noticed a strange glare high in the sky. In the same second, a 300-ton missile landed on his head, then exploded, forming a huge nuclear mushroom. Not a moment later, all the creatures that came ashore were charred and dead. It's a special nuclear explosion spell taught to Shui Gang by the mentor. By the way, the boy flew here to have a good time, but ended up solving the whole problem with just one explosion. Most of the monsters died, and the rest began to flee back into the sea in fear. Of course, this outcome of the battle couldn't suit Shu Gang. Extending his finger forward, the boy used one of his powerful spells called the Killing of Feathers altogether. Since last time, he has greatly improved this spell. Now, several firebirds appear in space, crashing into the ground at great speed and exploding. After dealing with all the opponents, Zhu Gang waited for the smoke to clear to better assess the situation. Noticing that all the enemies were indeed dead, the boy was disappointed that none of them were in the spirit birth stage. Otherwise, there would have been an excuse to blow them all to smithereens with Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon alone. I am the steward from the Council of Elders for this area. Son, have you just arrived in the central continent? A voice suddenly came from behind. Seeing the manager from the Council of Elders, Zhu Gang asked how he knew this. The old man in turn looked at the boy with disdain and explained that it was obvious since the cultivators of the central continent wouldn't make such a mess over a bunch of small animals. Now under this kid's feet are excellent arable lands, each acre of which took more than 100 spirit stones to cultivate. And these beasts rise from one lake once in 5 years. It would be enough to kill their leader to make the others frightened and retreat themselves. After realizing his terrible mistake, a dumbfounded Shu Gang gave 1 million spirit stones to the Lord and asked him to give the money to the peasants who would suffer losses because of his actions. Laughing contentedly, the steward from the Council of Elders was glad that this boy was so understanding. Thanks to him, the man would not be fired now. And when Shu Gang said that he still had things to do and was about to leave, the manager from the Council of Elders asked him to wait for a while. The man asked the boy what he was looking for in these parts. Gan sighed and told him that he was looking for a place where a sect could be founded. But unfortunately, so far the search had not yielded any results. After listening to the guy, the steward from the Council of Elders realized there was something he could help him with. The man suggested that the boy stop by the Council of Elders if he wasn't in too much of a hurry. The manager will be happy to tell Shu Gang about these places in detail. A month later, Zhangzhou Border City, the gathering place. Sitting at the table with his slumped disciples and Wang Yuelong, Shu Fan asked everyone one by one to tell who was making what progress. Lowering her head, Yuexian told her mentor that the place she had chosen was already controlled by a large level 8 sect. There are several smaller sects in the same area, but their lives are not enviable. They are content with the crumbs that the large sect has stopped taking. Sitting next to his sibling, Shinzi explained that the place he had chosen was home to beasts at the incarnation stage and above. He did not advise setting up a sect there. Xiangqi's report was quite brief. There were few laymen in the area, few resources, and nothing to do there. His father was also unable to find anything good. Surprisingly, even Xu Fang was unable to find anything good. Sure, there was one nice place by the sea, but it was only 100,000 kilometers away from the Royal Sword Sect. It was too close to the protagonist. It was the last member of the team, Su Gung. The rest of the team glared at him and waited to hear what he had to say. Ignoring the incredible pressure in the air, Zhu Gang diffused the situation by placing some sort of device on the table. There are 2 options for a place called Inexhaustible Lake. The island in the lake has abundant resources, and there are no dangerous animals there at all. In the long run, the place can be made a tourist destination. Aside from the lake islet, the sect can be located on the highest point of the surrounding area. Although the top of the mountain is a bit chilly, but it is hard to allow outside attacks. After finishing his report, Zhu Gang said that he had been given all these tips by the manager of the Elder Council who is looking after the Endless Lake. He is in charge of protecting the coastal areas where lay people cultivate all sorts of things. The old man promised the boy that if he decided to register a sect in one of these places, he would receive a 20% tax discount. However, the others were no longer listening to Shu Gang. Taking the obscure map in the form of a sea compass in their hands, they began to study it thoughtfully. After all, items from outsiders should always be checked for bugs and trackers. For the next 2 hours, Zhu Gang kept talking to everyone about why they should establish a sect near the inexhaustible lake. There are large mines at the bottom of the lake itself. There is arable land along the shore, and so land use fees can be charged. Also, there are many potential apprentices in the area, and the beasts are almost harmless. Activating the light version of the PowerPoint developed by Shufan, Gan poked his pointer at the island and explained that the most dangerous beasts in that county were only at the spirit birth stage. But even if worse beasts suddenly showed up, it would be possible to directly contact the Council of Elders, and then they would send their man to eliminate them. After listening to the disciple, Zhu Fan agreed that it would make life a lot easier for the new sects. Besides, large mines were also good, but since they were at the bottom of the lake, it would be laborious to extract the fossils. The mentor then remembered Zhu Gang talking about the tax rebate recently. Now, is it granted forever or for a limited period of time? By the clock neck, the boy said that in fact the discount goes for a limited period of time, but in practice you can say forever. All you have to do to get the discount is pay the registration fee and sign a 100,000-year contract. After thinking for a bit, Zhu Fan raised his hand up and snapped his fingers. With a single movement, he recreated the exact illusion of an inexhaustible lake. After looking around the area, the guy noticed that this island met all the right criteria. The situation with resources and connection to the mainland could have been better, but Fang knew how to make the most of the available conditions. Most importantly, this place is quite remote and discreet. Other sects and cultivators are unlikely to find it a tidbit. And for a newly formed sect that is not afraid of work and has no ambitions to subjugate the whole world, at least in the near future, this place fits right in. Also, this island has one unbeatable plus. It is very, very far away from the Royal Swordsman sect. Dissolving the illusion with a palm strike on the table, Shufan finally decided to build a sect on the inexhaustible lake. Central continent, Tianlin country 50,000 kilometers away from the inexhaustible lake, Dao City, Nanling. Meeting their new guests, the entire Council of Elders overflowed with enthusiasm. Holding out a cup of tea to his friends, the happy-go-lucky representative of the Council of Elders said that since the guests had come here today, it meant that they had thought it over and agreed to the proposal to establish a sect on the inexhaustible lake. Laughing, the man noticed that there was no one at the spirit birth stage among the people who had arrived here. To make things easier, the representative of the Council of Elders offered to provide the guests with a person at the incarnation stage to clean the surroundings of the lake of all beasts at the golden elixir stage and above. Naturally, all this would only be done after paying the registration fee and signing a contract. Looking at this man, Zhu Fan felt embarrassed by his fake smile. Did they really need new taxpayers that much? Taking out a pouch containing the down payment from his pocket, the guy smiled charmingly and asked the Lord not to bother. This was a matter that Fang was able to handle on his own. This crystal-clear smile almost blinded the entire Council of Elders. This boy's smile illuminates the entire room, yet it looks so natural. It must be the result of tens of years of long training in the pleasant smile technique. In truth, that was the case. After spending years in the time room, Zhu Fan had managed to master the technique of pleasant smile. It could well come in handy if the protagonist returned and the guy had to refuse him. After all, it's better to do it with a smile. Coughing, the representative of the Council of Elders announced that the lake was now officially owned by the Xufang sect. Within a year, they could register the name. And also, when the beast came flying out of the lake again in 5 years, the owner of the new sect would have to provide security for the lay people living in the coastal area. In addition, within 3 years, the new sect will have to accept 100 members. After explaining all of this, the representative of the Council of Elders asked the fellow to scrutinize the rest of the information described in the jade plaques. Taking the jade plaques, Zhu Fan twisted them in his hand a few times before putting them back into his pocket. Summoning a familiar bird, Fang used it to survey his new territories. The largest island of the inexhaustible lake. The mountains loom, the leaves rustle, and the guy still can't believe it's all his fiefdom now. In the world of cultivators, there are a number of unwritten rules. One of them is that the main chromium building of the sect must be on the top of a mountain. And if there are no high mountains in the area, it is necessary to build the temple with the expectation of future transfer to cloudy islands. Calling his disciples and Wang Yu along with him, Fan climbed up to the highest point of the island with them. Placing a hand on Sinza's shoulder, the mentor told the boy to turn on his imagination. Their new home would be built as his apprentice imagined it. After scanning the area, Cincy informed his mentor that his project was for 10,000 people. Shufeng really liked his student's project, and so he decided to leave it as it was. When one of the robots flew up to its master, it reported that the scanning had been completed and construction work would begin soon. A total of 1,000 laborers, 300 construction workers, 300 flying movers, and 20 spiritual fire puppets would be engaged in the construction of the temple. The deadline for completion of the work is 15 days. As soon as the sect leader approved the start of construction, the puppets immediately set to work. Fortunately, thanks to Shu Fan having maximized his ability to control the puppets, he wouldn't even need real people to rebuild the sect's temple. Watching the handymen at work, the students marveled that their mentor could supervise more than 1,000 puppets at a time. Laughing proudly, Fan explained to the kids that they were only seeing the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. Approaching his friend from behind, Yulong placed a hand on his shoulder. Looking at his buddy in fascination, Wang Yuelong said that he thought that over the decades of their friendship, he had gotten to know brother Shu well. But since this guy was still able to surprise him, it meant that they hadn't been close enough all this time. In that case, it was time to fix that. Trying to shove his admiring friend away from him, Fang yelled, "Why was he surprised?" Actually, the guy had always hidden his abilities, and since Yulong still didn't realize it, he was really stupid. Watching this strange scene, Xiangqi perplexedly asked his mom what was wrong with his dad. Okay, they've decided on a place for the cult, but the main work is just beginning. These guys are going to have to run around a little more. And from the looks of it, everyone else was only too happy to help their mentor. First of all, Zhu Fan had assigned Yulong and Shu Gang to the purification squad. The two of them have to scour the island and eliminate all the beasts at the foundation stage and above. After that, they should scour the lake area and kill all the beasts at the golden elixir stage and above. Yuexian found herself in a reconnaissance unit. She will need to explore the bottom of the lake and fix the location of the mines. Along the way, the girl will also look for other resources. Xiangqi and Xinzi will lead the recruitment team. They will go out to find new students. Xinqi is the examiner and is responsible for vetting the newcomers. The requirements for the disciples are described in the Jade Slips. The main goal is to recruit 100 guys who meet all the requirements. After giving them all roles, Shuifan looked at Qianqiang in surprise and scratching the back of his head. He wondered where she had been hiding her daughter all this time. Yeah, it turns out Yulong has a daughter who's a little younger than Xiangqi. Deciding not to be bothered by this, Fan assigned Qianqiang and her daughter to the supervisory squad. They would look after the worker dolls. Since the construction dolls were completely devoid of combat skills, the two of them would have to move them to a safe place immediately if beasts came here. After accepting their mentor's assignments, all the sect members immediately rushed to fulfill their tasks. Well, since Chufan had given everyone their duties, it was time for him to get down to business. For security purposes, the guy needs to set up a vault where he will store all his valuables. He'll be helped in this by a groundling doll. We also need to create an automated farm. 100 students will need something to feed them, and the leftovers can be sold to foreign markets. You can also grow medicinal plants. The sect would also need a spiritual-grade weapon assembly line for the battle dolls. At the moment, 3 rifle-armed battle dolls at the foundation stage can finish off a beast at the golden elixir stage. It's just a pity that the sect will only be able to mass-produce one type of rifle. In addition to the weapon assembly line, it also needs an ammunition production line. Right now, Zufan could only afford to produce magic-grade bullets, but it would be enough for now. In general, Fang's capabilities were still limited to this point. When he breaks through the golden elixir stage and becomes a master blacksmith, he will be able to make a serious breakthrough. But as he sighed, he realized that this moment would only come in 50 years. Even living in the middle of nowhere and completely hidden from the world, Shu Fang would have something to occupy himself with. Speaking of mystery, the boy just had a great idea of what to name the cult. Henceforth, they will be called the Spirit Mystery Sect. A month later, the main temple on the highest point of the island. After observing the work of the puppet builders, Yulong reported to Brother Shu that all the beasts above the foundation stage had already been exterminated. Today, he sent Shue Gang to go around the island one more time and came here to chat with his friend. While sipping tea, Fan praised his buddy, saying that he had also set up some production based on doll exploitation. It remained to wait for news from Xiangqi and Xingqi. Putting the glass on the table, Yulong asked Brother Shu if all those dolls were really controlled by that metal ball. My name is Dark Lord of the Dolls. You can also call me Dark Lord or Doll Lord. Suddenly came a robotic voice behind the boy's back. Jumping up from his chair in fear, the dumbfounded Yulong shouted, "What the hell is this orb doing spying on him?" Then, smirking, the guy asked if the balloon would like it if he called him Blackie. At the same moment, the angry dark puppet lord made 3 beeping sounds. Various screens began to appear around the uncomprehending Yulong. Seeing what Blackie decided to show him, the guy wondered what he was trying to say. Why had he turned on the video of Yulong practicing with Xiangqi? Watching this with shame, Fan noticed that before, he somehow hadn't even noticed how uncomfortable Xiangqi was with training with his father. Meanwhile, the Dark Puppet Lord switched the video to the others. Showing other clips, the Doll Lord explained that Yulong interacts with his son Xiangqi with great enthusiasm every time. But when Xingqi is added to this picture, the boy for some reason doesn't even dare to look in their direction. In the last images, we see Yulong's wife, Xiangqi, and Xingzi. It looks strange that here he avoids confronting his family. Apparently, the guy is intimidated by the encounter with Xingzi for some obvious reason. After realizing that this iron thing had figured out his secret, the frightened Wang Yulong yelled that he understood everything, and there was no need to explain anything else aloud. Then, looking resentfully at Brother Shu, he said that he didn't expect his friend to set him up like this. However, with a sigh, Fang explained that he had nothing to do with it. If even the Puppet Lord had figured out Yulong's secret, then he only had himself to blame. In fact, Fang could barely contain his laughter at the realization that when Xingzi reached the golden elixir stage, he would be able to unmistakably test his father for paternity. However, that would only happen if someone hinted at it, of course. Suddenly, a beeping sound resounded behind Yulong's back again. Abruptly turning around, the guy stood at attention. "Greetings, Dark Lord." He saluted and received the same respectful greeting from the Puppet Lord. Immediately after exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yulong, the metal ball flew away on its own. Left alone with Brother Shu, the guy collapsed onto the table and exhaled in relief. Holding back tears, Yulong asked his friend why he had invented such a demonic device. "This thing is already dangerous." Shufan explained that he couldn't control thousands of dolls himself. Besides, was his friend afraid that one day the truth would come out? And when Wang Yulong clarified that he no longer felt fear, but shame and regret, Shufan reminded his friend that he himself had told him that he had been the victim of an involuntary interspiritual conception. After continuing to sip his tea, Fan promised his buddy to permanently change his appearance so that such an embarrassment would never happen again. But for that, he would have to wait for his brother Shu to break through to the golden elixir stage. In the meantime, Yulong had better think about how to explain everything to Xingqi, because for now, every day of not knowing this boy is a real victory for him. While they were discussing this, at the same time, a ship flew up to the Sex Temple. Noticing this, Yulong told Brother Shu that his sons had returned with a ship full of new disciples. After realizing that there were only 65 children on board, the guy asked his friend if he should lower the requirements for accepting disciples. However, Fang explained that disciples were priced by quality, not quantity. The sect would still have time to make up the missing number. 65 disciples in 1 month was not a bad result. Each of these children who followed Xiangqi and Xingqi have their own reasons for joining the new sect. Some want to become a cultivator and marry the girl they love. Some want revenge, and some want to become immortal. Looking at all these children, Xingzi immediately remembered the day Master Shu offered to be his mentor. Soon, the flying ship landed near the sect's temple. Walking out to his mentor, Xingqi reported that he, along with Xiangqi, had managed to attract 65 eligible students. 39 boys, 26 girls. Among them, there were 2 disciples with 2 spiritual roots, 21 with 3, 36 with 4, and 6 with 5. After praising his disciples, Shufan asked Xiangqi to take the newcomers to Qiangqiang to accommodate them. While Fang could still command his students, so he needed to remind them more often who the mentor was. Otherwise, after tens of years, only the youngest will obey him. Well, now the guy needed to decide which senior disciple to appoint as the sect head. The first person who came to mind was Daxian. This girl deserved this position the most as she was quite smart. The older brother is dumb, the third brother is just a sword wielder, and the fourth brother is his own person, withdrawn, living in his own world and interested in dark spells. That leaves only Uxian. She knows a little bit of everything, is cautious, intelligent, and has no major flaws. Meanwhile, even though the mentor had given them 2 days to rest, Xingzi jumped into the ship with his brother and said that they were not tired. Therefore, after waving goodbye to Master Xu, they decided to immediately fly onward to search for disciples. And who are they so good at? Su Fan said aloud as he saw off the departing ship. Looking at Brother Xu, Yulong said that only a deaf person would not understand his innuendo. If he was so eager to mock his friend, he should speak more softly. At the same time, at the bottom of an inexhaustible lake, floating in the submarine, Uxian was surprised that the mentor had a technological solution to every problem. Inside this submarine, it can descend tens of thousands of meters underwater. This is something few cultivators have access to. By the way, just recently, Uxian had studied those records about this area on the jade plaques that the Council of Elders had recently issued. The mentor was too lazy to study it, and so he asked his disciple to briefly tell him everything. 60,000 years ago, according to the records of the area, there had been a large-scale werewolf invasion, but it was quickly suppressed. An underwater turbulent current is cited as the cause of the werewolves. And at the time of the invasion, they were first spotted in the inexhaustible lake. So somewhere at the bottom of the lake is a weak point, an area of unstable space. Uxian was willing to bet spiritual stones that natural space runes could be found at this entry point. And also, instead of exploring the bottom meter by meter herself, the girl decided to ask her mentor to make her an item to search for valuable items. When Uxian finished her report, Master Xu remarked that it was a good idea. He would make the girl a special device to search for valuable items of various classes. As early as tomorrow, she would be able to pick up this thing. By the way, before I forget, I'm appointing you as the head of our Spirit Sacrament sect. When we gather the entire 100 disciples, you will immediately take office. Sui Fan calmly checked, picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Hearing this, Uxian puzzledly asked why the mentor had chosen her. What was she going to do anyway? However, it didn't take long to explain to the girl why exactly she would be the head of the sect. If Xianchu were to assume the position, he would be constantly training and would have no time to solve problems. Shinki was out of the question altogether because he would simply have no interest in the sect's affairs. And when Uxian asked her mentor what about Uncle Wang, Master Xu replied that he hadn't even considered him. With a heavy sigh, the girl agreed to accept the position. It was like a thunderclap for her. Now she would have to learn how to be a sect leader somewhere. Probably when she got out of the inexhaustible lake, Uxian would read a manhwa like Spare Me, Great Sect Leader, or Duo Leveling with Sect Leader. Meanwhile, on the shore of the main island, adjusting the manual model of the forging machine, the tired Fong realized that although the sect was almost formed, it was not yet time to rest on his laurels. No doubt, the guy had managed to accumulate some assets over the years, but compared to the sects founded hundreds of years ago, the Spirit Sacrament sect was just homeless. Moreover, half of what he had accumulated was sold to buy time-space grains of sand, which would be enough until he broke through to the golden elixir stage. But after breaking through to the golden elixir stage, the time room would no longer be able to bear Shu Fang's natural energy consumption. Anyway, the boy can't afford to lose heart. He's always found a solution, and now he's not alone and has a whole sect behind him. The inexhaustible lake is full of resources, and it doesn't matter if they're mostly mines of spiritual iron. In my hands, even the most basic ore turns to gold. So what if all the useful resources are at the bottom of the lake? I'll build an entire submarine fleet for efficient mining. As soon as Zhu Fan shouted this, his manual forging machine exploded from overheating. Yes, he had gotten a little carried away. Forging tip, don't get overexcited in the process. A day later, on the shore of the inexhaustible lake. Showing Yulong the ring, Shu Fan told him that this little thing was a vault where his friend could find a shopping list and spiritual stones. Asking him to take it, the guy suggested that his buddy take his wife and give her a honeymoon. Furnishing a new house to one's liking requires a lot of materials. Realizing that Wang Yulong had nothing to do anyway, Fan decided to harness him as a supply man. If this guy does well, Zufan will definitely make him a new armor model. But you can't let such a handsome man go out without a wife, or he'll accidentally make a child with someone else again. While the boy was thinking about this, Yulong's dumbfounded exclamation was heard. When he opened the storage ring, he saw 100 million spirit stones inside. Running up to his friend, the guy said that he could easily run away with that kind of money. Laughing, Fong replied that it was nothing, because last time Yulong had brought him a gem that was worth at least 1 billion. So now his buddy could have a good time with his wife in the city with that money. The main thing is that they should remember to buy everything on the list. And when the guy promised to buy everything on the list, even though the idea of running away was much more interesting, Zufan tossed him some kind of mask and asked him to put it on. This mask changes appearance and aura fluctuations. Now Yulong will have to put it on every time he leaves the sect. We are called the Spirit Sacrament sect, the word sacrament being the key word here. Outside of the sect, we can't share our internal affairs with anyone, Fan explained with a thumbs up. Glancing awkwardly at his buddy, Yulong remarked that it was quite his style. After seeing his friends off, Zuofan remembered that he still had some things to do. First, the boy will need to set up a defense system for the entire acute mystery of the spirit, and a satellite reconnaissance system around the perimeter of the inexhaustible lake. Then, he'll need to send the dolls out to mine for fossils underwater. And finally, when the guy has enough iron ore, he'll do market research and create a product that will sell like hotcakes. Oh, and he'll have to build an automated conveyor line for it. Taking off his glasses, Fan realized how excellent this plan was. But unfortunately, he will not have enough money to realize all this. Will he have to turn into a bourgeois who has to constantly think about how to earn more spiritual stones? It would be really great if Pang Fu's brother took on this role. Zhangzhou country, in one of the major trade and transportation hubs, sitting in his own shop, Pang Fu. Putting on a medical mask, the merchant was surprised that he managed to catch a cold, even at the groundwork stage. This boy's name is Pang Shuo, and he's Pang Fu's son. A humble and simple-minded boy. His father still wishes he had never apprenticed his son to Brother Shu. Although Pang Fu thinks that he was wrong to follow in his footsteps, Shuo is very happy to learn directly from his father. Sighing, Pang Fu told his son that while living in Xiangzhou, he was on the crest of a commercial wave. He had grand plans, but the werewolf invasion had put an end to everything. Pang Shuo's father lost almost everything, and now he has no idea what he can accomplish in the richest country with his crumbs. Unfortunately, he no longer feels the strength to rise from the bottom again. After Pang Fu met Brother Shu on the front lines, and the latter opened his eyes to a huge niche in business, the merchant has been investing in information infrastructure development for decades. But a werewolf invasion has wiped out all his achievements. The man now misses his dear brother Shu more than ever, who has never sent him word since then. Trying to cheer up his father, Pang Shuo suggested looking at this whole situation from a different angle. Compared to this place, Xiangzhou was a petty provincial swamp. But here, one could really turn things around. After all, this is the central continent surrounded by a vast sea. However, when Pang Fu's spirits finally dropped, he asked his son to stop, explaining that he had no chance of regaining the position he had in Xiangzhou. At the same moment, two strangers walked past Pang Fu's shop. Seeing them, the merchant jumped up abruptly. Running out into the street, he asked passers-by to stop. It turned out that he was able to recognize Wang Yulong and one of the strangers. Looking at the man puzzled, the guy he'd stopped was surprised that the dude recognized them. How could it be possible? They were wearing masks that changed their appearance and aura. He and his wife had changed their clothes too. "Long time no see, Brother Pan Fu," Yulong muttered, waving his hand to his old friend. And when the guy asked the merchant how he recognized them, Pang Fu replied that he couldn't recognize their faces. The man actually remembered those closet balls hanging on Qian's belt very well. Fortunately, now the merchant had a chance to get a hold of Xu Fang because he was the one who had invented these things. After giving Pang Fu a friendly hug, Yulong said that he knew how to contact Brother Shu. But after all, everyone knows how secretive this guy is, so he would have to call him first. Nodding, the merchant asked the boy to tell Xu Fang about their meeting here. It would be a great happiness for the man to see an old friend. Then, holding out his buddy's cell phone, Wang Yuelong promised to let him know via this device when he received a reply from Brother Shu. The commutation was set up, and Pang Fu began to wait for the message. And now it has been a few days since the meeting with Wang Yuelong. The merchant is still sitting over his communication ball. Walking up to his father with a cup of tea in his hands, Pang Shuo asked if he was really waiting for messages from customers so much. His father has been staring at the screen for days. Turning to his son, Pang Fu replied that he was not waiting for a message from his customers, but a message that would allow him to return to the top of the business. A week later, at the Spirit Mystery Sect Temple. Meeting his friend, Zhu Fan couldn't believe his ears. Flying into the air with the help of his new invention, the guy was excited to finally be able to meet his brother Pan Fu again. Perfectly down on the ground, he asked Yulong to send Pang Fu the sect's address. The head of the Foreign Trade Department would be here soon. Walking over to Brother Shu, Wang Yuelong held out some item to him, saying that it was a gift to thank him for arranging the honeymoon. A guy saw this thing in one of the shops. He was told that it was called a spirit stone with a surprise. Inside the stone is a sealed ring that used to belong to a cultivator who was executed for his crimes. The spiritual stone used as a shell alone was worth 100,000. Furthermore, the very form of the gift seemed amusing to Wang Yuelong, which was why he decided to buy this for his friend. However, before Brother Shu opened it, the boy warned that if there was nothing interesting inside, it wouldn't be his fault. Smirking contentedly, Fan was happy to receive such a surprise. He was always fond of gifts. It was not for nothing that he had sent Yulong to do the shopping. He would hardly have expected such a noble gesture from others. After melting the shell, Fan took out the ring and activated conscious study to examine the item in detail. What he saw shocked him. Inside this ring, there is a pile of consciousness retention ore the size of a small hill. In addition to that, there are several other rare ores as well as 2.5 kilograms of spatio-temporal sand grains. But something stood out even amongst all this wealth. Inside the ring lay an astral crystal, and not even a single one at that. Even a Mahayana stage cultivator's eyes would light up with greed at the sight of such a crystal, and there were 3 of them. The astral crystal is a must-have item for cloning one's own soul. This means that even if the owner's body dies, he can be reborn from the clone sealed inside the crystal. With this thing, all of Zhu Fan's previous plans are just kindergarten. Now the guy will create a new control center for the pseudo-divine class. But unfortunately, it's likely that he'll have to dispose of the Dark Puppet Lord. 3 days later at Pan Fu's shop, hearing his father scream, a worried Pang Shuo ran up to him and asked what was wrong. Tianlan Country, near Linsen City, Inexhaustible Lake, the largest island. Smiling madly, Pang Fu quietly spoke. Looking at this gruesome scene, the dumbfounded Pang Shuo realized that his father had gone mad with grief. "Hey, who's the crazy one here?" the merchant interjected, continuing to giggle contentedly. Turning around on his son, an excited Pang Fu asked little Shuo to tell his eldest, second, third, and fourth mothers that the whole family was going to Brother Shu's house. A few days later, the Spirit Mystery Sect. Zhu Fan had been thinking about this for a long time now. Since the system he had gotten was practically useless, it was high time for him to create his own system. And thanks to the gift from Yulong, it was now possible. Not only will the new system be able to forge objects and create dolls for the boy, but it will also be able to keep a digital record of available resources and analyze the capabilities of the sect using artificial intelligence. Moreover, Zhu Fan had already come up with a name for the foundation, the Capital Demon System. The recipe for crafting is simple: astral crystal, meteoric iron, consciousness retention ore, moonstone, and smoothing ore. Today, Fang is just as full of energy to create. The fusion of ingredients and the engraving of runes goes off without a hitch. But, as luck would have it, in the midst of the process, clouds began to gather over the temple. Of course, as a true cultivator with experience, Zhu Fan didn't feel anything. Okay, don't worry, this guy actually summoned the cloud. And the cloud itself turned out to be a huge living creature, whose task was simply to deliver the new system to its master. Sure, the delivery system may seem strange, but that's the way it's supposed to be. The cultivation process was already coming to an end. Zhu Fan was connecting the last rune, and it seemed like nothing could stop him. Suddenly, his hands began to shake, which made the guy unable to finish what he had started. And the reason for this was that the cloud in the sky above the temple choked. As Cloud tried to cough up, Zhu Fan had no way of realizing what was even happening. The moment he was in the perfect mood, it was as if someone had started poking him with needles. Coming to its senses, the cloud dropped a purple energy stone sealed system on the temple. the clouds above the temple immediately dispersed, and the energy stone flew into the top floor of the building. Finally, Xu Fang had succeeded. He created a new, more useful system for himself. Flying up to the master, the purple box asked what the first order would be. Abruptly rising to his feet, Fang grabbed his glasses and put them on himself. Unfolding a huge wish list, the guy laughed madly, and first of all asked the system to create him an army of special dolls for underwater mining and underwater combat. Next is to create a flow line to refine iron ore. Then, optimize the landscape of the entire Spirit Mystery Island. Asking the host to slow down a bit, the system explained that by analyzing the available resources, only the first 2 projects could be completed. The rest would require additional resources. In fact, this was their first meeting, and Master Zhu had immediately started with such complicated requests. Agreeing that he was wrong, Zhu Fan asked the system to do what he could first. And by the way, since this was their first meeting, the guy decided to give a name to this purple box. Wanting to test his hunch, the system assumed that since the host had named the base a capital demon system, it was likely that he would give his first prototype the name Capital Demon System. Laughing, Fang told the purple box that this was incorrect, and it was now called Grape because it was purple like grapes. Looking at the host incredulously, the system realized that this was probably a variant of the Turing test. Okay, the important thing is that this guy likes it. The next day, a flying ship arrived at the Spirit Mystery Sect's territory. Stepping off the board, Pang Fu immediately curled up in a wheel and went to meet Xu Fang. Joyfully hugging Brother Zhu, thereby accidentally breaking his spine, the merchant shouted that the guy had no idea how much he missed him. Fang coughed and said that he was also very happy to see Brother Pang Fu. The merchant said that he had come here with only one request. He wanted to join the Spirit Sacrament sect. After placing a small gazebo nearby, Zhu Fan invited his friend to sit down and talk about everything in detail. In fact, he wanted to ask Pang Fu to join the sect, but his friend eventually beat him to the punch with his request. After congratulating his old friend on joining the Spirit Sacrament sect, Fan explained that he actually needed Pang Fu because he was planning to open a foreign trade department. And, as originally planned, the boy offered his buddy to become the head of this department. As for payment, the man would receive half of the profits. Sitting down at the table, the joyful Pang Fu couldn't immediately believe that he had just arrived here and had already become the head of the department. However, he feels that half of the profits would be too much. In the central continent, there was so much competition that local businessmen were often happy with even a 0.1% margin. Hearing this answer, Zhu Fan was surprised that this merchant was also trying to cut down on his profits. This was not the typical behavior of a merchant. Apparently, it was more important for him to enjoy the process. In the end, in order to keep his friend motivated, he offered him a percentage of the department's profits. Then, summoning a grape, Feng asked her to build a foreign trade department. Soon the money should be flowing. The boy has no doubts about Brother Pan Fu's commercial talent. It won't be long before we'll have a system of mining from the seabed. And there will be enough spiritual iron for a full-fledged defense system of the island. And then there will be satellites and drones and missiles and electromagnetic cannons. In the end, Fan would completely hand over the leadership of the sect to Daxian. The guy himself will be able to devote the rest of his time to himself. However, Zhu Fan's dreams of a quick rest were suddenly shattered by a terrifying roar. Flying in the direction of the unknown noise, the boy decided to look to see what was going on. Looking around from a bird's eye view, he saw that there was an invasion of beasts. Those bastards are trying to disrupt the construction of the sect. But as soon as Fang gathered to stop them, all the creatures interfering with the construction dolls immediately died. An unknown person high in the sky finished off all the monsters with a single spell. Suddenly, huge tentacles emerged from under the water. But they too were cut down very quickly by the flying man in armor. Watching Su Gang act magnificently, Fan was glad that he had returned in such a timely manner. Flying beside his mentor, Daxian asked how long his brother would last against so many beasts. Perhaps even with the third-generation god armor, he might not be able to cope. At that time, Master Shu explained that although Zhu Gang was dumb, he knew his business. About a month ago, the mentor had given his students a set of secret magic abilities. Daxian, as expected, never mastered the last and most important one. However, her brother did. Suddenly, a monster of incredibly huge proportions emerged from under the water. Once on the surface, it looked at Zhu Gang floating in the air and roared terrifyingly. Noticing that her brother was in danger, Yuexian shouted to her mentor that she had to help him because another spirit birth stage beast had appeared here. But after grabbing his student with his phantom hand, Su Fan told her not to interfere with his brother's fun. If the girl interfered, she would simply ruin his fun. She had apparently forgotten that a beast in the spirit birth stage was no opponent to this kid. Zhu Gang will destroy his enemy with just one shot. This boy had noticeably excelled at wielding the latest magical ability from his mentor's kit, and so Gan hoped that Master Shu would appreciate his progress. Making a few hand gestures, the boy began to materialize a huge pipe in the hands of his doppelganger behind him. Directing his full force at the enemy, Zhu Gang activated Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon. At the same second, a shell flew out of the cannon he had made with great speed. Already on the approach to the monsters, this projectile literally incinerated them like a nuclear explosion. Seeing their comrades blown to pieces by Armstrong's cyclotron jet cannon, the other sea beasts ran away in tears. Waving his hands, Zhu Gang exhaled, after which the six-armed doppelganger behind him dissolved. The boy tried his best to show his teacher and sister how cool he was, but in the end he couldn't hold back a smile for long. Laughing, Gan scratched the back of his head and shouted how strong he was. Looking at her brother with envy, Yuexian noticed that he seemed to have indeed mastered the latest magic ability. But why couldn't the girl herself? After stroking her head, Shuefan explained that sometimes a single twist was enough to master something perfectly. The main thing was to stay focused on the process. Apparently, Yuexian was too smart to focus all her brainpower on one thing. Meanwhile, a joyful Zhu Gang had already flown over to his mentor and asked if he had seen what his disciple had come up with at the end. By the way, this was what Zhu Fan liked the least. This kid had created a multi-armed mirage, but in reality, he could only use a couple of hands. So what good is it? However, that doesn't change the point. Master Su thinks the last shot turned out just bombastic. Bombastic? Wow, who's good? I'm the good boy, Su Gong cheerfully muttered, delighted at such generous words from his mentor. Watching all of this from the ground, Pang Fu reminded his son of what he had said earlier. He was indeed right. Brother Zhu's personal disciple is excellent, and what's more surprising is that he has 4 of them. With such a leader, the rise of the Spirit Mystery sect is only a matter of time, and the task of Pang Fu and his son is to manage to become important members of this sect at the very beginning of the journey. After going to the sect's temple, the merchant asked little Shuo to put the research reports in order and compile a clear report. After that, Pang Fu himself would go to the head of Shu with the report. Back in his office, Fan took out his wallet, and with a sad expression, he emptied out the rest of his savings from there. Hopelessly falling face down on the table, the guy realized that he only had 100 million left. In short, his confidence in the future was melting away along with his fortune. When he stopped crying, he wondered how Brother Pang Fu was doing with his market research. If the influx of spirit stones didn't start in the next couple of months, many projects on the island would have to stop. Suddenly, a man who entered the study placed a jade slate in front of Suifan's face. Smiling, Pang Fu informed the head of Shu of his return. These jade plaques contained the results of the market research, so the merchant would be happy for the sect leader to familiarize himself with them. Rejoicing at Pang Fu's brother's return, Fan asked his friend not to address him so formally, especially since the position of head had already been handed over to Yuexian. But the merchant objected, reminding his friend that the state lives by the laws, while the sect lives by the rules. Even though Zhu Fan had given up the formal position of head in favor of the younger generation, he was still the main authority here. Besides, he only did it to relieve himself from more important matters, didn't he? Unfolding the jade plaques, Fan read the report and thought for a moment. Brother Pang Fu proposes to start producing god armor and various types of vehicles. But Fang himself thinks that his god armor is too flashy for the local public. However, the merchant said that was not the case at all. In Zhongzhou, there are already armors like the ones Brother Shu is making on sale. They are made by the Heavenly Forge sect. There are a total of 6 or 7 sets of such armor on the market. However, they are all inferior to even the first models of Shufang's god armor. If the Spirit Mystery sect starts mass production, they will be able to make their goods cheaper than the Heaven Forge sect's armor. It would only be a matter of time before they capture the entire market. Pang Fu has exactly the same strategy for means of transportation. By emphasizing these two categories of goods, the sect can make a fortune in a short period of time. Protecting his umbrella from his excited friend's drool, Fang told him that he had recently invented a mini-farm. It could even fit in the palm of his hand. However, the merchant explained that the market was overflowing with agricultural products, so it wouldn't work. Agreeing with his buddy, the head of Shu beckoned to the grape. Guy ordered the artificial intelligence to curtail the production of mini-farms, and instead calculate the cost of creating conveyor lines to produce armor. First, we need to harness the puppets to produce magic-grade armor and first-generation god armor. When the sect raises one enough spiritual iron, we can also think about means of transportation. When Pang Fu's brother left, Fan realized that setting up his home and rebuilding the sect from scratch were not comparable tasks. Yes, if Pang Fu's strategy was not successful, the sect would soon go bankrupt. Seeing the merchant mentor coming out of the mentor's office, Daxian looked at Master Shu and asked what it was. Noticing the children standing at the threshold of the entrance to the house, Fang asked what they meant. So that's how it is. Are you suggesting that since I don't have enough money, I should sell your and brother's phoenix blood-based pills and treasures that we don't use? Clarified Zhufan to his disciple, nodding contentedly. Enraged, the guy punched the girl in the head with his fist and asked who they even thought he was. One such pill could bring its owner back to life even from a critical condition. And Daxian's life was priceless. It couldn't be bought with spirit stones. But in truth, no matter how beautiful his words sounded, the other disciples noticed that he himself had just come close to depriving their sister of her priceless life. In addition to all of the above, Fan explained to the children that those pills could come in handy when they break through from the spirit division stage to the incarnation stage. Such valuables couldn't be thrown away, and spirit stones could always be earned. And while the brothers cheered up their defeated little sister, telling her to get ready for round 2, Fan asked the disciples if there was anything else they wanted to say. Awkwardly averting her gaze, Daxian ran up to her mentor and explained that she and her brother were already ready to break through to the spirit birth stage. But they couldn't do so until Master Xu lifted the rule where they had to defeat a battle puppet of their level to break through to the next stage. What? You want to grow up to be scum? An irritated Zhu fan asked angrily. The mentor explained to the girl that her and her brother's natural abilities were average at best. Although there was a chance for them to ascend to the immortal realm, it could only happen with careful consideration. As their mentor, Fang Fan would like to meet his disciples in heaven again, but with such a careless approach, they wouldn't end up there. Watching Master Zhu yell at their little sister, the three boys were glad that when they drew lots half an hour ago, they didn't have the honor of talking to their mentor about this topic. They were very lucky not to be in that girl's shoes. Trying to hold back tears, Daxian realized that her assumptions had come true. She knew it would be like this. Their mentor is good, but his only disadvantage is his inflated demands. After a while, the girl finished her one-sided conversation with her mentor and turned back to her brothers pretending they had nothing to do with it. Sighing, Zhu Fan asked the disciples to stop acting resentful. After saying that, the guy snapped his fingers. Once in the artificial space, Master Su asked his disciples not to say afterward that he didn't give them a chance. Well, today they can run, they can shoot at point-blank range. Their main task is to hold out against their mentor for at least 5 minutes. Only then would Fan allow these children to break through to the next stage, bypassing the battle puppet test. With a smirk, Zhu Fan asked if his disciples were satisfied with the offer. Then, reminding them that their mentor was only at the foundation stage, he asked them not to whine about the duel being unfair. Tensely looking at Master Shu, the children realized that he couldn't be compared to an ordinary cultivator at the foundation stage. Besides, a mentor always wins, doesn't realize he's the protagonist, and never gets involved in losing ventures. After pondering for a bit, Su Gang was the first to agree to such a deal. The boy had wanted to fight his mentor for a very long time, but he was pissy about suggesting a duel on his own. Calculating to take Master Shu by surprise, Xingzi suddenly restrained him with a special spell. Asking his friends to hurry up, the boy said he couldn't hold off his opponent for longer than 5 seconds. But at the same instant, it was as if something stunned Sinza. Without noticing what had happened to their brother, the rest of the boys rushed into action. Approaching his mentor, Zhu Gang made his hands tinny, preparing to activate one of his strongest spells. Everything around him was intangible, and so the boy had no fear of hurting his mentor badly. With all this in mind, he decided to hit with all his might. Looking at the fire projectile flying at him, Fan smiled and praised his disciple for such a good idea. But as it was, he was still too slow. The very next second, a very fast reply from the mentor flew in. Zhue Fan put up a double mirror in front of him and completely absorbed the disciple's spell. Immediately after absorbing the projectile, the double mirror reflected it, leaving only a skeleton from Shugan 1. Zhui Gang, wasted. Let's put a candle for his repose. Scattering some seeds behind him, Fan noticed that Yuexian had abandoned the path of direct confrontation and decided to hide. Well, Master Zhu has a good trick for this situation. After scattering the seeds, he easily located his own. When the frustrated disciple still showed herself, Fan drew his one-handed sword. As he prepared for battle with the next student, the mentor asked Jiangqi to come out and fight him purely with swords without any unnecessary tricks. Realizing that there was no point in hiding since Master Shu had found his little sister so easily, Xiangqi agreed to fight fair. Pouncing on his mentor, the boy asked to be careful with him and not hit him hard. After promising that he wouldn't beat him to a pulp, Fan also rushed towards him. In the next instant, the blades of their swords made contact with a loud clang. The battle ended, and there was a sepulchral silence in the Spirit Mystery Sect temple. Waving his hand at his disciples, Fang reminded them that there were 2 of them at the Golden Elixir stage, but the 4 of them couldn't even defeat a single opponent at the Foundation stage. It was too early for them to think about breaking through and let them better practice more instead. He laughed maliciously and said that the little ones had a lot of self-esteem and had decided to break through to the Spirit Birth stage. It wouldn't be until their mentor broke through to the Golden Elixir stage, and that would be at least 50 years away. Although, if Fang used the time room, the time would only be reduced to 25 years. And so it's been 3 months since that day. Xu Feng's office resounded with the sounds of an active thought process. After folding the planks, the guy asked his friend if he was sure of these orders. Was it really true that the Spirit Mystery Sect wanted to buy 2,000 magic grade sets and 800 first-generation god armors? Noting that this was certainly a bit small, Pang Fu reminded him that this was only the first batch. If the market responds well to the sect's products, there will be many more orders. There was no need to despair early, but still, because the Spirit Sacrament sect was still new to the market, they didn't have any reputation yet, so the money would only come after the goods were handed over. Fan was actually surprised at the merchant's words when he asked him not to despair. What Pang Fu had done was many times more than Su Fan's most optimistic calculations. Placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, the guy praised him and said that the ice had already moved. The first victory had been won, so Fang expresses his gratitude to the merchant on behalf of the entire sect. A few hours later, Xu Feng's secret base. On the table is a beautiful pebble that Fang himself brought in to investigate. Today was a lucky day for this guy. Not only did Pang Fu come back with big orders, but while walking around, Fan found a thunderstone with natural runes. Moreover, after thoroughly examining this stone, the boy found thunder runes of crossing in it. As he knows, the main purpose of crossing runes is that by fusing them into an ordinary item, there is a chance to turn it into a divine class item. Looking at this pebble from all angles, Fang couldn't understand why he had been so lucky lately. Everything looks like he's picking up the gifts of fate meant for the protagonist. The guy hopes very much that he won't have to pay for these gifts. While the excited boy was kissing the thunderstone, a grape flew up to him. The assistant reported to the master that the conveyor lines were ready to start, only requiring an uninterrupted supply of spirit iron. It would take 148 days to produce 2,000 magic level sets and 800 first-generation god armor. Praising the artificial intelligence for doing a good job, Fan gave it a spirit iron and asked it to start production as soon as possible. A short time later, automated production floor. Xu Fan's dolls were already busily working on producing armor. When he approached the grape, the guy asked it what it thought about a conveyor line for making pills. Pills could also be sold, after all. The artificial intelligence looked at its master in bewilderment and realized what a greedy creature he was. Beginning to overheat from endless calculations, the assistant explained to the master that it is possible to create a conveyor line for pills, but it will be possible to produce only the simplest pills of average quality. Deciding that this would be enough for now, Fang pointed out that everyone started somewhere, so Grape would start this the day after tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Uexian sent her mentor some geolocation. A few more hours went by, 80,000 kilometers northwest of the Spirit Mystery Island. Asking her mentor to hurry up, Uexian showed some cleft in the tree. When Fan asked if she had found something interesting, the girl only laughed. She then asked her mentor to try and guess what she had found. Taking her gaze away, an interested Fan pondered. Then, without giving him time to answer, Uexian told him that here was one of the small heliocosm worlds. Noticing that his disciple was very impatient, Fan reminded her that she wanted her mentor to guess the answer himself. Deciding to get to the main point after all, the guy asked the girl if she had figured out what was valuable in that world. With an embarrassed look at her mentor, Uexian admitted that there were no special treasures there. That world is quite small, and the spiritual aura is meager. Anyway, it doesn't matter anyway. What matters is that there are people inside. It's a real full-fledged state. The strongest inhabitants reach the golden elixir stage. However, when the girl wanted to say something else, she noticed the strange look on her mentor's face and wondered if he was listening to her at all. Puzzled, Fan looked at his disciple and wondered what she was so excited about. She must have thought too much of the Spirit Mystery sect to think that they had the resources to take over the small heliocosm world right now. A large, rich sect might be able to work something out with such a find, but the Spirit Mystery sect barely manages to feed themselves. Embarrassedly lowering her head, Uexian said that there was nothing terrible about her find being useless for now. After all, this was the first world she had found on her own. But when the girl was about to leave, saying that she hadn't actually found this world on her own, Fang grabbed her by the hair and asked her to elaborate. Then, Uexian said that without the treasure finder developed by her mentor, she wouldn't have discovered it. There was no way a living person would be able to detect such faint fluctuations in spatial frequencies. Sighing, Fan allowed his student to mark the place and promised that maybe in hundreds of years they would be able to find a use for her find. When Fan breaks through to the golden elixir stage, we can link this small world to the sect and start redirecting some of the energy there. In 1,000 years, something useful would come out of it. Suddenly, some guy on a sword flew out of the small heliocosm world, shouting to the higher world to welcome their new inhabitant. Turning around, the stranger remarked that he was very lucky to immediately meet people here. Pointing his finger at the guy, Fang, who was lying on the ground, asked his disciple to evaluate his fighting ability. The girl in turn noticed that the middle warrior in front of her. He is a strong swordsman, but with a lot of obvious flaws. Turning to the two, the stranger asked his friends if this was the realm of the Celestials. By the way, what are they doing here, clinging to the grass? Are they absorbing the spiritual power of the earth? Trustingly looking at the guy on the sword, Uexian told him that he had entered the cultivator world, the territory of the inexhaustible lake. Without letting his apprentice finish, Fan grabbed her by the scythe and ran away, advising his friend to fly to the southeast, to the heart of the central continent. That's where all the interesting things happen. Following behind her mentor, Uexian had noticed that a person who was able to ascend from the small heliocosm world to the medium heliocosm world was undoubtedly outstanding. So why wouldn't the sect accept him to join them? Turning to the girl, Fang explained that he had a trained eye for people potentially bringing trouble with them. This character of the Spirit Mystery sect is out of the way. If this guy at such a young age was able to enter the middle heliocosm world, he must have been the protagonist in his world. Zhuofan tries his best to stay away from the protagonist of this world, and so he doesn't really want to make friends with someone like that. Looking at the backs of the strangers running away from him, the guy who had just ascended to the middle world wondered if all the people in this world were so cold. 10 days later, while Fan was fishing, pulling out seaweed instead of fish time after time, some stranger flew up to him from behind. After greeting his friend, the sword guy reminded him that they had met recently. He's actually surprised that this dude has his own cultivator sect. But what's it called? Realizing that he would not be able to escape from this conversation, Fan explained that the name was written on the gate. However, the protagonist from the lower world explained that he really didn't understand the writing of this world. Upon entering his situation, the fisherman told him that he was in the territory of the Spirit Mystery sect. Sitting down next to him and taking the fishing rod, the stranger asked what he had to do to become part of this sect. "You want to join us?" Son, I wouldn't recommend it. You've only just arrived in our world, so you should look around first. We're a barely established little provincial sect, and we're not exactly a big deal. Hearing these words from his new friend, the protagonist from the lower world pulled a huge fish out from under the water and reminded him that when he left his world, he immediately came here. This means something. Yes, and means something. If a test is required to join the cult, he is always ready. Looking at his bucket, which was filled to the top with algae and the remains of a long dead fish, Fan ordered Grape to summon Xiangqi here. In just a few minutes, the boy flew to his mentor and asked what he could do for him. Running behind Xiangqi's back, Master Shu explained that here, his fellow swordsman wanted to join the sect, and the kid would have to give him a trial. Then, looking at the stranger, Fang promised to accept him if he defeated his disciple in a fight. This kid is at the foundation stage and the intruder is at the golden elixir stage, so the advantage is obvious. Thanking his new friend for the opportunity, the protagonist from the lower world apologized in advance for the child abuse. Pathetically pulling out a sword, the stranger introduced himself as the first swordsman of the Kun realm, with Shichan. Looking at him indifferently, the boy standing opposite called himself Wang Xiangqi of the Spirit Mystery Sect. As soon as Master Shu asked Xiangqi not to embarrass his mentor and said he would watch from a safe place, the boy prepared for battle. In the next second, their fierce battle with the main character from the lower world began. As soon as Shichan rushed towards him, Xiangqi activated a wind spell. Materializing a sword in his hand, the boy let a stream of light wind into his opponent. The protagonist from the lower world immediately felt a slight relaxation. Tensely looking at this kid, Shichan realized that the faint breeze he was putting on was greatly at odds with the extent of his danger. It turns out this was all just part of the plan. It was designed to put the enemy off guard. However, as expected, the main character from the small heliocosm was not so simple. Even though Xiangqi's attack was unexpected, he still managed to repel the blow. But this wasn't the last trick in Wang Xiangqi's arsenal either. Noticing that his opponent was in a vulnerable position, the boy put the wind and thunderstorm swords together. At the same second, a devastating beam of energy appeared, successfully hitting its target. The fight ended rather quickly, and Shichan couldn't counter this kid with anything. Sitting on his knees, the first swordsman of the Kun realm admitted defeat. After landing, Xiangqi explained that it was actually the swords created by his mentor that helped him win. If his enemy also had a good sword, he would have lasted longer. Yes, Zhu Fan was still proud of how successful his pairing of wind and thunderstorm swords was. This combination kills vigilance, paralyzes reaction, and has a heightened effect of surprise. In a nutshell, it's a victory weapon. After climbing out of the safety of his seat, Fang ran up to his trying to make an indifferent appearance to his disciple and pointed out that the difference in swords was hardly an excuse when there was a difference of a whole stage between the opponents. With a frustrated look at Master Shu, Chan asked if he wouldn't give him another chance. At the same moment, Xiangqi tugged on his mentor's sleeve as if to hint something to him. Sighing, Fan decided to take pity on this poor guy and give him 3 tries. If he defeated Xiangqi even once, the guy would accept him into his sect. After thanking Master Zhu for his leniency, the protagonist from the lower world flew into the forest to train. Back on the boat, Xiangqi asked his mentor if he had any magical abilities for him and Shinki. Something like the ones older brother Gon had gotten. Looking at the disciple, Fan asked where he was in such a hurry. The two of them need to break through to the golden elixir stage first. Or is he saying that he's willing to go through the battle puppet trial together with Qingzi? Then, imagining the scene from the attack on Titan, Xiangqi immediately realized what would happen to him and his brother if they challenged the colossal puppet. Still, it would be more like a beating than a battle, and so Fang advised his disciple not to nag for abilities for now, but to develop further. Speaking of which, Shueifan was curious about Xiangqi's assessment of his latest opponent. After a moment's thought, the boy explained that if Chan had a weapon comparable to his paired swords of wind and thunderstorm, they would probably fight on equal footing. Saying that he was clear, Fang warned his disciple that the dude would still be back for a rematch. And if Xiangqi loses to him, the mentor will disown him and kick the boy out of the sect. Bummed out, Wang Xiangqi shouted that this was not going to happen. He would do anything not to lose to that man. Trying not to laugh, Shueifan turned away and remarked that the most important thing was that Chan didn't come back before the boy tore into the golden elixir stage. As his mentor gazed into the water, Xiangqi wondered if Master Xu would create a magic ability for him himself. Pointing his finger somewhere, Fang revealed that he had already done so. This magical ability will be called Sky Fusion. Showing his disciple a huge sword that appeared in the sky, Zhu Fan stabbed it into a huge crab hiding underwater. The guy then explained that this ability wasn't finished yet, and he was going to enhance it some more. Impressed by the Sky Fusion, Xiangqi told his mentor that he needed a maximum of 2 years. In that time, he would definitely break through to the next stage. Laughing, Fan allowed his disciple to do as he wished. However, right now, he should take this crab and take it to his sister to cook it for dinner. In the evening in the sect of the Sacraments of the Spirit, tossing the emptied plate onto the table, Zhu Fan squealed in pleasure. Raising a finger up, the guy cried out that it was excellent. Yuexian's culinary skill is simply top-notch. Agreeing with the mentor, the others at the table repeated after him, thus greatly embarrassing his sister. Wiping his lips with a napkin, Fang said that now that everyone had eaten, it was time to talk business. He wondered what the disciples thought of the sect development plan he had outlined for them. Sliding another bowl of rice to her mentor, Yuexian asked if she could go on a treasure hunt instead. Xingzi, in turn, moved over to his sister and told her that he wanted to fly around the central continent. Deciding to support the flash mob of bullying his mentor, Xiangqi said that he would go traveling when he broke through to the next stage and gained a magic ability. The only one who wanted to stay was Xue Gang. Since everyone else was going to bail, he would continue to live here to guard the sect and protect the mentor. After slapping Xu Gang, who was eating rice calmly, Fang asked the disciples what the hell they were talking about. He's telling them about the sect's development, and they're talking about their plans to have fun. If these idiots leave, who will work? I feel sorry for that kid, by the way. He can't even understand why he was hit. Gun was the only one who was going to stay. Looking angrily at his students, Fang realized that he hadn't looked after them properly. How did he even manage to raise such ungrateful piglets? The initial stage of setting up the sect would take 5 years, and even after that, no one would relieve these 4 of their duties of sourcing resources, eliminating threats, and so on. And they would also have to take 3 personal disciples each and raise them to be worthy members of the sect. And from now on, no long-distance travel for disciples below the golden elixir stage. After Xu Fan had clearly communicated his vision of the future and given a lecture on work ethics, the inner life of the sect continued as usual. Half a year later, the Spirit Mystery Sect. Stepping onto the porch, Zhu Fan began to look around in an attempt to find someone. Upon entering the temple grounds, the merchant clicked the head of Xu, waving his hand. After reading the financial report, Fan shook Brother Pongfu's hand and shouted that he was simply the best. In half a year, this dude made 400 million for the sect just from armor sales alone. The issue of financing the construction of the sect's official construction has been resolved. In honor of this, Chief Zhu gave his friend an additional 20 million to establish a trading company. Of course, Pang Fu will be in charge, and will also have the authority to develop the company as he sees fit. Clutching the precious contract to his chest, Pang Fu laughed sinisterly and said that with this amount of money, he would be able to open spirit mystery shops in all the major cultivator cities of the central continent. When the sect had such a network, they would be able to get all the important information firsthand. Saying that he had no doubt that his friend would do his best, Fang promised to pay Pang Fu a generous bonus by the end of the year. Thus, the matter of organizing the information agent network was officially resolved. It seems that all issues are almost resolved, except that the Spirit Mystery Sect doesn't have a large flying ship suitable for long-distance travel like the one in the last network. Returning from the half-year expedition, there were resources for tens of billions of spirit stones on board the flying ship. Wiping his drool from anticipation, Fang realized that his sect definitely needed such a flying ship with artillery. Calling out to Grape, the guy asked to save the remaining resources for now. Meanwhile, Wang Yuelong had returned to the sect. Immediately visiting Brother Shui, the boy told him that he had brought the latest news. By now, the werewolves had occupied all of Xiangzhou. They are now invading all the neighboring countries. Explaining that he had already heard about it, Fang remembered that half of the Council of Elders, who guarded the passage between the 2 worlds, had gone to Shenglingzhou to fight the werewolves. They had also announced that they were recruiting volunteers for a very handsome reward. With a snap of his fingers, Yulong confirmed it, telling him that he was going to run away there if he wasn't badly needed here. Guy could check in with his folks. Sighing, Fang told his friend that he wouldn't mind if he wanted to. Only first, he would like to forge a good equipment for his buddy. After 3 months, Zhu Fan had already made a special ring for Yulong, where he could find all the items and pills that could help him evolve to the spirit birth stage. There were also jade plaques with instructions on how to use them. Putting a hand on his friend's shoulder, Fan asked him that no matter what happened, make sure to come back here in 50 years. In fact, this dude would have to try not to die from his wife's fist because of some romantic escapade. Excitedly saying that he understood everything, Yulong promised Brother Shu that the Spirit Mystery Sect would forever be his home. Patting his goofy friend on the head, a joyful Fan allowed him to scram since he really understood everything. Shu Fan knows that with Yulong's nature, living in the middle of nowhere on the island is like living in prison for him. Take care, my brother, the boy said, looking at the ship as it flew away. After another 3 months, the Spirit Mystery Sect. After greeting the guest, Fang motioned for him to take a seat and poured himself some tea. After pouring himself some tea, the clerk of the Council of Elders asked Mr. Shu who the girl sitting across from him was. Fang said that she was his disciple and the new sect leader. The guy himself is just a mentor. Taking out a small projector from his pocket, the cleric took note that since the Spirit Mystery Sect was new here, apparently they didn't quite understand how their relationship with the Council of Elders worked yet. Included in the presentation, the man showed Master Shu the tax debt data. The total amount is 30 million spirit stones. Of course, such a huge amount caused Shu Fan's pupils to stroke. How did they have such accurate data? Noticing the bewildered look on the boy's face, the clerk only laughed. 30,000 years ago, 36 undefeated Aryans founded a Council of Elders. Now there are only 56 Aryans in the Council of Elders, but not all of them are elders. Each of them possesses unique techniques. Nothing is impossible for them in the central continent. The Council of Elders knows everything that happens in these territories in great detail, thanks to the 10 divine grade items. The first item is a skywatch device that monitors the entire central continent. The second is a starship that can be used to travel to other worlds. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are mirrors of change, karma, and the firmament of the celestial spirit, respectively. They reflect the origins of all causes and effects. Taxes are calculated with their help. The seventh is a cutting disc that removes the head of any enemy of the Council of Elders. However, what happened next was no longer interesting. It was already clear to Shu Fang that this clerk had only come here to show off. Standing up from the table, the man explained to Master Su that he was only telling all of this for one reason. This sect probably doesn't have comparable resources, so they'd better not evade paying taxes and get the hell out of here right away. If Fang only knew how many visitors came to this continent who set up sects, didn't pay taxes, and then disappeared without a trace, he definitely wouldn't do business here. However, the clerk's expectations were quickly shattered. After receiving the full amount of tax from Master Shu, the man was glad that they understood each other. With an interested smile, Fan asked what the Council of Elders would do if some villain decided to destroy the Spirit Mystery Sect. They would be given full protection, right? Unfortunately for the boy, the clerk explained that the Elders' protection only applied to situations where the sect would be attacked by werewolves. In other cases, the council usually doesn't intervene. Fang looked furious at his dear guest and couldn't understand why he was being charged so much money. Seeing the boy's angry face, the clerk reassured him that if the Spirit Mystery Sect was really destroyed by a villain, the Council of Elders would put out a wanted notice and offer a bounty on his head equal to the taxes paid. That way, the villain would think 10 times before making an attempt. Seeing the indignant look on Master Su's face, the clerk turned around and added, "Actually, the central continent is very quiet these days, and all sorts of detached people prefer to go elsewhere." And when the man, thinking he had explained enough, was about to leave, Fang grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and said he had something else he wanted to ask. Trying to restrain himself, the guy wondered if the Council of Elders would be quicker to disclose information about the Spirit Mystery Sect upon anyone's request. The thing was, Zhu Fan didn't really like the attention of outsiders. In fact, from the looks of it, that swordsman from the small Chiliocosm world must have learned about the sect through the Council of Elders. Looking at the boy thoughtfully, the clerk said he had no idea they liked to remain secret. Be that as it may, it was easy to arrange. From now on, the Spirit Mystery Sect's information will not be revealed to outsiders. By the way, recently, a strange guy wearing green clothes came to the clerk's office. The man thought that since Master Zhu's sect was founded recently, they needed new members. If this brought the spirit mystery and inconvenience, the Council of Elders is willing to apologize. But with a shake of his head, Fong said that it was already unnecessary, then bid his guest farewell. 36 powerful uncles had figured out how to shave hamsters for almost nothing. I don't care, 10% of it Zhu Fan could put up with, especially since the central continent is the only more or less safe place right now. No wonder the Council of Elders has managed to stay on top for so long. They have almost no expenses, obligations, or worries, but they still found something to pluck the suckers for. The Council of Elders doesn't care which sect succeeds and which one goes bankrupt. They'll always take their percentage. Daxian tugged at her mentor's sleeve and asked what it meant to pluck burdocks. Daxian tugged at the sleeve of her mentor and asked what it meant to pluck burdocks, and he explained that it meant that the Council of Elders collected money from the simpletons for next to nothing. Hearing such a great way to earn money, the girl suggested that Master Zhu should soon become stronger and join the Council of Elders to pluck burdocks too. Grinning, Fang said, "We are the ones who will not be. When they become as strong as the Elders, they will already be in the Great Heliocosm. And by then, Xu Fan could probably already develop a toolkit that would make the sect richer by doing nothing." A short while later, in the Spirit Mystery Sect dungeon, the conveyor belt armor production line, a workman puppet taps the iron with a hammer, trying to shape it into the right shape. In general, the work went according to plan with everyone working for the good of the sect. However, sitting in the office on the second floor, Xu Fang didn't like this approach. He thought that the sect would focus on armor production before the competitors in the market came to their senses. But Pang Fu immediately explained to the frustrated brother Xu that one should know the measure and not try to swallow a piece more than you can. Deciding not to contradict the merchant, the boy summoned a grape and asked if there were any new students who stood out for their abilities in alchemy and forging. Having flown up to the master, the artificial intelligence told him that there were 5 such students in total. And when Fang said that he would train them personally, the grape woman added that among the 100 disciples, there was one with the talent of a spellcaster. His name is Zhou Kailin. Flying closer to the host, the artificial intelligence decided to show some camera footage. It happened in the croplands. The gray-haired boy thought that Zhou Kailin was either stupid or dumb for daring to compete with him. Asking the children to stop with the trash talk, the man with the eye patch announced the start of the contest. Saying that he was about to give this upstart a hard time, the gray-haired boy activated a spiritual rain spell. Then, looking at his buddy, he asked if he was impressed. However, Kailin replied that there was nothing unusual about it. This rain would be of little use to the croplands. What Zhou Kailin has come up with is many times superior to his opponent's technique. Grinning, the green-haired guy activated a dung rain spell. At the same moment, some brown droplet fell on his friend's face. And while these two were running from side to side, wondering where they could hide from the bullshit apocalypse, their teacher stood calmly under an umbrella and watched. Seeing this camera footage, Xu Fan laughed out loud. Wiping away tears, the guy screamed hysterically that he liked the kid's thinking. Seeing that her master liked the video, Grape decided to show the way Kailin was studying the spells Master Xu had written. But after asking the assistant to stop, Fan explained that it was enough for him. He had already made the decision to make Zhou Kailin his 5th personal disciple. Members of the caster craft, even on the central continent, are in short supply. Just as Fan thought of this, a siren suddenly howled. After warning her master of the danger, Grape told him that a large-scale beast invasion was coming. All of the island's defense systems have been activated. In such a situation, Zuefan had no choice but to personally fly to his ship to deal with the problem. Except the guys are getting pretty fed up with these beasts. It's time to give them hell and get rid of them once and for all. Inexhaustible Lake, coastal waters of the island of the mystery of the spirit. Now the monsters will experience Zhu Gang's signature techniques from the lava series on their own skin. Making a couple hand gestures, the boy unleashed a lava serpent, a lava giant, lava rain, and a fountain upon his enemies. Turning back to the flying mentor, Zhu Gang reported that he had already distributed disciples around the entire island, and he had decided to protect this section by himself. All in all, the situation was completely under control. Looking at his apprentice, Fang inquired from the grapevine how long the island's defense system would be able to hold off attacks of the current scale. Flying over to his master, the assistant told him that there would be enough shells and bullets for at least 2 weeks. If there was no one in the spirit dissolution stage among the beasts, none of them would reach the island. Ordering Shu Gang to stay here, Fan said that he and Uxian would search for the monster leader together. And upon hearing his disciple wishing him good luck, Master Zhu turned around and, laughing eerily, said that he didn't need luck and didn't need to worry about it. Immediately after saying those words, a huge shell in the form of a powerful knight appeared around Shu Fan's body. Closing the helmet's intakes, the guy told the apprentice who flew up to him that it was time to finish off the enemy leader. Fan himself would go for a frontal attack, while Uxian would have to come in from behind and inflict at least one wound on the beast. Then, after explaining to the girl that the beast leader might be at the spirit dissolving stage, the guy asked if she was scared. However, Uxian replied that with her mentor by her side, she had nothing to be afraid of. Being at the key tempering stage, the mentor could easily kill beasts at the golden elixir stage. Now, having advanced to the foundation stage, he would definitely be able to deal with a beast at the spirit dissolving stage. In the worst case scenario, Uxian would be able to simply run away. Activating interdimensional acceleration, Fan advised his disciple to keep up with him. Abruptly rushing into the fight, the guy immediately finished off the monster swimming towards him. Seeing the soul flying out of the slain beast, Zuefan grabbed it with his huge hand. From this dead monster, he had extracted memories. Now the boy realized that a giant tortoise was behind all this commotion. Her eggs were left on the island, and she wanted to take her offspring. If this turtle had approached the owner of this island in a normal way, he would have gone along with it. But now he would have to keep this monster's children for himself. Heading towards the monster leader, Fan advised Uxian to stay hidden behind his back for now. When the giant turtle showed up, the girl would have to approach it from behind and wound it. Continuing to fly at a low altitude, the guy met several monsters in front of him, abruptly jumping out from under the water. But he paid almost no attention to them, dealing with them all at once with a silk grinder. In just a few seconds, Fan had already seen the leader of the monsters along with his entourage on his radar. In addition to the turtle itself, there were also 3 beasts in the spirit birth stage present here. However, as expected, they did not prove to be a problem for a cultivator as strong as Shufan. Extending his left arm forward, the boy activated the electromagnetic spears. In the same second, several hundred spears flew out from different places in space and stabbed into the monsters. However, Fan didn't expect these things to be so resilient. One wave of spears was not enough to finish them off. In that case, since the spears didn't convince the enemies to flee, the guy would have to use a less humane method. Taking out a few seeds, he threw them at the monsters, after which those seeds embedded themselves into their skin. It's a sprouting spell, a very creative and rather creepy way to finish off an opponent. In the end, Shufan not only dealt with the 3 beasts at the spirit birth stage, but also made them into fertilizer for the inexhaustible lake. Watching from cover, Uxian was surprised at how many killing methods her mentor had developed. Meanwhile, hearing strange noises on the surface, a huge turtle crawled out from under the water. Seeing the uninvited guests in front of him, the monster roared deafeningly. Shu Fang actually felt very sorry that this creature was unintelligent. It must have seen a lot of things in life. The guy would be happy to talk to it. But now there is no other way but to fight this turtle and his underlings. As soon as the monster ordered his retinue to attack the enemy, Fan released a powerful spell at them. A single wave of his hand was enough for the boy to finish off all of the giant turtle's subordinates. Uxian, your exit. Be careful, the guy muttered while looking at the enemy. At the same moment, his apprentice flew out of hiding and headed towards the monster. Not paying attention to her, the giant turtle began to charge the attack. Dodging the water arrows, Zufan immediately realized that this creature was trying to confine him in a limited area. Be that as it may, it didn't matter as Uxian had already managed to be in her opponent's back. The girl must seize the moment while the enemy's attention is completely diverted to her mentor. Approaching the huge turtle, Uxian clenched the sword tightly in her hands and tried to stab the blade into the monster's tail. However, she failed to pierce her opponent's skin. The girl simply bounced off the beast like a stone thrown at a wall, leaving the turtle puzzled. Making a facepalm, Zufan asked his female disciple to show some respect to this old turtle. A spirit-dissolving stage beast can't be pierced just like that. At the same time, the monster wagged its tail, throwing Uxian several kilometers away from it. The impact of this caused the girl's armor to fail and fall apart. After contacting his disciple, Fang explained that he needed her to inflict at least a small frame on the turtle. After all, he had taught Uxian the technique of piercing spiritual armor. Had she forgotten it? Fusing with the medium, the girl said that she was fine. She only made a test strike to assess the hardness of her tail to see what to do next. Sighing heavily, Zufan explained that if it wasn't for the armor, there would only be a wet spot left of his disciple. There was no way she should mess up this time. Suddenly, while the guy was saying this, the giant turtle attacked him again. Fan certainly didn't expect this creature to possess combo attacks. In any case, the boy himself is no slouch either, and still has plenty of trump cards up his sleeve. Activating the lightning cores, he aimed them at the enemy to distract himself again. After informing his disciple that he had opened a path for her, Zui Fan ordered her to attack the monster sooner rather than later. Without objecting to her mentor, Yuexian used the spiritual armor piercing on her sword and rushed towards her opponent. Flying up to the giant turtle, the girl pierced its skin with her blade. The spiritual armor piercing essentially burned through the monster's body, leaving a small cut on it. At this point, Yuexian's mission was over, and so her mentor ordered her to retreat rather. Concernedly looking at the small wound on the huge beast's tail, the girl asked Master Su if it was really enough. It felt as if this strike did not bring any result. The place where the piece of flesh had been torn off had already healed. However, Fan asked his disciple to take her time, promising that she would see the result very soon. At the same instant, a sharp stabbing pain resounded throughout the giant turtle's body. This unpleasant feeling even made the monster let out a tear. Not realizing what was happening, the creature stirred, creating several water tornadoes around it. That was when, waving his finger, Zufan muttered that the time had come. Suddenly, a small sprout appeared on the huge turtle's forehead. In just a second, that sprout had already turned into a beautiful flower, perfectly adorning the head of the horrible monster. This magical ability is called Sea of Colors. You can easily control even the strongest creatures with it. Admiring the flower on the sea monster's head, Yuexian explained to her mentor that after such a transformation, she no longer knew whether the turtle was scary or cute. Also, thinking about it, Fang said that the most important thing was that this creature still had influence over the other beasts. Otherwise, the two of them would have to slaughter each of them individually. Of course, the giant tortoise almost immediately lost his authority to his subordinates because of his cute appearance. But after feeling the menacing gaze of their boss, the sea monsters immediately recoiled and agreed to cooperate further. Shaking off his palms, Fan said that the main issue had been resolved. Then, crouching on the turtle's head, the guy added that he would really like to find out where this creature dwells. After all, there are no beasts above the spirit birth stage in the inexhaustible lake. So how did this monster end up here? Settling on the forehead of the subordinate creature, Fan activated the mental technique of tracking origins. That's when the boy saw the place where this turtle came from. Now its primary habitat is an underground river. 50 years ago, she sailed to the island of the spirit mystery and laid eggs. It was hatching time, so the turtle returned for her cubs. After studying the giant turtle's past, Zufan realized that it was the perfect time to boneset Pokemon. In fact, the guy had been intending to get a pet for a long time, and today was the perfect opportunity. After discovering 12 newborn baby turtles, the guy couldn't resist their cuteness and decided to put his Ash Ketchum cosplay plans on hold for a bit. There's plenty of room on the inexhaustible lake for everyone, and so these babies will live here with their mom. One day they'll be just as big and strong. No, under Shufang's care, they'll grow up to be much more powerful than their mom. The boy looked fondly at the giant tortoise and said that it would now live here with its children, and that was out of the question. The creature with the flower on its head nodded affirmatively, not disagreeing with the man. That same night in the spirit mystery sect, running up to Shu Fang, the brother and sister began to beg for something from him again. Only if Yuexian used to do this kind of thing alone. Now Shuigang watched her and learned to make eyes at their mentor as well. Trying to unhook his disciples, Fan reminded that they are actually too old to be so childishly capricious. However, Yuexian is too eager for his mentor to teach them the ability that he uses to turn beasts into flowers. Waving his hand, Master Zhu asked the children if they had any idea how to grow a 7-colored flower. The kids in turn just shook their heads in a denial. In that case, Shu Fang had to upset his disciples, said that they were not predisposed to internalize this ability. Turning to his mentor, Xiangqi thoughtfully muttered that today's massacre had seriously pumped him up. Now the boy felt that he was ready to pass the battle puppet test and break through to the golden elixir stage. Agreeing with his brother, Sinzi said that he too had realized a lot from today and was also ready for the challenge. Looking at the two of them, Zuefan immediately realized that Xingzi had to hide his progress. He's been ready to break through for a long time, but waited all this time for his big brother to save face. That's an act worthy of respect. Laughing, Fan rejoiced that very soon he would have as many as 4 cultivators at the Golden Elixir stage in his disciples. This would be a big step forward for the Spirit Mystery sect. Hearing such beautiful words from him, the children looked at their mentor in surprise. In short, all 4 of Zufan's disciples had all thought of the same thing in an instant, the fakery of their mentor's smile. It was so fake that it was very difficult not to notice. 3 months later, the eldest, third, and fourth disciples of Shu Feng almost simultaneously went into shuddering. Going along with Yuexian, the mentor noticed her worried look and wondered if she was worried because her brothers were about to be ready to break through to the next stage. Withdrawing her gaze, the girl clarified that she had nothing to worry about. Even after that, none of them would have the brains to take her place as head. Then, grabbing the student by her pigtails, Fang realized that the asshole seemed to think that the whole thing was hanging on her. Looking at her placatingly, the guy asked the girl not to worry, promising not to pressure her. After her brother's breakthrough, he would let Yuexian go treasure hunting like she wanted. She must think that her mentor is keeping her busy, right? And when Yuexian said that it wasn't like that at all, Fan asked her to stop pretending. When this girl leaves here, her younger brothers won't be here for long either. It was time for them to find their own way in life. Perhaps through independent adventures, the 4 of them would return back as great cultivators. Trying to hold back her tears, Yuexian imagined a picture of Shuigung standing and comforting her already aged mentor, telling him that his disciples would return sooner or later. That was why the girl had promised that she would only travel around the central continent so that she could quickly return at any time. But grabbing the student by her pigtails again, Fang shouted that he could see right through her. She was just trying to get away. In fact, there was no talk of going outside the continent. At the same moment, a strange explosion sounded somewhere nearby in the forest. After that, a colossal titan appeared from behind the wall. Oh, wait! I've been mixing up the manga too much lately. After that, an unknown fiery creature several tens of meters tall towered above the trees. Magical music came from everywhere. This was how the heavens welcomed the appearance of the first cultivator at the spirit birth stage in the spirit sacrament sect. The door of the temple opened, and divine light poured out from there. Walking outside, Zhu Gang reported to his mentor about his successful breakthrough at the spirit birth stage. After praising his disciple, Fan advised him to rest for a while and not to actively train until he stabilized his spiritual energy flows. At the same time, Xianqi and Xingzi also reported a successful breakthrough to the Golden Elixir stage. Of course, Zhu Fan was trying his best to pretend to be happy for them, but the guy was actually resentful of the fact that he was once again weaker than all of his disciples. Handing the scrolls to the children, the mentor said that here were their personal magic abilities. It was unlikely that when the children mastered them, they would become invincible to opponents of the same stage as them. But these new abilities would definitely come in handy when they were far from home. After all, the disciples wanted to go and see the world. Since Fang had conditioned them to reach the Golden Elixir stage, he would no longer prevent them from doing so. But the mentor wants the children to promise not to leave the central continent until they have mastered every last ability and scroll for his peace of mind. 3 days later, Yuexian, Xiangqi, and Xingzi left the Spirit Mystery sect. Shu Fan and his disciple Gan stayed together to defend this island. Sighing heavily, Fan realized that other than him, his disciple, and the merchant, there was no one older than 18. This was so strange. However, Pangfu felt that there was no point in being discouraged, so he explained to his friend that the new generation would grow up before he knew it. It's true. 10 years from now, these little ones will be on their own too. A while later, Zhu Fan decided to look into the prayer room. Looking at Joe Kylan's tense face as he watched Naruto, One Piece, and Demon Slayer in the Illusion, Fan realized that he had gotten him hooked on manga and anime quite a bit. Well, that's okay. A spellcaster without a rich imagination is nowhere to be found. Approaching little Joe, the mentor warned him that it was time for lunch. But for some reason, the boy paid no attention to him and stared creepily at one point. "I will destroy your entire village!" shouted Kalen, still thinking he was Naruto from Konoha. Lowering the box of food to the floor, Fang asked the boy to wake up, explaining that he had already left the illusion. He gave his student a bowl of ramen and asked him if he really intended to destroy the entire village. Is he really going to wipe out the whole village? Kalen in turn said that the noodle vendor and the pretty girl could be left alive. Oh, and her teacher's slant-eyed girl can be spared too. But that old man needs to be done away with. He could have given the main character a normal, happy childhood. Why did he treat him so cruelly? Looking at the angered Kalin, Zufan immediately remembered himself as a child. He too was pissed off by that old man and wished with all his heart that he would die as soon as possible. A protagonist with an ordinary childhood, that's what would be extraordinary. Someone makes friends with pirates as a child, someone else gets their mother eaten by a river in front of their eyes. In general, it's very dangerous to be around any protagonist. After explaining all of this to his student, Fan asked him not to get so caught up in the story. The boy should pay attention to fighting styles and techniques first. After apologizing to his mentor, Kalin promised not to get involved in anything he shouldn't. In that case, the mentor told the boy to finish eating first and then continue watching. When he's done with the entire library of manga and anime, Master Zhu will keep him busy with something else. Out of the 5 disciples, 3 of them had already escaped, so Shuafang would only get to have fun with little Zhou. 10 years later, the inexhaustible lake. Qiu Ziwan is the natural manager who has been conducting most of the sex affairs for the past 5 years. Right now, he is standing and reporting to Mentor Shu that the harvest of spiritual rice was finished yesterday. Thanks to the new sowing method, the current harvest is 30% more than last year's. Regarding the high-grade pill production line, the 3 blacksmiths are already finishing installing the hardware equipment. The latest news, the head of the illusion branch, Li Xingqi, has stopped for a break in Linsen City. He will reach the sect very soon. Also, he is accompanied by 2 children. When Shu Fan let the manager go, Zhou Kailin asked his mentor how he had managed to discern managerial talent in Brother Q. Fan, in turn, explained that it was immediately obvious. As the saying goes, as it is in the cradle, so it is in the grave. Watching a child, you can get an idea of his character in adulthood. Take Kalin and his dung rain. Shaking his head, the green-haired boy laughed proudly and asked his mentor if he still had ideas about him from back then. Since then, Kalin has already developed this spell into a fecal tornado. Now, if someone says his techniques are shit, he'll say that shit is his techniques. And while Zhu Fan couldn't understand why the disciple was wasting time on such nonsense, Kalin ominously cried out that there was no stopping his development. That was why he was now going to show his mentor his latest contrivance. Realizing what the kid meant, Fan immediately took out his umbrella and prepared to defend himself. Fortunately, the boy explained that he didn't mean that at all. Making a few hand gestures, Zhou Kalin produced a fusion of metal and fire. With a sharp swing of his hand, the boy sent the bullet he had created away from himself. After thinking about it for a while, Zufan noticed that this spell had low spiritual energy consumption, combat power at a decent level, and potential for further development. But still, the guy can't understand why the student showed him this. Does he want his mentor to praise him or scold him? All power is based only on bullet burst. Accuracy is low, range is short, and even the available advantages the boy could not realize. Kalin has been familiar with firearms for a long time, so he should understand why the barrel is needed. Specially to demonstrate the advantages of the gun barrel to his disciple, Shufan created it from air currents. In the next instant, he punctured a bird flying high in the sky with a bullet. And this bird, by the way, turned out to be quite enormous in size. The mentor used exactly the same amount of spiritual energy as Kalin. But how did he manage to hit it so accurately from 1,000 meters away? Noticing the surprised look on his student's face, Fong said that he had invented this spell when he was at the 5th stage of key tempering, but due to its weakness, he hadn't used it since then. Kalin is turning 20 this year. He has never left the sect since he came here, so his mentor decided to let him go for 1 year. When Uncle Pangfu returns and goes on business again, the boy will leave with him. Shu Fan wants this kid to visit every major city in the central continent. However, even though Master Zhu himself had authorized him to leave the sect, Kalin himself was unwilling to do so. The boy still has a lot to learn from his mentor. And what's so interesting about the outside? Poking the kid with the fingers of his phantom hands, Zhu Fan said that he had already made a decision. His disciple had the spell to create pictures, so in a year's time, he would have to send the sect pictures of the main streets of the continent's 24 major cities. Along with that, the pictures would have to be accompanied by stories about the city. In short, Fong felt that the Spirit Mystery sect would only need one homebody in his person. By the way, when Kalin arrived here, Master Shu heard him swear that when he became a cultivator, he would return to his home village and marry a certain Xiao Kui. Now, when they set out on their journey, the boy would be able to ask Uncle Pongfu to look into that village first. It is time for him to fulfill his childhood vow, but as soon as Fang finished saying this, behind him, he could already see Joe Kalin's overgrown mushroom and moss grave. The green-haired boy looked at his mentor with a doomed look and told him that one of the sect disciples had already been to his village and had returned with news. 3 years ago, Xiao Kui had gotten married, so Kalin's childhood dream was no longer destined to come true. Sighing, Zhu Fan realized that he should have kicked the disciple out of the house a little earlier. When the guy retrieved the fish from under the water, finally losing faith in himself, Kalin explained that he didn't stand a chance with Xiao Kui anyway. Fang looked thoughtfully at the fish he had caught and explained to his apprentice that he was at the very beginning of his life's journey, so he would have time to find a suitable mate. Be that as it may, they should return to the temple together now, as one of Kalin's fellow disciples was about to arrive. He hasn't been here in a few years, so they need to establish a brotherly relationship. Meanwhile, in a major city on the central continent, looking back at the girl passing by, passers-by cannot believe that there is such a beautiful creature in the world. Turning to the flower, the girl asked how they were supposed to find it in such a large central continent. Okay, with her luck, no matter how hard she looked for him, she'd find him sooner or later. In any case, the most important thing was that her husband, Shu Fan, was alive, and the rest was not that important to Wei Yun. As soon as she heard about the werewolf attack on the Celestial Throne sect, she wanted to help her husband. But when she stopped her mentor explained that her so-called husband had long ago slipped away to the central continent. Now Wei Yun is wandering around to find Shu Fang.
Pet the cat.